Hello, everybody. My name is Dominique Betts-Payne, and I am your comeback champion. And so I am so thankful and grateful for Comeback Champion allowing me to come and speak on their stage, right? And so when you think of a comeback champion, you want to know, what have they had to come back from? How are they able to teach me how to come back from something, right? And so when I look at myself, what have I had to come back from? I've had to come back from being raped. I've had to come back from narcissistic abuse. I've had to come back from legal battles. I've had to come back from a bitter ex. I've had to come back from losing my mom just a few days before my first Mother's Day. I even had to come back from giving birth at home alone, right? And so that's just a few things. That's not everything, but that's just to show you that you can literally come back from anything, right? And so I stand before you today with a smile on my face because I am a comeback champion, and I want to teach you how to also be a comeback champion, right? And so when you think about being a comeback champion, you have to get your mindset right, because your mind is what really basically controls everything in your life, right? So you can either be a victim or you can be a victor. And so throughout my life, I've chose to be the victor. And that's a conscious decision that you have to make, right? Because in life, things are going to happen. That's just the nature of the beast, right? And so you either have to decide that you are going to stand above and you're going to come out on top, or you can live in that victim mentality. And if you choose to live in that victim mentality, that's going to affect not only your mindset, but your income. That's going to affect your relationships. That's going to affect your job. That's going to affect everything in your life. And you don't want that. So I'm here to teach you how to be a victor, right? And being a victor, it begins with your mindset, right? So if we can get your mindset, if we can teach you how to constantly and consistently have a winning mindset, then you can make it through anything in life, right? Just like I have, right? And so when you want to become a victor, you decide, you make a conscious decision that you are not going to live in your pain, right? You're going to live in your future. And what I mean by that is, instead of you focusing on what's going on right now in your life, you're going to think about all the things that you want to achieve. And you're going to focus so hard on that that nothing is going to stop you. If you're called to greater, you're going to have to understand that greater setbacks are going to hit you, right? And once you understand that, you know how to deal with that, right? And so the reason why greater setbacks are going to come after you is because there's a calling on your life, right? And whenever there's a calling on your life, the enemy is going to attack you. That's just the nature of the game, right? And so you just have to be prepared for that, right? And he's pretty consistent when he's attacking, right? He's either going to, do something that's a trigger for you, right? And once you start to learn what those triggers are, then you know how to handle those triggers, correct? And so I want to teach you how to maintain a winning mindset, even in the face of obstacles, right? And so to maintain that winning mindset, you have to stay positive, right? Because if you're negative, you're already allowing the enemy to win, right? And so one of the easiest ways for somebody that's just starting out with learning how to be positive is to shut off the news, right? And not to say that you can't stay updated with what's going on in the world, but overall, the news tends to be negative, right? So shut off the news for a little bit. If you're going to be on social media, if you have people that you follow and they're negative, unfollow them. It's very simple. You have to be conscious about what you're feeding into your spirit. right? And into your body. I mean, as much as what you're feeding into your body. So a lot of people, they go on diets to remove toxins from their bodies, but they never remove toxins from their minds, right? If you're hanging around a bunch of negative people, then you're going to want to remove yourself from those people. Even if just put them on block or whatever you need to do during that period of time where you're trying to stay positive and you're trying to manifest the things that you want and you're trying to get out of your situation, you have to stay positive. You have to maintain a positive mindset. So that means you can't be around negative people. I don't care if they're family members. I don't care if they're friends. Even if that person is your spouse, right? Because that's a little bit different, right? Because you live with this person. They're around you all of the time. What you have to do is you have to get out a piece of paper. And what you're going to do is write down all of the things that you love about this person. And I know that sounds very counterintuitive because you're like, this person is getting on my last nerves. I don't care about that. Because right now, what we're working on is attracting the things to us that we want. And so now, once you get this piece of paper out and you focus on all of the positive things about your spouse, or maybe it's your children, or whoever it is that you just can't seem to get out of your sphere because they're too close to you, you write down all of the things that you love about them. And once you do that, you're going to start to receive more of those things that you love. And the things that you don't like, they're going to start to fall off. Why? This is the law of attraction, right? The things you think about are the things that you bring about. So the more you think about the positive things, the more you get the positive things. The more you think about the negative things, the more you get the negative things. It's very, very simple, right? So we're going to start to train you how to focus on the positive things in life, right? And the more you think about those positive things, the higher your frequency goes, right? And so what people don't understand is their thoughts have a frequency, right? And so being that your thoughts have a frequency, you have to be on the right frequency to manifest the things that you want. So let's say you want $1 million, right? Because everybody wants $1 million. If you're on a low flying disc, if you're on a very low frequency, you're not going to be able to reach that high frequency of $1 million, right? And so what you have to do is, it's very hard to jump from a very low frequency to jump to a very high frequency. So you have to slowly move on up. Right. And so the way that I explain frequency to my children, it's a very easy way to understand it is, if you're listening to the radio, right? Let's say you're on AM 93.1, right? And you need to get to FM 107.5. What you're going to need to do is you get happy. And as you get happy, the frequency changes, right? You're turning the dial and you're turning the dial up higher to where you want to go, right? And so as you're turning the dial, you're getting closer to your desire, right? But if in that period of time where you're turning that dial, you get negative again, the dial's going to go back down. So that doesn't mean that you can't reach your destination. It just means that you have to be more thoughtful about where you're going and what you're feeding yourself and what you're thinking about, right? And so you start to turn the dial, you stay positive, you watch comedies. That's something that I do, is I watch comedies, right? So that I can laugh, and you stay positive. And as you're turning up that dial, before you know it, you're on 107.5 and you can hear that radio station. And now you're jamming out, and everything that you want, it starts to manifest, and it manifests very quickly, right? And so that's what I want to get you guys to. I want to get you to a place where you can start to manifest the things that you want. If that means that you need to meditate once a day, twice a day, whatever you need to do that. Even if at the end of the day, you're taking a piece of paper and you're rewriting your day, right? So let's say you had a bad day and it was outside of your control, right? You take a piece of paper at the end of the day and you change your story, right? And so you change your story to say exactly what you wanted it to say. So, let's say you wanted to make $1,000 today, right? And you wanted to enroll 15 clients and you only enrolled 5. You write your story the way you wanted it to be at the end of the day, right before you go to sleep. So now you're in a happy manifesting mode, right? And within that happy manifesting mode, at nighttime, that's the best time. At nighttime and in the morning time are the best times to do these things, right? Because if you can get into a very positive space before you go to sleep, before you start to seep that into your subconscious, or right when you wake up, because you're still in that delta wave, right? So you start to write down what you want, and your subconscious doesn't know the difference between a truth or a lie, right? So you're telling it what to think. So you're speaking of all of these wonderful things that happen. So maybe you're supposed to enroll 15 people, and you're like, today was just absolutely amazing. I enrolled 20 people and they all love me and they referred a bunch of people to me and blah, blah, blah. Whatever your story is. Now you start to bring more of that to you. And so tomorrow, you may have a much, much better day. And you may just have the day that you wrote about yesterday. So those are the type of things that you can do to increase your frequency and to get the things that you want. Because if you stay in a victim mentality and you're like, woe is me, this happened, that happened. Okay, stuff happens to everybody every single day. It's all about how you think about the things that are happening to you. So if you're thinking about all of the negative things that are happening to you, you're going to be in a very heavy and dark place. And you can't manifest anything from there. And if you can't manifest anything from there, you're going to stay stuck at where you are, and you're going to continue to attract negative things towards you because that's all you're thinking about. So think about the positive. Think about the things that you want, because you may be going through all like the worst of the worst. You may be going through HE double hockey sticks at this point. However, you do not have to stay there. So you may be physically there, but your mind needs to be somewhere else. Your mind needs to be in the place of manifestation. Your mind needs to be in the place that your body wants to be in, because anything that the mind can believe and conceive, it can achieve. So you need to take your mind there so that you can take your body there. The Bible says in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans that I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope in a future." So if the Bible says that about you, then that means that regardless of what happens in your life, your Heavenly Father has a plan to prosper you, right? And so regardless of what you're going through in your life, that just means that perhaps that thing is meant to strengthen you. It's meant to build your character. It's meant to humble you. And maybe that thing isn't even for you. Maybe that thing that you're going through is for you to strengthen somebody else. So when you think about all of that and you know all of that, it helps you to look at things differently, right? And so a lot of times it's not necessarily what we're going through, it's how we think about what we're going through. And so instead of when you're going through something saying, why me? Try, use me. And what I mean by that is ask the Father to use you, right? Ask him to glorify himself through the things that you're going through. Ask him to show you how to use this to help somebody else, right? And so when you start to look at things like in that fashion, your viewpoint, it changes, it shifts. And something inside of you shifts also. Because now you realize that this is bigger than you, right? And maybe this is even meant for you to strengthen you, to make you ready for the things that are to come in the future. Because how many know that you're not ready for something until you've gone through something, right? Because I mean, you can get the most amazing guy in the world, right? And you may not appreciate him unless you've had one of the worst guys in the world, right? Because you might look at him and be like, oh, okay, everybody's like that. But until you've been through a few things and you've seen some of the rough ones that are out there, you don't appreciate when you do get the piece of gold. So I want you to learn to start to shift how you're thinking about things. Because if you can shift how you're thinking about things, you can shift where you're going. And if you can shift where you're going, you can win, period. That's just how it is. And so if we know we're going to fall, which all of us are going to fall, that's just the nature of the game. We can't give up just because we fell, right? And so when you look at a toddler or a baby that's learning how to walk, they're going to fall a lot of times. Have you ever seen a baby say, you know what? I fell about 2 times. And so because I fell 2 times when I was trying to walk, I'm just going to stay seated for the rest of my life. No, they get back up and they keep trying, right? If you look at Albert Einstein, right? Albert Einstein had 1,000 failed inventions before the light bulb. But guess what? He kept going. And 1001 was the light bulb. Now imagine if he gave up in 999. Maybe we'd be sitting in the dark. Maybe we'd still be using, oil lanterns. Don't give up. Keep pushing forward. It will get hard, but how you look at things while they're getting hard is going to determine if you get out or not and how you get out. Because some people, they make it through, but they're not a comeback champion. And I want you to learn how to be a comeback champion. You have to change and shift your mindset to be a comeback champion. Think about where you want to go and let that be your focus. Do not focus on how things look, because you're going to get more of how things look. Focus on how you want things to look. And that is where your glory lies. So if you're going to fall, which we all are, I want you to try to land on your back. Because if you can look up, then you can get up. And if you can get up, then you can charge forward. And that's what I want for you. So I hope you gained some value from this lesson here. And again, I am Dominique Betts-Payne, and I loved speaking to you guys today. Thank you so much, Comeback Champion, for having me on as a comeback champion. And I can't wait to see what the rest of you champions are going to do with your lives. Let's go.
Hello. Welcome to the Comeback Champion Summit. My name is Shayla Atkins, and I'll be with you for the next 20 minutes or so. I am a certified business strategist with one mission and one purpose, and that is to empower and equip women and people of color to go from those side hustle solos to CEOs. I am here to level the playing field. Plain and simple. So I will be talking about how to go from a facade to fierce and 5 ways to spice it up in your career and business. So a few housekeeping details. You'll see me looking just to make sure I'm getting my notes, and I have my little clicker here. So don't worry, I am still with you. So again, my name is Shayla Atkins, and grab your pens, grab your papers, because once I start spilling the details in the tea on my 5-step formula, or as I like to call it, my mantra on how I spice it up in my career and business, and I want the same for you, get ready. But first, before we just dive right in, let me give you a little bit of context, right? If you don't mind, I want to share my story, and I think it's one that will resonate with you, with many of you, as to how Spice It Up was born and the origin and how this really truly manifested. So I am originally from St. Louis, Missouri. Very, very humble beginnings. But here's the thing. I was rich in love. And what that did is I didn't know I was poor growing up. And I found out I was poor when I got older. Like, seriously, I was asking mom and aunt, like, why were we diluting the milk again? Oh, we had to make it stretch. Got it. Got it. And so growing up in that environment in the inner city, it gave me this edge. And with this edge, I always used to feel like I never really fit in. Like I could just never find my place in my groove. I went to school in the affluent suburban area, but I lived in the inner city. So I could never find the friends that I resonated with in the suburban area. I was like, I don't understand the problems that you have. My problems are a little bit different. And then in the city, it was like, oh, but you go to school, and I couldn't, really resonate with the kids there. Fast forward to college, I started going to college, wasn't fitting in, right? And I ended up leaving college and I took a non-traditional route to finish my career. I finished my schooling online. So I'll be honest with you, I felt a little shame with that. Like felt awkward and I didn't feel worthy. I didn't feel like I belong and like I was like everyone else. And I don't know if that resonates with you, where you had to take these non-traditional paths in life and you felt like you didn't fit in. And fast forward, I started a career and guess what? I still didn't fit in. So I finished my education, I still didn't fit in. Because why, right? Those conversations were, what school did you go to? What's your alma mater? Your degree? And I'm like, yeah, it was online. So once again, not fitting in. So I decided at that moment in time, I'm going to fit in. No more being awkward, no more not resonating. I decided to fit in, and guess what I started doing? Conforming, code switching. I created a whole false life, one that did not involve me coming from poverty, created this whole persona, this facade, changed the music I listened to, my hair, my tone of voice, my clothes, my circle. I mean, you name it. And guess what? I started to see growth. Well, what I consider growth at the time, right? My career started to get some trajectory and the trajectory of my life started to shift and change. So I said, you know what? This is working, right? So what did I do? You got that right. I piled on even more layers. So, and I understand, as women, we put on that suit of armor, especially if we have challenges with trust and pain. And we put that suit of armor on and it's our coping mechanism and it's in our defense system. But guess what? Deep down, I was exhausted. Like I was just so tired of, quite honestly, living this life, this lie. Like it was a stolen identity. And I didn't realize I hit rock bottom. And because that rock bottom looked a little different than the typical rock bottom. But it was when I looked into the mirror one day, and I remember this day, and I didn't recognize who I was. I mean, literally, I had to ask myself, who are you? Because during the years, I blamed it on, I'm just adapting, I'm evolving, I'm growing up, right? But no, I was a completely different person. I told the world I had it all together, and that I've always had it all together my entire life. I never shared that I was that girl from the north side of St. Louis with that edge who clawed and climbed to where she is today. Well, once I gave birth to my beautiful twin daughters, and I started to tell them as babies, be everything you can be yourself, embrace your curls. And I started to think, how dare you be a hypocrite? And that's when I decided enough is enough. And I wanted to lead by example. And I began shedding layers because, again, I was exhausted. I was just so tired. So I started to unleash my inner phoenix, and it was the rebirth. And I had to, one, seek help and get some therapy and some counseling when I had to believe that I deserved to be happy, that I deserved to have abundance, that I deserved all of these things that I've been asking for. Because guess what? And I want you to think back. We all have a history. We all have a past. And regardless of that, you deserve to live the life you deserve, right? So I started to live life for me. And that's when the weight was lifted. There was no more second guessing myself. Imagine, think about when you're at work or in your business today and you're second guessing every word you say, and you're making sure that you're using the politically correct words. I want to make sure I say this right, and that I'm coming off and I'm projecting this image, right? And you want to show up and it's great. And then when it's time to perform, you're like, all of your energy is exhausted. Did you know that women of color in the corporate world suppress up to 75% of themselves? Imagine the energy that we spend suppressing ourselves and then expect to show up and perform at a high level. There's no way. So here's the thing. I had to do something. So I did what? I decided to spice it up. Yes, because my career plateaued, right? The trajectory was going, but it's not sustainable. It plateaued. It did. I was exhausted. So think of this analogy. You're cooking meat, right? You got to clean the meat. You got to get all the junk off, get all the yucky stuff off. Why? Because so those seasonings and those spices can penetrate down into those layers and produce this amazing flavor, right? And that's what I had to do. So here's what I want you to do. Again, grab your pens, grab your papers. I'm going to take you through the SPICE formula. SPICE is an acronym. It is my mantra. I spice it up. I leverage my edge to my competitive advantage. I no longer insult my creator by pretending or by being a clone. How dare I insult my creator when I know I was made to be individual and unique, and yet I spent most of my life trying to fit in, and I was not made to fit in. So you ready? Got your paper, got your pens. We're going to get started. All right, SPICE. We're going to talk about savvy. You're like, savvy? What do you mean savvy? I'm talking about your business savvy, okay? If you're still in your profession in corporate America, you need to know how your company makes money, the bottom line. And you have to understand how you directly contribute to that bottom line. Even if you're 4 steps removed from the direct customer, consumer, or where that bottom line is, you have to be able to tie that back. The same thing for my entrepreneurs. If you have to know, again, how you make money. What are those revenue generating activities, right, that generate income for your business? Once you truly understand that, it gives you the confidence, and we'll talk about how that confidence is used. It gives you buying power and it gives you leverage. Leverage is what that gives you once you understand that. And guess what? You then begin to prioritize and focus on what matters. You prioritize those revenue generating activities. You prioritize in your career the next roles you're going to take, right? The next one is P, which is performance. Now this one here, ladies and gentlemen, we got this one, right? We're high achieving. We're high performers. We show up in this area and we show out. But here's the catch. As women, this is where we tend to stay. This is where we tend to live. We put all our eggs in this performance basket. So I don't know about you, but in my career, and I was taught, you come in, you do your job, you do it well, keep your head down, go home. Keep your personal life separate. You're not there to make friends, right? Go do a good job. Somebody will see you. Wait a minute, here's the one. Let your work speak for itself. How many times has our work lost its identity and it showed up under someone else? But look, that's another keynote, right? So the performance is key, but your performance needs to be targeted and intentional where it matters. Again, once you have that business savvy under your belt, your next roles become very intentional, very strategic. In your business, your performance, you're very clear on where you need to perform. Your performance is not spent in the busy work. It's spent on delivering value and transformation for your clients in those revenue generating activities, right? The one thing that changed the game for me with performance is that I had to start focus on delivering outcomes. Once I realized it was not about being the busiest worker or the hardest worker, was I delivering outcomes on top of having that business savvy. So again, we still piling on that confidence and that leverage. And guess what? Now that you've shed all those layers, you have now unlocked and tapped into a side of your creativity and your power that you never could have imagined. Because you know what? You're not spending that 75% suppressing, second guessing, the self-doubt. It's actually being focused and targeted into your performance and that savvy. The next one we're going to talk about is I as the image. Now, this one was a hard one for me to grasp, right? Who with me has heard the speeches, the executive presence, the leadership presence, right? Lead with the image. It wasn't until I learned that image went beyond my physical image, that this was about my personal brand. And here we go. What made me unique? Not how I was the same. It was not until I spent my entire life crafting my work, my roles, and my message about myself to say how I was the same as everyone else. And yet, my personal brand needed to be how I was different, unique, and disruptive. That was the game changer for me. My personal brand is, yes, I do have an edge. Yes, I will show up as an executive, as a leader with the side of my head shaved. Yes, I will show up with colorful nails and my deep baritone voice. And you know what? I am focused and geared towards delivering on outcomes, delivering transformational value. That's what makes me unique, right? At the end of the day, what do you want to be known for? And we're going to tie this together because now the next one is the C, which is communication. Now, here's the thing. We're great. Women, we're good communicators, right? But here was the thing. When it comes time, let's see, in your job interview, who has or had the, I'm not good at selling myself? That was me. I can't talk about myself. I'm very humble. I'm not good at selling myself, right? That was me. Entrepreneurs, same thing. Marketing, sales. I don't want to talk about myself. I don't want to talk about the clients. Same thing, right? Now that we have business savvy, we're performing. We have a personal brand that makes us unique. For those entrepreneurs, don't forget that image is about your unique value proposition, right? That's what makes you different. Now, can we connect those dots and can you clearly articulate the value that you deliver? For my professionals, you're in performance review time. Can you clearly communicate, written or verbally, the outcomes that you've delivered, not all the tasks? The communication of your value is what, or let me say this for me, is what used to get me passed up for promotions time after time, because I was too afraid to sell myself. And I was too busy proving that I was the hardest worker versus the one who got results. The one who got results and delivered on those outcomes. So again, we have that business savvy. Now you understand how you directly contribute to the bottom line of your company or the company that you work for. You're targeted and you're focused. Your activities as an entrepreneur are directly related to generating revenue. And in your business, your roles selection is very strategic and targeted. And then when you start marketing your business, you have the confidence and you can clearly articulate the value or the transformation that you deliver. Same thing in those job interviews and performance reviews. But here's the thing, and this next one was difficult for me. This was by far the most difficult one. It's the fact that we cannot do this alone. We should not do this alone. Think about this. Who are the people in your inner circle? Who are your personal board of directors? Your tribe? Who do you work with that amplifies your voice, whether that's in business or your career? And so we've talked about our savvy, our performance, our image, communication. This last one, but not least, the E is for exposure. That's right, exposure. For me, this was the hardest because I'm naturally introverted, believe it or not, right? Again, I was told, you go to work, you're not there to make friends, keep your personal life separate, keep your head down, and come home, collect your paycheck. That's that, right? Now, someone should be able to sift through, find you, promote you based off of your work alone. That's what I believed. That's what I did. So I had a mentor tell me once, she said, Shayla, brilliant, amazing. And you're starting to make some relationships, but it's not about who knows you anymore. Let's take this a step further. It's about who cares about you. I want you to think through that, right? I want you to feel empowered to take this unapologetic you and the spice that you have, and who else is amplifying your voice? In your career, who else is at the table during those talent discussions, right? Advocating on your behalf, not just your direct leader. In your business, who are you collaborating with? Collaboration over competition to amplify your voice, to amplify your reach, right? And once you have that exposure, it completely shifts the trajectory and takes your career and business to the next level. And guess what? You stop doubting yourself. You stop second guessing yourself. And you are aligned. And you're doing all of this, being unapologetic and being authentic to you. I want you to think through this. So let's just recap this spice mantra that has completely changed my life. And I want the same thing for you. Like if you're feeling muted and feeling stifled and feel like you have this power inside of you that you've not unleashed, that inner phoenix. One, let's shed those layers and show up as you. That 75% energy that you're suppressing, we're going to redirect that 75%, right? And we're going to get that business savvy. We're going to perform where it matters. We're going to have that image, that personal brand that just oozes your authentic self. That communication, you clearly articulating the value and transformation you deliver, and that exposure. Who's that inner circle, that tribe? Who are those coaches, those consultants in your career? Who are those sponsors, your mentors? Who are your accountability partners that is going to hold you accountable and challenge you and push you to new heights? So again, the girl from the north side of St. Louis, who climbed and clawed her way to where she is today, who hit rock bottom and did not recognize herself, had to shed layers and spice it up and go from being a facade to fierce and leveraging that edge to the competitive advantage. Don't let your past judge you. Don't let that history judge you. It is never too late to unleash that inner phoenix. All right? I hope you found that helpful. I hope this empowers and equips you to spice it up. So if you have any questions, or if I can be of service to you, I want to invite you to follow me on Instagram. I am Coach Shayla Speaks on Instagram. Shayla is Shayla, Coach Shayla Speaks. Or you can follow me on Facebook at Coach Shayla Speaks 2.0. But come on over to Instagram, where I share a lot of information on how to grow your business, especially for my part-time entrepreneurs who are growing, thriving businesses alongside their career. Or you can visit my website at www.theatkinsimpact.com. That's theatkinsimpact.com. Visit those two. Again, don't forget to spice it up. Go from a facade to fierce so you can lead and dominate in your career and business. Thank you so much. Have an amazing day. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. I'm just so excited to be here on Shay Brown's Champions. Look, I am Travis Michelle. Let me introduce myself so that we get to know each other for a few minutes. I'm an international best-selling author, ×2, a TV host of Late Night with Travis Michelle, a speaker, as you guessed, but I'm also an expert confidence coach. What exactly does that mean? It means that I equip business women to defeat negative thoughts of self-sabotage and imposter syndrome while rebuilding and rebirthing confidence that you already have, so that you can reach the highest levels of success in business and relationships. So let's get into this. Confidence. People don't, they don't put respect on that word anymore. But every day that you get up, you have confidence that you're going to there's a floor underneath you. My going through my cervical cancer curable journey, I had confidence that chemo radiation was going to work, right? And people are like, oh, you have courage because you're going to your radiation and you're going to chemo and you're going through your journey. No, I have confidence that this is going to work. Otherwise, why do it, right? And now I've been able to add that to my speaking. So I wanted to share a little background with you about me so that you understand that, look, when we're talking about confidence, it's a process. When you are born, we have confidence. But what do parents do? What do adults do? We push that confidence down. What does divorce do? Pushes your confidence down. What does losing a job, a child, a relationship, any type of loss, what does it do? It pushes down that confidence that you were born with. We're taught to muzzle that sound. What I do is we're going to work today on rebirthing and rebuilding it because it's here. Now, my business women that are out there, and businessmen as well, sometimes you feel that you don't belong in the room. I know, am I the only one? No, I don't think I am. But we get to a success, whether you have a master's or you're a successful business person or you're a successful parent, right? Or you received accolades and awards for whatever it is in your life. And, you walk through that and it's like, oh, you feel good about it. But then somewhere along the line, sometimes people tell you, oh, don't brag about that. You're bragging. And they cause you to dim your light. Now, we're not dimming lights here. We're absolutely not. When you're walking in your confidence, you're sure of who you are. You make no apologies for who you are. Going through my cervical cancer journey, I had to ask, that when you go into the office, they would ask me, well, when's the last time you've gone to the gynecologist? Now, look, guys, I'm a registered nurse by trade, profession. So I have to have tests every year, blood work, all kind of stuff done. But I did not like going to the gynecologist because of past traumas. So when I said the big number to them, I was like, oh my goodness, they're going to beat me up about it. I shriveled up, I whispered it. And they were like, don't worry about it. A lot of women, they haven't been longer than you. It's okay. You're here now, right? Do you know that pumped up my confidence? But to say it out loud, I was muzzled and I felt I had to be ashamed. But when you have that confidence, when you have walked a certain path, in order to be successful, to get to that next level, to defeat those negative thoughts, because I know you guys are saying, yeah, but how did you defeat that negative thought? I'm glad you asked. I have developed the WALK method. It's trademark, guys, I'm just saying. And what it stands for is W, willing participant. When I received the news that I had cervical cancer, curable, I heard curable before I heard the cancer. That's what stuck in my head. Now, did I go through the emotions? Absolutely. But I also had to take the time to say, am I going to be a willing participant? How am I going to show up for myself? Because it's about me now. How will you? So this is a question I'm going to ask you interchangeably, because this is something you should be talking back to me, even though I can't hear you. How are you showing up for you? I had to say, am I either going to lay down over here and not get up, or am I going to stand up and be a warrior? Am I going to fight? Well, you can see I'm here, so you know which decision I made. But what decision are you going to make? And then that A, action steps. After thinking about it, being willing, having the mind shift, then what do? I had to, what? I had to go to the doctor, continue taking tests so that I can see what the next steps were. So whatever is going on in your life, what action steps are you taking? Do you need to lose weight? Do you need to get out of that toxic relationship? Do you need to lose, that job? Like, see you. Have an exit plan, please. Okay, I'm not telling you to quit your job. But what actions are you taking to lose that weight? What actions are you taking to stop smoking, to stop those negative thoughts, right? Once you've admitted it, that's the hardest part. Now you're acting on it. So that's what I had to do. Then we come to the L, which is love yourself. Now, everybody talks about self-care, love yourself. What if you never had anybody love on you? What if you don't know what that looks like? It's not tangible, right? It is now, because loving yourself in this method means that you forgive yourself. I had to forgive myself for not going to the doctor for so long and saying, girl, now look what happened. You know what? If you had gone early, you would have caught it at an earlier stage. Why didn't you go? I could have sat there and beat myself up, because no one can beat you up more than you can beat yourself up. But see, I had the mind shift. I'm here. I'm taking action. So loving myself meant forgiving myself. So I had to say, Travis Michelle, I forgive you. So right now, I need you to say that you forgive yourself. Forgive yourself for not being the best parent. Forgive yourself for that divorce. Forgive yourself because you weren't able to carry that child for the whole 9 months. Forgive yourself for whatever it is. Because see, once you can really forgive yourself, the next step is freedom. Guess what? Now, when people say, oh, well, did you go to the doctor? How did you find out? What are the symptoms? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, no, I did not. And I was quiet. I didn't have an explanation because I don't have to, right? Because I've forgiven myself, which has freed me up to hear what the doctors are saying, to hear the plan, to be ready to walk through the plan, to get my support team around me, right? And you have to have the right team around you, the right people in your ear, because they didn't beat me up either. They just put their arms around me. And that's what I need you to do. Put your arms around yourself. You have to become priority number one, right? You put your own oxygen on first before you can put oxygen on somebody else when you're in the plane. Then that leads to redemption. The redemption is just walking it out. It means that you're going through the process. You're seeing the trainer. You're getting up, you're doing your affirmations. You're spending time with God, because that's my foundation. I would not be sitting here without him. So I always have to give him his props. That you are pruning people from your life that shouldn't be there. See, that's that redemption part. And the best part is the K, kick butt unapologetically. I don't have to apologize for what I didn't do, for what I should have done. You don't have to apologize anymore for what you didn't do and who you were. And those people that come around you, who it's, you know, we all have them. I know I'm not the only one. Girl, I know, I remember when, right? Okay, so you have a good memory, but that's not who I am now. And if they're not on board with who you are now, they don't need to be in your circle, right? So you can kick butt unapologetically. You can let that confidence out. You can shine. You do not have to muzzle yourself. Let people know I'm in the room. I am a priority. Having the confidence to say capital N, capital O. No, you are not doing this. I'm good. No, I can't do that today. What I say going through my journey is, I don't have the bandwidth for that today. And they're like, oh, because I'm a New Yorker, and being a registered nurse for many years, and emergency room trauma was my specialty. I can be a little edgy. So I've learned now, as a businesswoman, as a speaker, as your expert confidence coach, I just soften a little, just go, oh, I don't have the bandwidth right now. And then just smile. And you know what? People will shut up. But when we continue to give them reasons or try to explain it, see, when you have confidence, you don't have to do that. You don't have to explain yourself to everyone. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve the time. They don't deserve the energy. So what are you going to do now? I'm going to tell you what you're going to do. You're interested in this walk method, aren't you? Because see, this is a tool that you can use. You can rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. When I thought of this, it was a coach who helped me develop it. Now, I've been doing this for years. This walk method for years, just didn't have a name. But I always say for women, walk in your power, walk with your head held high, walk in confidence. And she was like, everything is walk. That's your acronym. And it's what you do anyway. All of the situations that I have been in my life, I had to stop and I had to walk through it. I had to stay present. That's part of that W also. You think I didn't want to give up? You think I didn't want to go under the covers and be like, look, miss me with this. Maybe I'll take a little while. Doc, no, I'm not going to go right now. I'm going to wait a little bit. No, I had to say, hey, this is a reality. How am I going to get to the next step? If you're a high achiever, if you want to be successful in your relationships and in your business, you're going to have to answer tough questions. You're going to have to deal with tough situations. So this walk method will help you to do that. I have a Boss Up with Confidence journal that you can purchase over on Amazon. I also have an accelerator program. So connect with me so that we can get you to the next level, so that you can rebirth and rebuild it, because you have it in your gut, right? Follow me over on IG at Travis Michelle, LinkedIn, Facebook, but I'm on Clubhouse as well. But really, to connect with me and let me know that you saw me here, go to my IG and DM me, and DM the word champion. This way I know I've met you through Shay Brown, and I can give you a discount on a strategy session with me, okay? Because I need you to be successful. You have it. Whether you're a 6, 7, 8, or 9, earner, we all have those moments where I'm not too sure if I belong in the room. Well, look, you see this? You see this face? I wanted to wear wigs. When I found out my hair was coming out, I wanted to put a wig on. I had them lined up. Cancercare.org, man, they sent me 5 wigs, and then I bought 3 more. So I knew I had them laid. I was going to be laid and slayed to the side. And then there was one day, I was like, I just don't feel like putting it on. But see, I didn't have the confidence in the beginning because I didn't know what my head was going to look like. I know I was always called peanut head. And then when I shaved it, can I tell you the freedom that came from that? And I was like, no, I like it. But I had to be confident with who I am. I had to be confident with this journey. It's not something that happens and then you got it and that's it. It's something you have to work on. And it's a tool that you can use forever. Because once I have taught you this walk method, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And that's what I feel is so important. Once you have the tools and not just words, and it's practical, you can go out and you remember, I need you to remember this before we close. You be the light in your tunnel. Instead of looking for the light at the end of the tunnel, be confident. Release that muzzle, let the light shine, that confidence come up, back straight, head held high. And as you are walking through life, because you know it's going to be some pitfalls, right? Okay, I'm just saying. Be that light. And then have your circle tight. So while their light is shining, because yours is going to dim sometimes. Sometimes my light was real dim in chemotherapy. I mean, it was like, whew, God just said, okay, I'm just going to give you a little fire right here because you ain't got much left. You know, you rough. But I had such a strong circle that they had their light. So think about collaboration, right? Confidence. Their light was shining on me, kept me going. And then as I get better, as you learn this process, as you go through life in your business and your relationships, right? Because you're going to prune some people, you're going to lose some folk, but those who stay, your lights are shining bright. So remember to dream bigger than your thoughts and let your thoughts be bigger than your dreams. I am Travis Michelle, your expert confidence coach. I know y'all figured it out, right? I'm too much for some, not enough for others, but that's your personal problem. But guess what? I'm always just right for me.
Do you know your purpose? Are you living in your purpose? Did you know, according to NBC News, 89% of adults globally say that they are unfulfilled? And to me, that means that a whole bunch of folks is out here living without knowing their purpose, or they're not living in their purpose. Hello, I am Tari Donaldson. I am the CEO and the founder of Purpose Chasing Academy. And I'm here today to tell you that if you answer no to any of those two questions, it's okay. The good news is at any point in time, you can pivot and overcome those traumatic events in your life and those decisions that you made, and you can pivot and start living in your purpose. A lot of time, the reason why we don't pivot is that we don't know how. And you're right now thinking, this girl talking to me. I don't know how she knew me, but she's talking to me. And you're saying also in your head, but how? How can I start living in my purpose? How can I get to this point where I even know my purpose? So I'm going to ask you a couple of things. One, what is purpose? What's your definition of purpose? If I was to ask 5 people, I'm pretty sure I'll probably get 5 different answers, right? It's what I do, it's my hustle, it's what I'm passionate about, it's stuff that I do with ease all the time. But if you ask me, I would say that your purpose is that thing that you can't not do. It's not what you do, but it's who you are. It's that thing inside of you that you were born with, that when tapped into and when you have it under control and you have it packaged right, it's going to make an impact and an influence on this world. Now, we can not be living in our purpose at any given moment. Do you realize we have a spiritual purpose? We have a physical purpose. We have a relationship purpose, and we also have a business purpose. It just takes you to realize that you're not walking in that purpose and to pivot. Let me tell you about one of my clients, Sheila. Sheila was successful, financially successful. But when she started as a single mom, right? And her purpose, her passion was to put food on the table. That's what Sheila had to do. So Sheila did what most of us do. They find a job. Now, it wasn't a job that she loved. It was an entry-level job making minimum money, but great security. And so Sheila kept her head down low. She did what she had to do. And she worked hard and she became good at it. She even got some, education behind her. And eventually Sheila became head of a nursing department right at the hospital. But you know what? Sheila was unhappy. She was overworked And she was, yep, you guessed it, unfulfilled, just like 89% of Americans globally. So what do we get from that? Sheila just became good at something. She became great out of necessity, but it was not her purpose. She was on autopilot trying to survive. And y'all know how that is, being good at something out of necessity. One of the greatest examples I can think of is my sister. My mom worked at night and into the morning, so she couldn't do our hair. So my big sister had to do our hair. She hated it. You hear what I'm saying? She hated it, and she made us know she hated it by pulling and tugging at our ponytails every time she had to comb our hair. She hated to do it, but she became good at it out of necessity. And that's where a lot of us are. And that's where Sheila was at. And so when Sheila came to me, she was quite afraid of making that pivot because she didn't know where to start. She had some icky beliefs going on in her head. And so it was a difficult decision for Sheila to let go of that job security, that more money that she was making, to pivot to her purpose. But together, Sheila and I worked on her mindset. We worked on a plan. We gave her a plan to implement a blueprint. And I'm here to tell you that Sheila is very much successful in her thriving business and in life. Can I share with you really quickly, the 5 steps that I gave Sheila, right, to help her on this process, on this journey? So the first thing, if you're taking notes, now is a good time to bring out your pen and paper. And I want on that piece of paper, I want you to do a P-I-V-O-T. Write down the side of your paper, P-I-V-O-T. And for P, let's start there. I want you to put, position yourself for the change. Position yourself. Let me tell y'all, I'm from a small country town, population 990, New Waverly, Texas represents, depending on who died or who was born, that number pretty much never changed. And so in that small town, they instilled in us to find a mate, get married, have some children, and just die, right? Retire in that small town. Well, y'all, I'm one of 8. And one thing was for sure is that I did not want to have kids. We were in a 3-bedroom apartment with 1 bathroom. So children was not part of the equation for my purpose. I knew I had to position myself physically outside of the current environment I was in. So position yourself for the change. The second is your I. Your I is for influence, increase your influence in your surroundings. When I decided it was time for me to pivot, I didn't know where to start. I had to surround myself with folks that knew where I was going, knew the journey I was about to embark on. And I didn't know anything. So that's why I created Purpose Chasing Academy, because I wanted to be able to help people on this journey without so many stumbling blocks, right? I wanted to be able to give them, share with them my blueprint, my roadmap, so they can be successful. So when I would suggest to you is to increase your knowledge, increase your influences around you, right? Your V is for validate your own darn superpower, your own darn experiences. Many times we do not give ourselves enough credit for the things that we've been through, the things that we've done. We are so consumed with degrees, right? And don't get me wrong, degrees are great, but a degree without implementation and knowing how to put that thing into action is just like pretty wallpaper or very expensive toilet paper, right? We know a ton of professional students that don't know a lick. I know y'all do. I know I do, right? So what I'm telling you is you're right now, you're sitting there and you're thinking, but who's gonna listen to me? I don't know nothing about this stuff. Like, I don't have any background in it. Like, I've never went to school for. Who's gonna come to my business? Who's going to bet on me, right? You have all these thoughts on in your head, but I'm here to tell you that what you have a degree in a hard knock life. You've been through some things and you've overcome those things. And people need to hear your experiences, hear how you've navigated that system. It's a superpower, but it's okay if you don't realize you have a superpower. Neither did Storm. Y'all know who Storm is? Storm is a superhero, X-Men, but she did not know that she had a superpower. She did not until Storm was put in a position where that superpower had to come out, right? Now, it was already inside of her, just like many of our purpose and our gifts. But until we realize it and have to use it, we don't want to show anybody. Now, did Storm know how to use her superpower a lot of times? No, she needed a Professor X, somebody that could show her the way. But you first have to realize that it's in you. Your purpose is in you, right? You just have to pivot to get to it. Okay, so now we're going to my O, the fourth step. O is overcoming those limited beliefs. All of it. I don't care how great your self-esteem is, how much you've been loved, and positive affirmations have come to you. We all have those beliefs in our back of our head. I call it the negative Nelly in the back of our head, telling us all those voices, telling us we can't do it. We're not good enough. We don't have the experience. You have those things, those limited beliefs telling you you can't do it. Let me tell y'all something. At my heaviest, I was 300 pounds. Now, I didn't tell y'all a lot, but I'm one of 8, and my mom was a single mother. So everything she did, everything that all of our emotions, our celebrations were, involved food. If you were happy, biscuit, sad, biscuit. You got into a fight, biscuit. You got good grades, y'all get where I'm going with this. We like to eat. So we were heavy set, obese people, right? Not to mention my mom was a single parent, so we were poor. So we were around here robbing Peter to pay Paul. Now, okay, city people. Robbing Peter to pay Paul is a country term that we use when we sacrifice one bill to pay another. We ain't out here robbing nobody, okay? It is a term that we use that we have to sacrifice some things. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. Y'all will catch that later. But anyways, why I tell you this is that I had a belief that I was poor, didn't have a background in business, entrepreneurship, and I was heavy set most of my life. But yet I had the audacity to say that I'm going to be an expert in building businesses in the wellness, fitness, and health industry. I had the audacity to think that people were going to pay me for my expertise. And I'm here today to tell you I had to overcome those limited beliefs in order to thrive and to pivot. And now I have created a $1 million company in the wellness, fitness, and health industry. I also host a conference of 400 people around the world, instructors who are trying to build their business in the wellness, fitness, and health industry. Every year I do this. Have over 2,500 instructors worldwide that I coach every single day. So I'm here to tell you, you have to overcome those limited beliefs of your past in order to pivot and thrive and move in your purpose. Which brings me to my T. T is taking ownership of your life. Yes, I was heavy set. Yes, I didn't have a background in business. Yes, they told me I couldn't do it. Yes, people said this. People gave me advice, good or bad. But ultimately, and you may have taken it and that got you in a position where you're not living in your purpose. But ultimately, that decision was yours. You made the decision not to go that way. You made the decision to stay comfortable in the spot that you were in. You made the decision. The great news is that you can make the decision now to pivot and to start living in your purpose. So look, it's not easy to take that chance. The unknown is scary. It is so scary to switch and to pivot. It is so scary when you don't have a blueprint to know what's coming up next. But when you're ready to pivot, you need to position yourself for that change. You need to increase your knowledge. You need to validate your own superpower, overcome those limited beliefs, and take ownership of your life. Look, I invite you to join a group of women who are doing just that. We're pivoting to our purpose every day. We're staying dope, discipline over pleasures every day so that we can pivot to our purpose, so we can live, so we can make an impact and influence on this world while thriving in business and in life. If people tell you that you can't do it because of your past, you know what you can do? You can pivot to your purpose. If you've worked at McDonald's for 15 years and you decided now you want a career doing something else, you know what you can do? You can pivot to your purpose. If they've told you your whole life you was nothing, you come from nothing, you're going to be nothing, but you know that's not your purpose, you know what you can do? Pivot. I'm here as a witness to tell you that I was overweight most of my life, diagnosed morbidly obese from a small country town population, 990, New Waverly, Texas represent. But I knew I was destined for more. I knew my purpose was on the other side of my comfort zone. I'm here to tell you, no matter what anybody tells you, you can pivot to your purpose. And I know I'm talking to somebody. I'm not talking to everybody, but I'm talking to some folks that know it's their time. And if you feel it's your time, I want you to join me at www.purposechasingacademy.com and join a group of women who are pivoting to their purpose every day. They know it's their time. They know that they are unfulfilled. They are overworked and they want more. If I've been talking to you this whole time, come to www.purposechasingacademy.com. I cannot wait to work with you to help you pivot to your purpose. I'm Tari Donaldson once again, and I'll meet you at the table. Have a good one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Dr. Linda Jordan, and I am so excited to be a part of the Comeback Champion Summit. So today I'm going to talk to you about how your excuses are preventing you from living your best life. But first, I'm going to share my slides, and then we will get started. So again, just to give you a little bit about who I am and what I'm all about. Again, my name is Dr. Linda Jordan. I am a wife, mother, and a breast cancer survivor. I'm a co-author of 2 books currently. The first is The Voice of Hope, and this book is about inspiring stories for caregivers. And I ended up writing that book due to an unforeseen circumstance with my daughter getting sick unexpectedly, and I found myself being a caregiver. And so I wanted to share my story with others. My second book is called Life Boost. And this book is about strategies to help people in life, in business, and health. And so I wanted to share my story around how I got started as an entrepreneur. You see the lovely picture of my husband and my beautiful daughter. And then in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see Breast Cancer Angel Network. After being diagnosed with breast cancer, I decided to start a nonprofit. I really wanted to help individuals who are suffering with breast cancer or recently diagnosed, to find the resources and information that they need, whether it's a male or female, find the information that they need. Because when I was going through breast cancer, I couldn't find all the information and I was struggling. And so I wanted to be able to provide services to others so that they wouldn't have to struggle like I did. So that's why I started that company. A little bit more about me. I worked in corporate America for over 30 years. I'm a certified life coach. I'm a certified coach, trainer, speaker with the John Maxwell Leadership Team. I'm certified in emotional intelligence, also neuro-linguistic programming. And I received my Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration, a master's in Organizational Change Management and Leadership. And then most importantly, I finished my doctorate degree last year from the University of Arizona Global Campus. And that's in Organizational Development and Leadership. So yes, I'm a business consultant, I'm a coach, speaker, and trainer. But the fun part about me is I'm a real estate investor. I own and operate a real estate franchise business, a rental property business, and then my leadership coaching and training. And the bottom left picture is a home that I recently remodeled, and it was under contract when I took the picture, and we have recently sold that property. So that's part of the fun part of me that I really love to do. And then the other picture on the right is the picture of a home with keys. And so I teach individuals about how to use real estate to make money. I call it that mailbox money. You know, you're asleep and money is coming in the mail all the time. So I enjoy doing that. That's the fun part about me. So now more on to you. The purpose of today is to really talk about how you are allowing your excuses to prevent you from living your best life, what it is that you want to do most. So you probably don't know, but the average person makes up 6 excuses per day for not doing anything. 6 excuses. Now, according to my calculations, that's over 2,000 excuses per year. Over 2,000. I see that as 2,000 missed opportunities in your life, in your business, in your health, but most importantly, in your bank account. Heck, I got up this morning and probably had over 2,000 reasons why I didn't want to get out of bed, but I had to. We all have to. We can't allow excuses to prevent us from doing what we need to do. You see, in order to be successful, you need to stop making excuses, because your excuse is not going to pay the bills. It's not going to help you lose that weight. And it's definitely not going to put any money in your bank account. So stop making those excuses and get on with your life so that you can live your best life. So remember that 2,000 missed opportunities. That's huge. So I'm going to help you and show you how to do that with my 5-step formula. So I talked about excuses, but there's 3 common excuses that we all tell ourselves. First, we tell ourselves that we don't have enough money. We tell ourselves that we don't have enough time. But think about it. We all get the same 24 hours in a day. Now, what happens to that time? Heck, sometimes I don't have a clue myself. You wake up in the morning and next thing you know, it's like 12 o'clock. But one of the things you need to start doing is creating a schedule. Make sure that you document everything that you're going to do for the day. I document everything. I wake up in the morning at 8. I've got all my stuff scheduled up till noon. Even in the evening, you know, I have time allotted for cooking dinner, family time. And then when I need to focus on my business, that's after everyone has settled down. We've watched television, we've had time for bonding. That's when I focus on my business. So you want to make sure that you have balance so that you have enough time to get the things done that you need to. And then the third excuse is, I don't know how, or I don't know who. Now, we often tell ourselves that we don't know how to do something. And that's because we're not really sure of what we need to do, or we're not sure who to ask. And it's okay not to know, but know that you have tools in your toolbox. There are people that you know that know someone else that can connect you with another person. So, you know, that excuse of I don't know or I don't know how, we're going to learn to eliminate that so that you no longer have an excuse for not doing something. You no longer have an excuse for not having that money in the bank account that you want. You no longer have an excuse for not starting that business or focusing on that promotion that you want to get at your job. Or maybe it's, you know, losing 15, 20 pounds, whatever it is. Or maybe you're ready to retire, walk away from corporate and start a different life. Whatever it is that you want to do, we're going to learn today how those excuses are preventing you from doing that. It's preventing you, it's holding you back from living your best life. So we're going to really get into eliminating your potential so that you can live your best life. Now, we talked about those 3 excuses, but the interesting thing is that out of excuses are fears. Yes, we all fear something. The first fear that we focus on is that fear of failure. Yes, nobody wants to fail. We all want to succeed because we all want to be successful. But in our minds, that fear of failure pops right in. And it just holds you back. It just tells you that, why try that? Because you're not going to be successful. And so we tell ourselves that, it's not going to work. Or you have that fear of rejection. Maybe you tried it the first time, it didn't work so well, so you decided to give up. You're not going to try it again. Or you've told your friends and family that you wanted to do something different, thinking out of the box. And people said, it's not going to work. And so you figured, okay, I'm not going to try it because you don't want to be rejected. Or the third one is, I'm not good enough. I'm not tall enough. I'm not skinny enough. I'm not smart enough. We tell ourselves these. And it's just so unhealthy. You are good enough to do whatever it is you really want to do. So think about this for a moment. We all remember the Olympics, and Simone Biles, who is the greatest gymnast there is, she was faced with fears. She was going through a lot of emotional things at the time, but she had so much pressure on her to be the best. So much pressure. And she didn't want to let the US down. She didn't want to let anyone down. Most importantly, she didn't want to let herself down. But she knew that she needed to take care of herself mentally. So yes, the greatest Olympian decided to step aside and take a break for a moment to get herself together. You see, sometimes we are all faced with trying to get ourselves together, and we don't want to step aside because of that fear, because of that excuse. We're thinking about these perceptions that people may have on us. And so we decide not to do that. But Simone Biles was brave enough to step away, get herself together emotionally, and then she was ready to go back. So sometimes you have to take a step back to take a step forward. I'll give you another great example. When I got into real estate investing, first thing I did was I told my family, and then I told my friends. I was so excited about, starting a business and investing in real estate, trying to make, fulfill my dream. And the first thing that people told me was, you're going to lose your shirt. So that fear of failure automatically kicked in. Who's going to buy from me? Who's going to sell me their house? Who's going to give me money, first of all, to invest? So that fear, those fears just came in. And then I was thinking, holy crap, do I know enough to do this? So then I started to think I wasn't good enough to get into real estate investing. I was talking myself out of that. All those fears and excuses and emotions were just rumbling through my head, and I'm thinking, this is really not going to work. But then I took a step back and I said, I need to prove to myself that I can do it, whether anyone thinks that I can or not. You see, sometimes you have to go alone, and it can be lonely. Trying to start a business, create a new career for yourself. It can be very lonely, but sometimes you have to go it alone. So I learned that, and I was okay with it because I want to make sure that I could do it. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that you have to trust yourself. You have to have faith in yourself, and you have to be comfortable in going alone, doing it by yourself. And it's going to be hard, but you can do it because you don't want to allow another excuse to get in your way. And you don't want fear to hold you back from living your best life because you are a champion. I know that you can do it. You know you can do it deep down inside. So you've got to dig really deep so that you can overcome these fears and stop creating excuses. So if you have a piece of paper in front of you, I want you to take a few moments and to write this down. Who will benefit if your dream is realized? Who will benefit if your dream is realized? So I want you to start thinking about things of that nature because oftentimes we don't think about the benefit of making that dream come to reality because we're so focused on perceptions from other people. So we're going to stop doing that today. So write that down. Who will benefit if your dream is realized? So as we get into the 5-step formula so that you can illuminate your potential, live your best life, remove all these excuses and remove all those fears and doubts. This is how you do it. So step number one, have the right mindset. I know it may sound a little cliche, but attitude is a choice. You can have a positive attitude and be successful and make progress, or you can have a negative attitude and stay where you are. But most people don't want to stay where they are. They want to move forward. Yes, you too can turn lemons into lemonade. It's all about learning to get along with others, networking with individuals, getting out of your comfort zone, connecting with other individuals, like-minded individuals who have that right mindset, who have that positive mindset. You see, when I wanted to start my business, I had to surround myself by individuals that I hadn't met before because my mindset wasn't there just yet. But as I connected with other individuals, that positive mindset kicked in and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I can do it. And so when I got into real estate investing, it was a piece of cake because everyone was pumping me up. They made me feel good about what I was doing. And I was making progress because I believed in myself. And yes, I was turning lemons into lemonade. So that's the fun part about it. Attitude is the choice. Now, as we move to step number 2, setting goals for yourself. And we all set goals. January 1 comes around, what are we all doing? Setting goals for ourselves. We're having the vision board parties and we're making all these lists and we're saying we're going to get things done. But what happens when June comes around? Yes, June is approaching us very quickly. Where is your list? Where are you with your goals and objectives? You probably can't even find your list. So what I want you to do right now is take that piece of paper and write out 3 top goals that you want to get done between now and whatever time period you're thinking. Now, I don't want you to think small. Don't think that, well, by 12/31/2022, I want to have these things done. You see, goals don't work that way. You've got to think long-term as well as short-term. You see, I want you to start thinking about goals for the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 15 years. Where do you want to be? And as you're thinking about these 3 top goals, I also want you to write out, why are these goals important? Just don't write goals to be writing them. Don't write goals because someone told you to do so. Or don't write goals because you're thinking, well, I want to get this done by the end of the year, and then poof, it goes away. That's kind of what we do with weight loss, Every year, January 1 comes around, we all want to lose this 10 pounds. And then, by February, March, you've had Valentine's Day candy and you've gained a little bit of weight. You're like, oh, not working, so I'll do it next year. That's not what we do with goals. You write your goals down. You put timelines by them because we want to hold ourselves accountable. I want you to hold yourself accountable. So write out 3 top goals. Write down, why are they important to you? And then secondly, what are you going to do differently this year in order to achieve those goals? So I don't want you to be thinking about what you did last year, what you did 2 years ago, what you did 3 years ago. I want you to think about, what are you going to do differently today to make an impact in your life? No one can make this change but you. So you need to set goals for yourself. Now, again, don't be thinking short term, the next 5 years, or let's start with the next 2 to 3 years, then the next 5, and then the next 10. Think long term, because goals will change all the time based upon what's happening in your life. Even though you may achieve that one goal, you want to add a little bit more to it. So for example, in real estate, and I also do the coaching, but in real estate, my first goal was to buy 10 homes, keep a couple as rentals, like 2 or 3 as rentals, and then fix and flip the rest. As I got into the business, my goal, I stretched it. So you want to have stretch goals. So I doubled it. So sometimes you have to have stretch goals. Just don't sell yourself short on simple goals. Add to those goals so that you can achieve that the next year, and just keep adding more and more. But the most important thing is to understand why those goals are important to you. But then what are you going to do differently so that you can achieve those goals? Now, as we get into step number 3, it's consistency, it's being disciplined, and it's being committed to your goals. What do I mean by that? Well, being consistent, you know, if you've ever planted a seed, you've got to make sure that the soil is healthy. You got to make sure that it's moist. You plant your seed and then you cover the seed with soil and then you wait for it to grow. See, because you have to have patience. Now, in that process of planting that seed, you just don't plant it and leave it. You go back the next day and you pull out the weeds and you make sure that your seed is healthy and you add a little bit more water. And then in the next couple of weeks, you keep doing that until you start to see growth. A little spur will come out, a little green leaf will pop out. And then you nurture that plant. And you keep nurturing, you keep watering. You go back and you pull out the weeds. You spray for bugs or insects or anything that may be harming your innocent plant. So you want to value that growth of that seed coming about, because we want to start our goals small. Don't come with this huge goal that you're probably not going to achieve. Don't set yourself up for failure. Start small, just like you're planting a seed. And as you start to nurture that one goal, you'll start to see growth happening. And then before you know it, it's a plant. Let's say it's a tomato plant and it's ready to bear fruit. It's just like your goals. You have to nurture them. You have to be consistent with them, time over time, because we all know the way you do anything is the way you do everything. Continuing on with step number 3, be disciplined and be committed. There's going to be highs and lows in your life. There's going to be highs and lows in your business. There's going to be highs and lows with weight loss. There's going to be highs and lows in your bank account. But you have to be committed in order to change your life. You see, I said earlier, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and I was. And at that time, I was working in corporate America. And, when you get that phone call that you've got cancer, your mind is wondering, like, what the heck am I going to do? And I started to think that way, but I always had a plan in place. But I never really thought that I was actually going to use that plan until I got that phone call. And so I started using my plan A, B, and C. And I was committed because, as I tell people, breast cancer was a blessing to me because it allowed me to do something different in my life. See, I was thinking that 9 to 5 was going to be that be all, end all, and it really wasn't. And so I had to create my plan of action. And I was committed to my plan because I wanted it to really make a change in my life, because I had to. I had to deal with breast cancer. I had to deal with how am I going to pay my bills? I had to deal with what's going to be next in my life. So I was committed to make a change. You could be committed to make a change, but I don't want you to wait until there's a life-changing event to make you change. Do it today. Do it now. And when you're disciplined and committed, it will help you overcome all the challenges that you have that you may think may be so huge, but in the whole scheme of things, they're not as big as you may believe. It will also help you overcome that fear of failure, because for me, failure was not an option. I didn't have a choice. I had to beat breast cancer, and I had to beat the idea that I was not going to be successful. So I had to change all of that so that I could be successful. So be disciplined in what you're doing, be committed to what you're doing, because it will happen. But you've got to hang in there with those highs and lows, because life is not easy. But if you're disciplined, you're committed, and you're consistent, it can make a difference and change your life. Now, as we get into step number 4, this is one of my favorite parts. It's around that fixed mindset to growth mindset. You see, in corporate America, I had that fixed mindset. Get up every morning like we all do. Go to your 9 to 5, do your work, whatever you're doing, managing a team or having meetings, get that paycheck, go home, have your weekend, you start all over again on Monday morning. But when there's a change in your life, or when you're ready to do something differently and you're tired of the way things are, you're going to get into that growth mindset. Now, there's 3 parts in order to get to the growth mindset. The first is you've got to get out of your comfort zone. So if you have your pen and paper, write that down. Get out of your comfort zone. To me, that's get out of your own way. You've got to do things that you're not comfortable doing. You've got to do it. You got to talk to people that you've never talked to before. You've got to feel okay with that. Build up your self-confidence, and it will happen. And then as you start to network with other individuals, you'll start to connect, have conversations, build great relationships. And then once you've mastered that, get into that learning zone, because I want you to invest in yourself. Invest in yourself, whether that means getting coaching, getting training, different types of certification, reading, connecting with others, learning as much as you can. Invest in yourself. And that helps you to get to the next stage, which is that growth mindset. Then you're ready to embark on anything that may come in front of you. Fears, you'll be like, no sweat, I got this. You won't be saying I'm not good enough. You won't be saying I don't have enough money or I don't have enough time, because you're in that growth mindset. You're not worried about all of that. You're worried about getting it done. You're worried about the process. See, money will come later. But what I need you to start doing is thinking in that growth mindset, that positive mindset that you can do anything that you want to do. And you can do that. I just need you to be in that growth mindset. And then the fifth step, which is the most important. Now you've all heard about GPA for college or GPA for school. In my mind, there's a GPA for success. What is your goal? What is your primary goal that you're looking to achieve? Do you have a plan in place in order to make that happen? And are you taking any action? Because you see, a goal with no plan is just a hope. And I don't want you to hope that something is going to happen. I want you to have a plan of action and know that it's going to happen based upon your timeline. See, for me, I call it bet on yourself, B-E-T. Believe in yourself. Know that you can do it. You are so confident. You can make anything happen. And you can, if you believe in yourself. Get rid of all the fears and all the doubts, and it can happen. Have the energy. Be excited. Change is on the way to happen for you. Be excited about change. Don't feel grumpy. Don't feel like, oh my gosh, I don't know if it's going to happen. Don't worry about that. Because see, a positive mindset needs energy. And when you have energy, it's just, the doors will open up. You'll be so excited. Trust me, it will happen. And then, of course, take action. Have a plan of action in place. Put your goals on your refrigerator. Put them on your mirror in the bathroom. Put them on your cell phone. Wherever it is that you're going to look and see these goals every single day. Because I want you to take action. I want you to make things happen this year. This is 2022. We don't want to go into 2023 still saying, I still have these goals and I'm not sure if it's going to happen. You're still trying to lose that 20 pounds. You're not sure if it's going to happen. You're still trying to get that promotion and you're not sure if it's going to happen. You're wanting to start this business, but you're not sure if it's going to happen. And that's because you haven't put your plan in place. You're not holding yourself accountable. You don't have anyone to hold yourself accountable, and you don't have timelines. And you're making excuses. So stop making excuses. Get over those fears, because you can get over those fears if you do exactly what I tell you. Just take a few moments and believe in yourself and know that you can do it. Because if I can do it, you can do it too. I'm just a country girl from Virginia. Who would have thought that I'd have my own business? Who would have thought? Coming from the farm, raising cows, chickens, pigs, working in the tobacco fields. But I believed in myself. I wanted to be my own boss. I want to control my life. So what I want to show you here in this picture is that middle one, which is the highlight. I always dreamed one day that I would be speaking at an event with those 3 big monotone screens with an audience of about 500. And there I was the 1st of May in California, fulfilling my dream. Who would have guessed? If I allowed excuses to hold me back, if I allowed fears to hold me back, if I allowed that lack of confidence or that fixed mindset to hold me back, I would have never made it to that stage. I would have never made it to meet those two lovely ladies on the sides of my picture that I'd only seen virtually. But I finally had the opportunity to see them in person because I believed in myself and I had my goals and I had timelines and I took action. And that's what I want you to do, is to take action and make it happen. So what's stopping you? What's stopping you from living your best life? You have your pen and paper. Write down these 3 simple questions I want you to answer. You don't have to answer them now, but later on. 3 simple questions. Number 1, how is my life right now? Are you happy with the way things are? Number 2, how would I like my life to be? How would I like my life to be? And number 3, what am I willing to give up? What are you willing to give up to get to what you want, to reach that goal, to start that business, to get that promotion, to retire early, to travel, be able to schedule your time wherever you want to do, work on the beach? What are you willing to give up? And are you okay with going alone? Because sometimes to get what you want, you have to go it alone. But take the time to answer those 3 simple questions. So together, we can move you in the right direction towards your next step so that you too can achieve whatever it is that you want to do in life. Illuminate your potential and live your best life. Thank you for your time. My name is Dr. Linda Jordan. Please connect with me and get on my mailing list for any updates, and you can subscribe to my newsletter. Go to www.lindajordan.com. Thank you so much and be blessed.
To close your eyes, sit back, relax, and let's explore the neuroscience of your CEO mind. From this presentation, you will learn 4 intentions, 4 steps you will take to discover your CEO mindset, 4 transitional types of CEO mindset, 7 traits for CEO mindset success. You are the CEO of your life. Your mindset as CEO determines your life journey each moment of the day. Ask yourself, what is CEO mindset? And how do I make it work for me? Great question. Visualize in your mind what type of CEO you see yourself becoming or are today. You combined all of your gifts, your passion, and your talents into an adventure that continues to fire your inner child by putting knowledge into action and lifting thousands of others who use their inner child motivation to achieve their dreams. Now that is CEO mindset. Has my CEO mindset been through the ovals of opportunity? Yes. I have learned from myself, my strengths and my weaknesses, how I choose my choices, how behavior impacts the results, positive and negative, how to continuously maintain a healthy mindset, and how to thrive in the middle of chaos. As we explore in this meditative mindset state, I am going to share with you the process I began so many decades ago, and with revisions along the way still used today. Let's take time now to choose and to discover your CEO mindset. Here is the first step. What is your definition? Let's define mindset. Understanding your now mindset is your critical step. What is your mindset? What are your values? What are your ethics? What's important to you? Your mindset began at birth. Your opportunity is to decide if your mindset is working to achieve your dreams in your life journey. If it is, wonderful. Maintain the mindset course. If it is not working, then it is time right now for your mindset shift. Shift into a definition mode. The CEO mindset can be described as the established way of thinking or feeling about someone or something that is reflected in a person's behavior. There are many other synonym words and phrases that include a way of thinking, frame of mind, outlook, mentality. What makes someone tick? Thoughts, ideology in mind. What one word resonates with your thought process? What is your mindset definition? When we're through, think about it. Keep that word. Memorize it. And when you find time, write it. Write it down. Write it where you can see it daily. The second step is the transformation mindset. It's your why. Now that you know what your mindset may be, discover your why. Why do you want to create your CEO mindset? Determine your now mindset. What is your now why? What needs to be changed in your why? If your mindset is working, continue to follow your life script. If it requires change or enhancement, understand to be flexible in identifying and creating your new actions. What will you create and implement in your improved plan to transform old thoughts and habits into new thoughts and habits? Let's discover your who in the transformation process. Continue to meditate and to visualize your CEO mindset. Whether you are taking a personality test, a behavioral communications assessment, or exploring forms of neuro-linguistic language, you will find elements that describe you in each of these experiences. From over 50 years of my being an entrepreneur, my research and observational study have identified 4 CEO mindset archetypes. Continue to visualize who you are right now, today. Let's see which of the CEO mindset archetypes you may be. How you choose to manage your business or let your business manage you establishes your now mindset. That is the mindset of how you manage your business today while you are sitting here listening to this presentation. There will be parts of each CEO archetype that may fit your management style. It's up to you to determine who is your who. Let's talk about the 4 transformational types of CEO mindset. The first is what I call the Chief Enthusiasm Officer. This is a person who leads through positive reinforcement, both authentic and fake. A lot of the imposter syndrome can be found in the personality type of the Chief Enthusiasm Officer. This person supports its team members with rewards, even if they're not justified. That means they reward bad behavior or bad choices. They love to schedule team building activities and out of office trips, but they provide no written nor verbal communication for long-term planning, financial sustainment, and vision for people, products, and process. Everything is in my head, they say. Their expectation, you are a mind reader. The next archetype is what we call the Chief Effectiveness Officer. That's a person who leads through micromanagement techniques. They support the team members through these daily short meetings in their office to get status of every assigned task and project. It means you better come to every meeting every day with a clear, concise, short definition of what you're working on or what you have accomplished. They view team building activities as a waste of money and time. They're overly goal-oriented, and they only use yearly review processes to determine their employees' level of success. They provide project management goals for long-term planning, financial sustainment, and vision for people, products, and process. Their expectation: you follow the company goals and objectives, and you complete written reports. That's the Chief Effectiveness Officer. The third archetype of our CEO mindset is what I call the Chief Enigma Officer. This person allows the business to manage them. They do not take ownership for their lack of business success, and they choose to communicate through email, text, or not at all. Do you know someone like that? Is this how you manage your business, or do you really let your business manage you as the Chief Enigma Officer? The person isolates himself in the office. They do not participate in company events or meetings. But most importantly, they provide no formal written or verbal communications for long-term planning, financial sustainment, and vision for people, products, and process. According to them, everything is working perfectly. Their expectation: no change is needed, even if we are not financially solvent. Let's go back and review. Are you a Chief Enthusiasm Officer? A Chief Effectiveness Officer? A Chief Enigma Officer? And the fourth archetype is the Chief Executive Officer. This is the type of CEO mindset that is most enthusiastic, most effective, and most of all, is not enigma. This CEO manages the business responsibly with a formal written business model that is communicated to all employees. It shows how important the employees are as a part of the business team. They provide a nourishing culture. They lead the ideation, planning, and implementation of both new and long-term business strategies. They recruit and train, and they maintain a strong management team. The Chief Executive Officer builds their management team around them with people who guide and help them to be the best CEO they can be. CEOs do not need to know everything, but they need to understand what their strengths and weaknesses are and how to identify the people who can make their people, products, and process vision a success. But more importantly, a CEO manages the assets and liabilities, ensuring financial sustainment. They direct the growth of the company through that formal written and verbal communication strategic plan. Everyone in the company, from the receptionist who answers the phone and greets people when they come in the front door, to the maintenance department, to the board of directors, to their stockholders, to their customers. They all see how they are a part of the team for this successful company. But they also look at long-term planning, financial sustainment, and vision for people, products, and process. This is your true CEO mindset. Which CEO mindset has more traits that describe your mindset? Remember that how you choose to manage or let your business manage you establishes your now mindset. There will be parts of each of the archetypes that may fit your management style. So as you continue your meditation and your visioning and your thought process of who is your who, take time now to write down which of those you are. Over the years, I have found the 7 traits for CEO mindset success, and I want to share these traits with you. Authenticity. Be who you are. What you say is important. How your body behaves reflects your thoughts more than you realize. Authentic communications are powerful. Always remember that when you are authentic, you only need to say it once. And you don't need to remember, what did I say to whom? As happens with imposter syndrome mindset. Empathy. Learn to understand the feelings of others. Try to walk in their shoes and footsteps. Remember that those who you are now leading, you were once being led by someone else. Understanding others is so powerful. Ownership. As a CEO, it is your responsibility for everything that happens. There are no excuses and there is no blaming anyone else. You are responsible for your life script and you are responsible for the life script of your company. Owning responsibility is also a powerful skill and tool, and is a mindset. Active observing listener. Be active in observing and listening to others. Use your eyes and your ears more than your mouth. Clarify and connect. Try not to respond and react. Active observing listener is a leadership skill that is truly powerful. Influencer. From the time that you get up to the time that you go to bed, including influencing yourself, each person is an influencer. Maintain a positive attitude. Persuasion is inspiring others to motivate themselves to dream and reach for success. Influence is persuasion in action. How many people do you inspire to motivate themselves every day? Make it a goal. Make it an intention that every day you find one person that you can inspire. People see what you do, not always by what you say. Influencer actions are more powerful than influencer words. Creativity. Wow. Imagination. Use your imagination and your creativity to create solutions for your business opportunities and challenges. There is a resolution and a way with the right mindset that you can create wonderful cultures and wonderful opportunity. And where anytime there's a business challenge that you think is chaotic, there is a clear and concise communications pattern to change. Be curious when others have ideas. Listen. Be open to new methods of problem solving. Resilience. Tenacity builds resilience. Getting up every day and being happy brings healing to each person in your influential sphere. Resilient in small steps is powerful. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Here's to discovering your CEO mindset, mind, body, and spirit. I'm Cher Graham. I am the CEO of One Stop Business Institute and Synergy Solutions Collab. I hope this trip that we've taken together to talk about your CEO mindset helps you discover your true CEO mindset. May peace and joy be with you as you're on your journey to discover your CEO mindset. Take a deep breath in, a deep breath out. Open your eyes, give yourself a hug, smile, and enjoy the day.
Hello, I'm Dr. Darnice Martin, and I want to welcome you into our Black Women at Midlife program on how to live, love, and thrive without losing ourselves. I want to thank you for sharing your time with me today for the next little bit. I'm here in the small box on the screen with you. First up, I just want to let you know that my goal here in this presentation is to acknowledge us as Black women, to let you know that you are seen and heard just as you are. I want to remind you that you are enough and worthy of everything that you want, you know, all the things. I want us to win. So everything that you're going to see and hear with me today and beyond is designed with that in mind. If that resonates with you, and I hope it does, then welcome into the program, a community that I designed for women like us. So I'll be sharing tips and a specific framework that I've created and I believe can help inspire you and support you in your life's journey. Since you're here, I know that you are a woman who's wondering what's next in life for you. You are most likely at a time in life when you are yearning to know your next steps, how you can create the next stage of your life so there's more fulfilling and in your true purpose. Am I right with that? Well, who am I? Okay, well, hi, I'm Dr. Darnice. Well, I know firsthand about transformation and self-recreation. I've done it more than once in my 54 years. My stepfather used to say to me, you know, you just go to the edge of the cliff and just jump. I mean, I was a bit younger at that time when he said that, but true. I have done this transformation thing a good handful of times. So I know that those what's next kind of questions can be confusing and scary when you're standing at the crossroads. But it can also be exciting and liberating. And, you know, I just want you to know I have my ups and downs too, relationship situations or big goals that don't seem to work out. But I also learned how important it is to get up again, you know, to finally get that good relationship, right? Lean into that deep internal calling that is something within you that just won't quit anyway. I call it the God voice that calls us forward. And I've learned over these years to really believe in it because life is a mixed bag. It's what I call a messy and magical all at once. But, you know, as I'm saying, like everyone else, I have multiple roles, jobs, interests, and hobbies. I have to admit, I am a bit of an overachiever. So I know what it's like to get lost out here hustling for my worth. Every day isn't exactly easy for me either. Some are challenging, some are great, but you know, some are challenging. You know, I can certainly recall a time when I lost myself in a love relationship, a time or two, I might say. Maybe some of you can relate to that one. My career took a nosedive more than once, right? Things just don't necessarily work out the way you think they should, or life is not a straight line. I'll put it that way. It's not a straight line. It's a straight line. So when you think that something is going completely off the rails, sometimes it's just really moving us back to where we need to be. And, you know, I've had to work through grief and loss when my mother passed away unexpectedly when I was about 20 years old. But, you know, these kinds of things happen to many of us. This is what makes up life, right? And I'll be open with you about some of my struggles and share what helped me get back to myself. For now, I'll also share that I'm a writer, a creative entrepreneur, professor, and longtime spiritual seeker and teacher. I grew up as a Gen X kid in Cincinnati, Ohio, with a single mother, raised with the help of extended family, like many of us. That had its ups and downs too. You know, I watched my mother scramble to work hard and provide. I also know that she wanted more for herself than just working for American Airlines, which she did at the time. I know that part of why I do this work of helping women find themselves again and live authentically is because I know that she didn't get to. And I know that my grandmother, aunt, and great grandmother didn't get to either. So, I inherited a strong work ethic, and probably you did too. And I learned to accept delayed gratification, right? Do your homework first, and then you can play. Like, come in the house and change out of your school clothes and put on your play clothes. Like, there's a thing that you have to do before you can get to the thing that you want to do. Yeah, we learned that a lot as Gen X and older, Gen X and baby boomers in particular. And self-care was never part of the picture, right? That was just, it didn't matter how you felt about a thing. You just had to go and do it or perform. But, we're fortunate now because we get to live in love without losing ourselves, especially when we have the right kind of support. We get to do things that our foremothers didn't have a chance to do. They didn't have the luxury of it. So I'm committed to our success on our own terms. I'll be sharing with you how you can truly redesign your life as you really want it to be. We'll be exploring ways to live in love without losing ourselves or selling yourself short. And then I'll share exactly how you can integrate them into your life, integrate all that to create a whole new life for yourself. I'll be sharing my best coaching tips with you that I usually only share with private clients. So let's go ahead and jump in. First of all, you can find me on socials at Dr. Darnice, as you see here on the screen. So introduce yourself, reach out to me on the socials and say, hey, I happened to see that teaching you did on Black Women at Midlife. I would love to hear from you, and let me know who you are and what you do and what brought you to this teaching, right? Like, I'm on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. Reach out and let me know what resonated most with you about this. And I want to say congratulations as well, because you all have been handpicked by me. Whenever you're seeing this, there's been a process, right? A process by which you found your way to this and by which I made this available to you. So you're invited especially to be a part of an exclusive community. So I just want to, give a moment to say that to you. You're invited to be part of an exclusive community. And so when I say that, like, okay, who's been invited? Well, women like us, I always say, right? And what is that? Well, it doesn't so much matter your station in life exactly. If you're married or single, you're an entrepreneur, creative type, executive, office worker, educator, or maybe someone starting over after a major setback. It also doesn't matter your particular age. So I've had that question come up. People who are, as young as 35 and people who are in their 70s who are, somewhat concerned, like, okay, what's midlife? And so I would say to you that midlife isn't really a number per se, because we don't know what, how old we'll be at the end of our lives, but it's a mindset, right? It's a way of thinking about your life where you're ready for a reset. So, if you happen to be a millennial, if you happen to be a baby boomer, you're at that point where you're like, I am doing the type of reflection in my life now where I realize that I'm ready for that reset. I'm ready to really think about the next stage of my life. Then you're in midlife, I say, sort of a broad category of that. And so I'm committed to our uplift as Black women. So think of that in a flexible, elastic kind of a way. I want us to feel good about ourselves. I believe it's our time to shine. And I'll be sharing with you that you can live and love without losing yourself or sacrificing your well-being. I stand with you to redesign your life of meaning, fulfillment, fun, and some good old Black girl joy. I want you to know that it is possible for you to have the life you really want. It can be easy, I know, it can be easy to lose yourself when you're chasing all the things, seeking validation, or spinning your wheels in frustration, trying to make something happen that just doesn't seem to want to manifest in your life. But I want to share with you that it's your time to pivot, right? If you're here and if you've been thinking about what else is there for me, then this is your time to pivot and transform into the next stage of your own personal evolution. And you can do it. I just want you to know you can do it. So I also want to give a shout out to some other Black women who I think deserve this moment for us to recall them or to give them the shout out. So Ketanji Brown Jackson, who just became our newest Supreme Court Justice, Michelle Obama, Kamala Harris, Stacey Abrams, Maxine Waters, and then a host of other women who go unrecognized in our communities. You know, the everyday women who volunteer, they work at the church, they work at the school, you know, they make sure that other people in the community are doing okay, right? And so I want to think about them as well, because they are the ones who really hold communities and families together. And that's us, frankly, right? And we look like superwoman to everyone, but we know that there's a cost, right? We know that to be that superwoman or to be in that space of the strong Black woman syndrome, whereas it might look to other people like it's easy or like we're so resilient and capable, we know there's a cost. And, you know, maybe you're here because you're experiencing that cost, right? Physically, mentally, spiritually, economically, labor, right? The labor intensiveness of all the time and labor that it takes. And we know that these costs often go unrecognized as costs because we just look like we're handling it all. We're expected to give and overperform, and truthfully, we usually do, but as I said, at personal cost. That strong Black woman stereotype is a double-edged sword. And, you know, it's because we can often take pride in being that strong, resilient, and capable person. But again, we lose ourselves in the process, and it costs us so much. You know, it's a double-edged sword because, okay, this is the praise that we get, but at the same time, it's really hard on us. So, for example, are you somebody who's in the habit when someone asks you how you're doing, you just automatically say, I'm fine, even though the truth is you're not? Many of us carry a heavy load to the point of burnout. So I want to say, my dear sister friend, it is okay to ask for help and for you to win at what you love doing. It should not be where, you know, just work and work and work and you never win, right? I'm building a community where we can finally exhale, find joy and some real self-care, right? I mean, we're working this hard, we may as well win at this, right? But looking at this picture, is this your story? And let me tell you that I am well acquainted with this, with burnout myself. I sometimes have the feeling that I have to do everything myself or do for everyone. If not, things don't get done or won't get done right. And I used to get so burnt out from trying to please everyone else. How about you? I mean, that can be the story of our lives because we just stay busy and then we don't have anything left for ourselves, which leaves us exhausted and resentful, and we lose ourselves in the process. So my thought is, wouldn't it be great to have a supportive environment, your own community of like-minded, spiritually aligned Black women who get that and support you in your vision to grow? You know, we get so used to working hard and then waiting, right? That delayed gratification that I mentioned, that we forget that we matter too. And I just want to say it's time that we know that we get to have what we want finally. So I'm inviting you to a community of women who are authentic, spiritual, supportive, ambitious, and adventurous. Again, whatever your age, if you can think about it, if you can imagine something else for yourself, then you're here and you're in the right place. So hang with me because I'm going to be sharing more about that community. Just imagine how it would feel to finally feel supported and encouraged as you stretch into your next goal or dream. You know, I think of film and TV characters from Waiting to Exhale, and it is called, what is it? Oh, How Stella Got Her Groove Back. I always forget that. It's on the tip of my tongue. And the TV show being Mary Jane, because in each one of those productions, we're watching these super achieving women who were expected to give until they're hurt, right? They drain themselves of their peace and their joy and even their authenticity. So, you know, if you remember the TV show Being Mary Jane, starred Gabrielle Union, and she played a TV reporter who literally had created a name for herself, Mary Jane, which was different from her birth name, right? Her family gave her the name Pauletta. And so the TV show, you're watching her perform, being this very high achieving, news anchor called Mary Jane. And at the same time, you're seeing her family life and what that's costing her, right? To kind of like compartmentalize the kind of messiness of life going on in real life alongside or juxtaposed to her, perfect seeming glamorous life of Mary Jane, who's on television, right? And so you get to really see, if you watch that TV show, what that takes to perform, to not be yourself, but to perform and to feel like it's necessary, that you can't be loved unless you do that, unless you are perfect somehow. And then, in how Stella got her groove back, we watched Angela Bassett set everything on fire, right? So she was the overproduced, no, I shouldn't say overproduced. She was the strong, supportive wife. And then at a certain point, her husband built his business, and at a certain point he becomes very successful, and then he leaves her for a younger woman. And in her, pain and anguish, she ends up burning his clothes, burning the car and everything. And so, many of us relate to that too, because like I poured myself out into that relationship and I got nothing in return. I got a slap in the face in return. Right. So the reason I bring those examples up is, we don't have to wait until we get to that point, right? Breakdown, chaos, confusion. We can learn to say no when the situation doesn't feel right. We can replenish before that moment. We can reschedule something, right? And I want to remind us, you are already good enough and you have nothing to prove. So if you're like me, I know you like overperforming, or I should say performing at a high level, because we're capable. And I know you can manage a lot, but burnout doesn't have to be your constant companion. Yes, you can handle a lot, but not to the point of burnout and losing yourself. So let's just acknowledge that things haven't always worked out for us along the way, but I should say we are the ones in the family who have more, and so it looks to other people like we don't really have problems, right? Maybe you're the one who's gone to grad school, has had some high profile opportunities, or you're just the one in the family or the neighborhood who somehow makes a way when it looks like nothing, good can happen. You're the one who comes in and saves the day. And so no one really thinks that you have any issues. You are the solution for other people's problems. So where do we go with our own disappointments or heartbreaks? Who do we turn to when we didn't get that next promotion, lost a job, something we wanted that, it fell through, or that relationship went on longer than it should have, or just wore us down? So I'm here to say that we can exhale and acknowledge our need in the right company, the right environment with other like-minded women who get it. That's the environment I've put together. One that is supportive, where we can enjoy fun, pleasure, and the luxury of rest that our foremothers never got to do. And so let's do it for them. Let's raise our glass, let's pour out some libations for them. How would your life be if you were no longer just saying that you were fine when you were really overwhelmed and overburdened? Think about having a supportive community that can really make the difference, like it has for my clients. It adds fun and encouragement, right, to have community. So I'd like to ask you to do something while you're listening to me. Also, you might be wanting to take your own notes. Something may jog your mind, like, yeah, this is something that I always do. Wow, I wish I could let go of this. This is the thing, like as you're listening, some things really may come up for you that you haven't thought of in a minute. So think of one thing that you've been meaning to do for yourself and write it in a calendar that is non-negotiable. Because this is a way where you can keep from losing yourself, right? Like think about the thing that you normally end up putting aside. Think about what's been getting in the way of you taking care of yourself. And then say to yourself, I'm going to put this on the calendar now because I'm going to hold myself to it, right? Because then as you learn to keep to your own commitments to yourself, you'll have a better chance of not losing yourself, because somebody else will come and ask for your time, but you've already blocked up your time for yourself. So that's why I'm asking you, think about it and put it on your calendar. So when somebody else asks you, what are you doing next Saturday? Well, you know what? I got a nail appointment. I'm doing this. Or you don't even have to tell them what, just say, I'm booked, right? Or you might think of something that's been holding you back, that you know has been holding you back, or it's coming up for you as we go through this presentation. You know, just start taking your own notes. Pay attention to what might be bubbling up within you, right? So, because otherwise, look, if we don't schedule ourselves, if we keep giving ourselves away, giving our time away, if we don't acknowledge that thing that keeps getting in our own way, we end up exhausted from the hustle, right? So, and it is a vicious cycle. Hustling for your worth is a vicious cycle. That is a term that I learned from Brene Brown, if you know her work, but it is so accurate. Hustling for your worth. You know, it's this vicious cycle because it makes us feel like we have to prove something to others. And in a way, it's like it backfires because it creates this self-doubt. And we then self-sabotage. It makes us wonder if we're really good enough or have what it takes to make the changes that we need to take, but we're still hustling for our worth because we think we have to validate, or we think we have to prove something. And so we get in this sort of vicious cycle at catch-22 where we can't quite move forward because we're so busy extending ourselves, trying to prove that we're worthy. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm asking you, you know, think about this. It's just you. Are you in this cycle? If you are, you're not the only one, right? We all extend ourselves so much. And then we wonder, you know, somebody may say, well, why are you doing all that? And if you really think, you really go within, why am I doing all that? And oftentimes it's because we feel we have to prove something to somebody else. And if we're in that space of feeling like you have to prove something, then it means underneath that, it means that you think you're not good enough, or you've inherited some programming from somebody else that suggests to you that you're not good enough and you have to overextend yourself. So what I want to say about all that is we can move through it because the vision is bigger than doubt and fear. So even if you're thinking I'm not good enough to step into my own next stage or move towards my goal, yes, you are. Because the vision is bigger than doubt and fear if we let it be. The vision or the feeling has stayed with you for a long time, right? Like what we're talking about right now, it's not the first time you felt like this. There is something that's been on your mind or in your heart that's been calling to you. So that's what I'm saying. It won't go away. And I can tell you from experience that it's not going to go away. For me, it hasn't either. So I recreate myself multiple times because there's something else. So there's a new layer, a new episode of it for me to step into continually, and it won't go away. I can just try to, you know, ignore it, but it ain't going nowhere. So if you have that dream, a goal, a vision, if it's come to you, then in a way, think of it like, who are you not to do it then? It's come to you, right? It may be, you know, the universe or God is really trying to give you something, put something in your heart and mind that only you can do. So, you know, I know it can be scary though, but I'm here to say we can walk through that fear together. Your job is to let your light shine. That's why you have it, right? You have yours, I have mine, everybody has theirs. Will you step into it? And I think you'll find once you focus on your gifts and how they help others, you'll feel more confident that you really are walking in your true purpose, and you'll feel fabulous about it. Now, I'll share this example. This is my Iyanla Van Zandt example. Y'all know Iyanla from Fix My Life, right, on Oprah's network, and all her books. Those of us of Gen X and baby boomers, we remember multiple books, but I've met her on a number of occasions, and, she just kind of read me, much to my shock and dismay, I guess. But she would say, if you aren't running into a little fear on your path, then you're playing too small. So you can expect that fear is going to show up because you're trying to grow. You're stepping into unfamiliar territory. And so she said to me directly that she thought she could see that I was playing too small. And, she's kind of like, well, what are you afraid of? Or, that being scared is part of it, right? And to hear this from a Yana Van Zant, who we might think, oh, you know what, she's already successful, she's already famous, she's already accomplished all this. But what she's sharing is, it's normal to be scared. The point is, you do it anyway. You step into it, and you'll learn and you'll grow as you move. The fear won't go away if you're just stagnant. So anyway, she told me that on a couple different occasions. And as I said, she showed up to fix my life. And I was like, wow, I've just been read by Yana Van Zant. So I share that with you to kind of nudge you along to know that, or to get you to think about, in what areas of your life are you, or might you be playing small? Because that's a common occurrence. So, and maybe you've noticed that Black women are, by contrast, visibly seeking holistic spaces now, right? How do we move away from playing small? How do we move away from overextending? How do we move away or move towards health and wellness? So you may have noticed that some well-known people are kind of making space for us in wellness, right? Mental health issues. So people like Taraji Henson, Gabrielle Union, and Oprah, and obviously Iyanla, talk about the value of mental, spiritual, and emotional wellness. And, this is a fairly new conversation, like in a widespread way, because, we weren't expected to need it. One, we're so strong and so resilient. And then, Black people don't go to therapy and all of these other kind of ideas that have held us back. And now the space is opening up in our culture and our society that we can. So, and I think about our sisters, our famous sisters, Whitney Houston and Phyllis Hyman and Nina Simone, who, lost themselves in the way to their own fame. And, Whitney and Phyllis Hyman to drugs and mental health issues, really. Nina Simone, also some mental health issues going on with her. And so they got their lives personally and their careers really got derailed by that. They didn't find any safe space to gather themselves again. And then think about Naomi Osaka, the tennis player who, had nerve, had courage, guts enough to say, hey, I need a timeout. I'm not going to be talking in front of these press conferences that athletes are supposed to do after the game, right? Naomi Osaka, the tennis player, she's like, I'm not up for playing the game and having to, go through this role play of going through these press conferences. And so she told the world, essentially, I need a mental health break. And some people, try to make fun of her about that. But here she was, a young person who was saying to the world, I deserve a break and I'm going to take it. So, I include her because she's an example of a younger person who's helping us see it's better if we create spaces for our well-being. Because if we're not the ones to say it like she did, if we're not the ones to say it, that our well-being matters, no one's going to give that to us. So what if you can step into the next stage of your own evolution now? That's my question for you. What obstacles need to be removed? Where do you need to say, I need a break? Where do you need to say, oh, I need to do something different because I'm no longer willing to exhaust myself hustling for my work? So again, think about that, be thinking. As much as we don't like it, that feeling of being unsettled, out of control, or I don't know, just scared, is actually a gift to us. It's that nudge or hard push that says something has to change. And it actually propels us toward the larger version of ourselves if we let it, right? If we don't shrink back from it. Pain pushes until the vision pulls is a quote that I like. Again, I didn't create it, but it's so helpful. Pain pushes until the vision pulls, right? If you're not gonna step boldly into the vision, pain or discomfort, the feeling of being unsettled, the feeling of, just like knowing that there's something more, that's going to do the pushing until the vision is strong enough to pull you forward. And I know it can be scary, but it's also a reminder that we deserve more and we're capable of having it. That's why you have the feeling of being unsettled, because you know you deserve more and you are right. And there's something within you, right? That God voice that's pulling you forward. And the first thing that it's going to do is make you uncomfortable with where you are. When you're uncomfortable with where you are, it is a perfect opportunity. It's like an attention getting device to say, I'm uncomfortable with where I am. Where do I need to go next? Or what do I need to do next? And so that's why I say it's a gift in disguise. So just to summarize, do a check-in and see where we're all resonating. You right now, you're a Black woman at midlife. Again, flexible on that age range. Don't get too attached to any particular age. If you're a little bit younger, if you're a little bit older, don't even worry about it. What is happening is you've got that discomfort. You've got something pulling you forward. You have more you want to do, but you're uncertain about what's next or how to get there from here. I feel you on that. You're burned out from hustling for your worth. I feel you on that. You're tired of being the strong Black woman and expected to save everyone. I feel you on that. I feel you on all these things. And that's why I created this program, is because I was working through this stuff too. And I was like, oh, it can't be that I'm the only one. And then I have clients, and it's like we were collectively in this same place in life. And this is what led me to create, this teaching that I'm giving now and the program I'm going to share with you later. Is this commonality of experience right now. So, and maybe you've gotten comfortable with selling for less. In other words, playing small, like a young told me, you've gotten comfortable in that space. You need somebody to give you a push. And sacrificing your well-being for others, which means putting other people's needs in front of your own, forgetting you even have needs, right? Just totally devaluing your own emotional, spiritual well-being. So, maybe you're wondering, well, what can I do about it? Can I do anything about it? And my answer to you is yes, of course you can do something about it. You're wondering, like, oh, what is it going to take? Or do I have it in me? Absolutely. So today's a day. Been wondering and thinking that you can't, let me share with you. Today is actually the day. I'll be showing you exactly what you can do to start redesigning your own authentic life without burnout, without overwhelm, without losing yourself in the process. Whether you are a seasoned professional type, looking to reinvent yourself, or someone starting over in life after a hardship or crisis. Because life is a mixed bag, I always say. And one minute you are up, the next minute you feel down, and then it's a mix, it reverses itself, and so it's a mixed bag. And the longer we live, the gift of getting older is that about life, and don't have to think that it's over just because you have a temporary setback. We understand as life goes on, oh yeah, there are setbacks and crises that come up, but I've survived them before and I'm going to survive them again. So anyway, today's the day. I want you to know you no longer have to hustle for your worth or put yourself last. This right here is about how you can thrive by creating the life you've been meaning to live all along. And you are right. There is something more for you in this life, and I can help you manifest it for yourself. So what I want to say is, of course, this really works. I'm going to be sharing with you a framework, a proprietary framework that I have and that I developed to help women in their own personal transformations. So I'm going to help you, I'm going to show it to you and know that it can help you reprioritize and redesign your life so that your life feels authentic and purposeful. I am sharing my best information from my own life experiences. And, you know, as I've been saying, from the experiences of my clients, my own experiences of self-creation over the years. And, you know, the benefit of that is I get to bring all of that wisdom to you. You know how they say we're not born with an instruction manual. Well, I didn't have a written plan when I started. You didn't come out of the womb with an instruction manual, but what I've learned over the years is some things that I can now put down almost as in an instruction manual for life for Black women at midlife. And so that's what I'm inviting you to witness with me here is, hey, here's some things that I've learned. Here's some things that I know work. Here's some things that I want to share with you because they do work. Let me walk with you while you create your own next stage of your evolution. So that's where we are. I'll just share with you some testimonials of other people who have worked with me. This is one client who says, your whole life will change, right? Her whole life changed from working with me. And she's saying here that I really helped her open her mind about what's possible. She says I'm a magician. Well, that's her word for it, and I appreciate that. But it comes from having a particular kind of insight that I shared with her, right? A particular kind of insight that I could see operating in her life. And a lot of times when we're so close to something, we can't see, right, for ourselves, even though it's right there. So that's what she's referring to here. And then I gave it back to her, like I see it in her and I go, hey, how about this, right? And she could start reapplying, you know, what I could see into her whole life. And so she says your whole life will change. So I appreciate that from her. Also, another person said that I helped her shift her whole mindset and that, you know, she felt motivated and was able to take immediate action. And yeah, so again, I appreciate that because it's really walking with people. It's not as if you all are a blank slate and you have nothing and I give you everything. It's that I help you see where maybe you don't anymore. I help you shift your mindset and then you can apply and keep moving in your own life. So that's my role, right? As facilitator, as coach, as teacher, to help you see what you already have. So let me share, speaking of that, let me share with you what I have created around that to help you utilize what you have. So it is centered around a three-part framework that I developed, as I said, to help women in their own personal transformations. I like to call it our way forward because we can otherwise, you know, we just get stuck in this state of, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Well, here is my solution, my framework for helping you know what to do next, actually. So, and my big goal in this and my big goal in creating this is for women like us to find our calling. I can say that I've been able to lean into what I perceive to be my calling. And in doing so, I recognize that other women also can benefit from this. So my big goal is to create something to fulfill my own personal calling and to also create something for other women so you can step into your personal calling. So it's like I'm wanting to take what I've learned and give it to you because it not only helps you, it will help other people in your sphere. I mean, I feel like I'm literally called to do what I do. Like I can't stop at this. I love to teach and I'm called to encourage women into stepping forward into their authenticity and personal power. You know, as I said, I've stumbled in these areas a lot of the years myself and I'm disheartened, disheartened when I see us giving ourselves away through overperforming, through hustling for worth, through chasing validation from others, especially that chasing validation. I could do a whole other teaching on that, which I will actually, but I'm disheartened and it hurts my heart because I see that just becomes the default behavior when you don't believe enough in your own possibilities. and you let somebody else tell you what you can't do, or that's too late or something, and it just bothers me to no end. So the more time you spend around me, you know that, like, I just can't really bear it. I'm like, no, sis, you really can't. So I'm here to remind you that you can live an authentic life just the way you imagine it for yourself. For my own path, I discovered that I could create pathways for the woman who needs a life redesign. It's just that a lot of times we don't know where to start. So here I am offering a solution so that no other woman will tell herself that she's not good enough about anything. So that she will not feel like she has to wait for permission from anyone else, and that she can truly trust her own intuition, her own spiritual guidance, and deepest desires as the keys to create her most meaningful life. Like, well, if you can trust your own intuition, your own internal guidance system, whatever you like to call it, your own deepest desires, those are actually your keys. The whole thing for you to step into creating your most meaningful life. So I'm offering my support so that women will never lose themselves again. And it even led me to write my book, 40 something. Maybe you've come across my book, 40 something, 10 radical lessons for women on how to live and love without losing themselves. And so I remind women like us that, you really are the keeper of your own superpower, and you have had it within yourself all along. Just like in the Wizard of Oz, you've had the power all along. Here's what I have to offer you. Here's the book. Here's my coaching. Here's my guidance. Here's my teaching. But really, it's up to you. So my goal is to help you understand you have it within you. I am facilitating, bringing it out in such a way that it makes a difference for you. So let's have a look at the 3C framework that I've been talking about. And so what exactly do I, so the first one is clarity. First part of the 3-part framework is clarity. And what exactly do I mean by clarity? Well, let me say how things might look to you now, and then by contrast, we get to clarity. So how things look when you're not clear is uncertain. Things seem entirely too risky to make any major life changes, lots of fear, lots of self-doubt about what's even possible. When you think about shifting into clarity, when you get this, to get clear on something, to have something illuminated, to feel something more confidently, more like it's really possible for you, right? Then you begin to define who you are and what you want right now, right? So here we are with our idea of a written plan, like an instruction manual. If life came with an instruction manual, I think the first chapter would be get clear on who you really are. Okay, so to get clear on who you really are, so you define who you are and what you want right now. You recognize how you have previously sabotaged yourself and see your old patterns. Your vision gets sharp and focused so that you can make good decisions going forward. So that's what I mean by clarity. And it gets easier to make decisions when you have this clarity because you know who you are and what you want right now. And you might be saying, but I don't know that right now. I know. So part of what I'm teaching is about how these 3 pieces come together to help you. And these 3 pieces are imperative to you being able to step into the next stage, to you having your framework to go forward. This is what I say from my perspective, what you absolutely positively need. So if we look at part 2 of our 3-part framework, then it's confidence. So we're at clarity, and now we're at confidence. Sometimes the confidence struggle is real. Sometimes we feel like we don't have it. And when we feel like we don't have it, we look to others to lean on their understanding to help us get to who we need to be. Clearly, if you're here with me, you know how to show up powerfully for others, but then you second guess yourself when it comes to your own needs, right? You act like, or it feels like you don't know what to do. And then you fall into analysis paralysis. You worry about failure more than get excited about success, right? So you can't move forward. You're worried about what all could go wrong more than you can even get excited about what can go right. So if we move away from this confident struggle, releasing the struggle looks like, okay, with clear vision, you can move more confidently, right? You can learn to release your critical self-talk, see your own beauty and value and your own gifts, and then consistently show up for yourself. And it takes confidence to show up for yourself. It takes confidence to talk back to your critical self-talk that wants to limit you. Right, so you can begin to move more confidently because you're like, I'm good. I'm beginning to know myself now, and I know what's really real out here for me. I don't have to keep substituting somebody else's knowledge for my own. Right, I can make my own decisions and I can move powerfully in them. Which brings us to the third part of the framework, which is courage. So now, oftentimes we think of people, courageous people, as people who don't have any fear. Like, oh, that person's so courageous. Look what they did. Look what they've been able to do. Well, it's not that courageous people never have any fear. It means that they take action even when they have fear. Because as I've been saying earlier, fear and doubt, are kind of part and parcel of life. It's our own ego mind that sets us up to protect us, right? The ego mind wants to protect us from anything that looks unfamiliar and therefore scary and risky. So it's just part of the package of being human. And therefore, to demonstrate courage, it means that you have to really acknowledge that and then move forward anyway. So the truth about courage is to be willing and to know, oh, this fear does not mean that I should just stop dead in my tracks. It means that I can be willing to move forward and then find out, just keep moving, right? So as I said, all the parts work together: clarity, confidence, and courage. So we want to clarify who you are now at midlife, noting how you have grown and changed and what you need for yourself now, right? Things have changed. And you have a right to change and to decide that you want to do something different now. You really have permission. You don't want to need my permission. Give yourself that permission, right? So confidently know that you can do it and walk powerfully in your purpose, right? Okay, we get there. We get to there. Then courageously create a new life redesign plan. When I say life redesign plan, think of it as instruction manual that we're not born with. Okay, we're not born with the instruction manual, but we can create a life redesign plan. And midlife is a perfect time to do that because we're already yearning for something else. We're already reassessing. We're already looking towards the next stage. So here's an opportunity to create literally a life redesign plan. I'm going to tell you more about that in a few minutes. To literally create your own instruction manual with the new skills that you are learning and a mindset that enables you to successfully live on your own terms. So although I've given you these three, it's really, there's one other element I'm going to give you. Otherwise, it's like a ladder without a rung here. So I'm going to give this other element because old beliefs and habits will take over again without it, right? And you'll be right back to doing what you've already done if you don't have this other piece I need to tell you about. So right here, though, see the wheel, right? This is a wheel: clarity, confidence, and courage. And it moves forward. I mean, think of it as a wheel in motion, right? It is your literal way forward, right? That's why I call it my proprietary 3C framework. We move forward with clarity, confidence, and courage. And you can see right there, my big promise to you is to help you create your own workable plan for creating a thriving, purpose-filled, and meaningful life. Just pause on that for 2 seconds. A plan for creating a thriving, purpose-filled, and meaningful life. Yes. Isn't that what we desire, as opposed to the default plan, giving ourselves away, trying to justify ourselves or validate ourselves, seeking other people's approval? What if you had something that was yours and it allowed you to thrive, be in your purpose, and have a meaningful life, a life that's meaningful to you, created by you? Okay, so here's that one thing that I said that you also need, right? And okay, and expand what that is. It is an expanded mindset for envisioning what's really possible for you as a Black woman living at this time. What's that fourth component? It is an expanded mindset for envisioning what's really possible for you as a Black woman living at this time. Again, think about the fact that we have a woman of color who is the Vice President of the United States, who is on the Supreme Court now. Times have indeed shifted. We all know there's a lot more changes that need to happen. But can you think about the possibilities that are available to you now that were not in the time of your mother, your grandmother, your great-grandmother? What they needed to do to keep alive, right? To be somebody's maid or cook, you know, whatever. And so think about, wow, I'm a Black woman living at this time, and there is a new Supreme Court justice who's been confirmed who's a Black woman. So there are more possibilities for me. It cannot be that I can't have what I want, right? Now, even with all that, Black women can still be held back by limiting beliefs, mindset blocks. Primarily this one, strong Black woman syndrome. We get caught in that strong Black woman syndrome because, as I said before, it's a double-edged sword, and we get praise from it on one hand, but it's an enormous weight on the other. So if you don't have an expanded mindset, all of the pieces of the framework working together, whatever else you try won't work because you won't think that it can work for you. That's what I mean by the expanded mindset. You've got to know and believe that, yes, I can have what I want to have. It's not just those other women out there who are already famous, right? It's not just Michelle Obama, right? It can't be where you think it always applies to somebody else and not you. So you need this expanded mindset piece to say, I can have it for myself. And thank you to our own ancestors who have made a way so that we can live in a moment where it is possible for us, right? So, and so don't think of mindset piece as an afterthought, like, oh yeah, everybody says mindset. Well, everybody says mindset because it is absolutely important. If you don't have that expanded mindset that says, yes, I can too, then anything else that anybody else tells you will not work for you, only because you won't allow it to work for you by blocking it. You know, I wrote an article years ago called Blocking Your Blessing, or it was called How Are You Blocking Your Blessings? And many times we're blocking our blessings by default because we fall back into these old ways of thinking, like we don't deserve it, or, you know, it's an old track that somebody else gave us, family or whatever society gave us about being who we are. We bought into that more than we buy into what is actually possible. So the mindset piece is not an afterthought. So, but without it, you will give your power away. You will feel drained, and the everyday microaggressions that we all have to deal with will eat away at you in a multitude of ways. So microaggressions is this term, this academic term that just means, you know, like passive aggressive behavior from others. Somebody's throwing shade at you, right? And you wonder if you're at work, what do they mean by that, right? They say something to you and you're like, what do they mean by that, right? Is that passive aggressive? It seems kind of shady what they're saying right there. So that's what a microaggression is. So the everyday kind of passive aggressive beliefs that people might be, and actions might be throwing your way, it can eat away at you. If you don't have the right mindset, it can eat away at you and your confidence, right? So like I'm saying, if you're missing that component, you will always struggle to get free from the strong Black woman syndrome. because that syndrome keeps you putting everyone else first in your life, right? So like I've been saying, we'll fall for the backhanded compliment. And that keeps us in masculine energy, right? Doing all the things, doing so much, doing all the things, exhausting ourselves, chasing the wrong kind of acknowledgement and praise. So part of what I want to do here is get us to appreciate our feminine energy, which is more accepting and embracing and gentle and restful, right? So we deserve that. We deserve that. And being in our masculine energy has its time and place, right? When we need to be at work and we need to be about problem solving, in a direct, assertive kind of a way, then we need that. But we don't need to be in that energy all the time. For women to be in masculine energy all of the time or most of the time is exhausting. It's draining for us. So we need that time where we're in our feminine energy. So that's why we need to give the strong Black woman her flowers and her praise and let her retire, let her put her feet up as we move into living in another kind of a way that's more balanced and holistic, harmonious, and just better, more authentic to who we really are. So here are all the pieces coming together: clarity, confidence, courage, plus the mindset piece. Okay, so as I said, I wrote an article called Blocking Our Blessings. You get stuck here, even though, I'm giving you the wheel plus the mindset piece. I can give you all that, but we get stuck if we don't put them all together and work with them together. It's just think about how many decades we've been living, and we've integrated so much of what other people have told us, the old beliefs, patterns, and behaviors. So if we don't have an intentional strategy, an intentional way to move beyond that, we'll stay stuck there. You'll fall back into putting the needs of others before your own, giving too much time away. And yeah, we want to help others. We want to be, there for others as well, but it cannot come at the cost. Remember the cost I talked about earlier. It cannot come at the cost of us losing ourselves or sacrificing our own dreams and goals. So just to, here's a list of some of the negative patterns we fall into that we can cycle through. Here, the slide says Black women reach out when in crisis. So in my coaching business, it is often the case that people only reach out when they're really in crisis. And my clients are, 90% Black women, and they reach out when they have exhausted themselves and the back is against the wall, and then they reach out for help. And what I'm saying is, we don't have to be like Angela Bassett, blowing stuff up. We don't have to be like Big Mary Jane, who's trying to juggle all of these different personalities. We get to recreate a life of balance and ease, as I'm talking about. We don't have to go through the chronic exhaustion. We don't have to go through the emotional and spiritual burnout, right? We don't have to go through the limitations of starting and stopping. You know how you decide, maybe it's every birthday or every New Year's, you decide you're going to do something, but then you stop along the way. So that prevents any real progress from happening, right? That's a cycle in and of itself. The limitations of starting and stopping continually. And relationship challenges. As I said, probably if you're alive, you have relationship challenges at one time or another. So that's commonplace enough. Don't beat yourself up about that. It's commonplace enough. It just means you get in touch with yourself more, and the relationship stuff starts to smooth out. Like, I can really share that with you from personal experience. Really, the relationship piece can work out really well for you. So I ask you this question: how long will you be in these types of cycles? Because I've been in all of them myself. And I'm just asking you to think about which ones resonate most with you. And not beat yourself up about it, because it's just part of living, really. So, but what we do about it, you don't want to stay in this cycle. It's depressing. It's you just fall into despair and, all the negative spaces. the cycle of doing the most for everyone else. You fall into that cycle of doing the most for everyone else and doubting whether or not you can do it for yourself. You doubt your own wisdom that other people seek you out for. You doubt it in terms of doing for yourself, right? And or you get too run down to focus on your own life plans and dreams. You're too run down from giving your time and energy away. Your energy, time, and creativity are spent on everyone else, and the years keep passing by, right? And you're like, where has all the time gone? Well, you gave it away. But here I am to say, you can actually have an abundant life doing what you love, right? Here's the mindset piece again, right? Clarity, confidence, courage is a wheel. Add in the mindset piece. Can you receive it? I feel like I'm preaching now. Can you receive it today that you can have an abundant life doing what you love? So I'm going to say that since you're here, that yes, you can receive it. Yes, I am somebody who can help you get to live, love, and thrive as a Black woman at midlife. Let's think about what our life can actually look like, right? So let's shift away from the painful piece and let's look at what the vision can look like. Let's think about life lived in an easier fashion, right? I mentioned the feminine energy. What can our life look like easier? And so here are some, just a graphic of what it can look like as you begin to create your best second half, right? Going into the second half of life, the next phase, so you don't get caught up on age exactly. Maybe you're beyond what would be the second half, but the next phase, what are you creating? Okay, so here's a graphic representation of that. And I'm going to just keep it real, of course, and say, while I'm introducing you to several transformative steps to integrate into your life, these things don't happen overnight. And I'm going to go back into that, what we're just looking at. So if you're like, wait, I didn't get to look at all that, we're going to go back into those. It's true that major life changes don't happen overnight, because after all, it took decades of living to get us here with the challenges that we have now. So we're not going to get through them overnight. There's a little bit of a process. But these steps are completely doable, affirming, and can begin to show you what an aligned, thriving life looks like when you start to put your own well-being back into your life. So here's, like I said, we're going to go back into that. So here's what the graphic looked like when it was a graphic. Now we're going to go back into the different steps. So getting grounded and centered with self-care rituals. Here's what you can start to do for yourself. Getting grounded and centered with self-care rituals. Adding in daily and weekly meaningful rituals, right? Think about your spirituality, how you practice it, how you may want to practice it. You might be interested in some alternative spirituality, some African traditional spiritualities, which, I do myself. So that's something else that I bring to be able to share and help people walk through. What are the regular routines that support you? What are your morning routines, your evening routines? Do you not have them? Oh, we need to create some, because they will help you get grounded. Self-awareness and decompression. Check in with yourself before you commit to another project, task, or favor. Don't just say yes. Don't just, okay, I'll do it. Check in with yourself. Do you have the capacity? Do you have the bandwidth? Really? Do you want to? It's okay if you don't want to say no because of that, right? Tune into your body's own wisdom. What is it telling you? What is it telling you about the food you eat? Sometimes, you get a craving for something. Yeah, your body's telling you need something. But if it's continually telling you that you need something sugary, or you need, something salty, well, ask yourself, is that really what my body needs, or am I just having a random craving? Check in with yourself, right? And then think about how much rest and relaxation you allow for yourself. Like, I'm, guilty of this one here. Rest and relaxation, what? Okay, this is feminine energy, to allow rest and relaxation. And it's legitimate to say no to other people's plans for your time. Maybe somebody need to hear that today. It is legitimate to say no. For the sake of your own rest and relaxation. You don't have to literally have another plan like, oh, well, I wasn't doing anything. Hey, says you're doing something for yourself. That bath is for you, right? Self-determination and mindset changes. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Many of you will know that biblical scripture. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, right? And mindset changes that I talked about are so important. Put yourself at the center of your life. Say yes to yourself. Understand that, yes, you are worth it. No, you don't have to get anybody else's permission or approval. Allow it to be, right? Deconstruct those old messages, right? Other people's expectations, let those go. Other people's limitations, let that go. Release the microaggressions. Again, the microaggressions are that passive behavior, passive aggressive behavior and action and words that may be directed at you. And sometimes that can come from family, right? Who don't quite understand your vision. And so they say things that are kind of mean-spirited or nice nasty, if you know that term. Microaggressions are nice nasty. Yeah. And then release the strong Black woman as a stereotype, because it creates, well, it depletes us from overwork, and it creates the self-worth issue. Because why are you doing it? When you think about why you're doing it, often underneath the why is, I'm trying to prove something to someone, or I'm trying to feel better about myself, right? Even if it's that you do so much even for your family members because it seems like they can't do it for themselves. Well, that means that you feel like you have to, as if you have to win their love or something. And that's what I mean. You don't need anybody else's validation or anybody else's permission. You can release the strong Black woman stereotype. Okay, so here is what we can do now. Here's how a personalized life redesign plan can connect you to your true purpose and authenticity. Right, so we can begin by thinking about our life after. Life after, you know, once we integrate clarity, confidence, courage, and the mindset piece. You can drop your shoulders, exhale, and release your jaw. Relax your jaw, release your jaw. Get into that feminine energy. Allow intuition and creativity to flow in intentional and authentic ways, so that they can be the seeds with which you create whatever it is you want to create, what's calling you forward. You need to plug into your intuition and creativity in order to allow that to bubble up, right? Ooh, I just want to like take a deep breath here, right? Reprioritize life, work, and love in a way that's in alignment with our own values and goals. Feel confident and that you're on purpose. And one way we do that is by creating our own personalized written plan. Again, that life redesign plan, AKA instruction manual that you can develop for yourself. Like it's so personal to you that you're the only one who can do it. But I can help you with it, right? Myself and a community of like-minded women can help, you know, pull things out of you that maybe you don't see or recognize about yourself, help you see your own beauty and value and gifts so that you can create your own life redesign plan. So here's how, like I said, these things take time, right? It's not like there's a light switch that we just flip and everything's perfect, right? So let's look at some day-to-day things, experiences that you're probably familiar with, and see, you know, what does this look like differently? So I say we're mostly in reactive mode usually, right? We're in reactive mode, which means we're in default mode. Something happens and we just respond. Something happens, we just respond. So for example, your phone rings, your sister needs a ride, like right now. You had a hair appointment, but you cancel it and take her. Your mother or father needs their new prescription picked up and brought over. So you postpone your plans of going to the gym yet again. Your niece or nephew needs extra money for school activities. They ask you, auntie, You don't want them to miss out, so you give them the money again. Because how can you say no when you're the one with the good job? Your boss thinks you're great. They love you at work, love in quotation marks. They love you at work because you're so strong and get so much done. You're so capable. They just pat you on the back and say, well, what a great job you've done. And, oh, you're so, whatever, fill in the blank. You're so whatever. So you get assigned a big new project without any big new money or assistance. They just expect you to handle it. And even though your plate is already full and you're stressed as it is, you hustle and make it work anyway, meet the deadlines again. That's how we do. Something like that. That's how we do. And then we're in reactive mode in that space. Strong Black woman is taken over in that space. Life on the default plan. You have no intentional strategies to keep you in line with your own purpose. Other people's problems suck up your time. Your life is stuck in a set of repeat performances, is what I call them. Repeat performances because you can't figure out how to do anything differently without everybody freaking out. And that stops a lot of us. Can't figure out how to do anything differently without everybody freaking out. Because we don't want that backlash, we just stay doing the same thing. Maybe your relationship life suffers because you can't attend to it. Maybe that means you haven't been able to develop a relationship life. Maybe it means the one you have is suffering. Maybe you need a reset. Maybe you need to add the romance back into your relationship or whatever it is, but you can't get to it because you can't attend to it. You're so busy doing everybody else a favor. You get stuck in indecision. You get stuck in indecision and then no action, no forward momentum happens. That's life on the default plan. That means without intentional strategies, without a community, without a coach. You're just in repeat performances, and yeah, that birthday comes back around, the new year comes back around, and you're kind of mad, kicking yourself, beating yourself up because here you are again, right? Hello, a new day. When you retire your Strong Black woman, instead of saying I have to do the things myself or else it won't get done syndrome, instead of that, we can honor ourselves by releasing things that are not ours to do and trust that the sky won't fall. Because believe it or not, my good sisters, some things are not ours to do. And we can give it back to people. Give it back or just decline. No, thank you. I will not be taking that on. I will not be putting on that weight. No, thank you. I am going to relax and allow. I'm going to embrace my feminine energy and relax and allow because I want to, because I deserve to, because I'm thinking up a master plan for the next stage of my life based upon what I actually want to do. And you can do that, sis. So what those same situations can look like, right? Looking at the default plan, a reactive mode. Instead, we can do a new thing by establishing some supportive routines, right? The morning routine, the evening routine, spirituality piece, whatever it is you need to get yourself centered. So set some boundaries and schedules for your family responsibilities where the time that you allow a lot to take care of other people's stuff that you really feel like you need to do. Okay, make some space for that and keep to that because the rest of your time is your time. So then you learn to say no. You're not self-sacrificing in everyday experiences because you put time aside for other people like family responsibilities. And that's when you handle that. It doesn't leak into everything, right? So that you're in constant self-sacrifice mode. You can ask for support at work, especially in this climate. Like, think about what I said. Think of the possibilities for us as Black women at this time. Because of the times in which we live now, when people at work or in the community are trying to overtask us as Black people, as Black women in the space, oh no. Even if you felt uncomfortable in the past, saying no to your boss or to, your boss's boss or whoever you work for, now it's like the culture has shifted, the society has shifted where people say, oh, we're trying to be more diverse and inclusive. Okay, well, if you're trying to be diverse and equitable and inclusive, then I can't have all this on my plate. So think about the changing tides as actually giving you permission, if you need it from some external source, for asking for support at work, right? And the next one, taking steps towards your own goals. Here we go with the clarity, confidence, and courage to take steps towards your own goals, right? Ultimately leaving you with renewed sense of fulfillment and purpose. This is our point. This is my point. Remember I said my big goal is to help women like us have this life of fulfillment and purpose and authenticity and being, centered and grounded, all these wonderful things. And this is how you get there. This is how you start getting there. So thing to do now, I just continually throughout, this lesson that you're taking with me today, drop your shoulders, relax your jaw, be present for yourself right now. So if you've been multitasking up to this point, I hope you will come with me now. Focus in on yourself, put yourself at the center of your life right now. This is your time right now, this whole presentation. Be present for yourself right now. Allow yourself to acknowledge that there's more for you and that you can create it. Now you've got the mindset piece where you say, yep, I do deserve more, I want more, I can have more, and I can create it, right? You can create it. I'm here to show you here. It's doable with the right plan. Of course it is. So again, back to our framework, we've added in the mindset piece. So now the wheel includes the mindset. So clarity, confidence, courage, and mindset. And the wheel, that is symbolizing your way forward. So I hope that's not too corny for y'all to have this depicted as a wheel, a circle and a wheel that keeps moving. Because with all of these things together, you keep moving. When you don't have one of these components, then you get stuck. So that's why I say it's my own proprietary 3C framework. It's the way, it's my perspective that I bring to coaching people, understanding that these four things need to work together. Right? These things need, in order to keep the wheel moving, in order to keep the life moving, in order to create your own manual, your own instruction manual, your own redesign, you need all the pieces of the wheel. So instead of doubt and uncertainty clouding our vision, now you'll learn how to be discerning and make aligned decisions to get out of that indecision. You'll learn with clarity how to discern and make aligned decisions. You learn how to eliminate distractions, right? Other people sucking up your time for one thing. You feel more empowered and valuable so that you can move towards your goal. Instead of hustling for your worth, you intentionally create and maintain space for yourself, right? No need to hustle. I use this word unhustle. I'm for the unhustle life, y'all. So instead of feeling stuck, you make empowered decisions that inform your action steps forward. I keep doing this, like the circle is moving, because I really mean the circle is moving. You're moving, even if you have to do it scared. There's the courage piece. Even if you have to do it scared, it's all good. So to recap, you learn, you saw, you now know that there are some social issues, beliefs, and patterns that have been holding you back. You also now know that it's possible to live, love, and thrive without burnout or hustling for your worth. But to make a difference, you need all these components to thrive. But I don't want you to have to invest in multiple programs or groups, hoping that somebody has the right tools and strategies to guide you, or that they get you as a Black woman. And with all that means in our specific times, like I've been alluding to, right? Sometimes you find like, oh, it's a good group, but it's none of us in there. Sometimes we say, well, you just got to make it work. You just got to make do. Well, I don't want you to have to do that anymore. I don't want you to have to go to all these different people, different groups, when actually you can get it in one place from somebody who looks like you. So you learn, once again, you learn key strategies to take back your life and recreate it on your own terms. You learn that the strong Black woman stereotype is not something to strive for, right? Double-edged sword. And that she needs her rest, so let her have it. Then you saw the framework, clarity, confidence, courage, and mindset, and how they all work together as a moving wheel, then you learn what it can look like when you put yourself back in the center of your own life, when you drop the hustle and step into your own authentic flow, when you discover your authentic purpose and passion, you finally understand how to align with it, when you set up supportive systems for yourself. Right? This is the easy way, easier way, right? Life has its challenges. Life is a mixed bag, as I've been saying. But here's what we can do for ourselves, right? Here's what we can do for ourselves. I was going to say, like, the least we can do for ourselves. So again, the framework, plus the right mindset that frees you from limited thinking and limited possibilities. So it's one program. I want you to have that one program where all the components work together. You've probably already tried some things, and they haven't spoken directly to your needs as a Black woman. And so you've made do. But what if you had one single program that really understands the unique challenges that we face? What would that be like? Well, this is what it would be like. So here's the iceberg view. You know, when there's an iceberg, you see the tip of it, but underneath there's all this stuff going on underneath. And that's the unforeseen, the obstacles, sometimes the unrealized sabotaging beliefs and behaviors that none of us can see for ourselves. Well, we need a coach or a mentor, especially for that, because we can't see it. Can't, you know, you can't see what you can't see. You can't know what you don't know. So we need a coach or a mentor, especially one who looks like us, to walk us through this stuff. If we could have, we would have. I mean, if we could have done it ourselves, we would have already. So as I've said, over the years, I've walked clients through their stuff, into their goals and dreams. And I come prepared in this moment with a lot of years of experience and abilities to recognize individual common pitfalls and obstacles. So have you been feeling stuck? I just come back to this. This is, you know, I said earlier on, you know, that this is probably you right now. And one of these things is you've probably been feeling stuck. And so it's that stuff underneath the iceberg that you don't see for yourself that gets us stuck. There's so many things that we often want to change, but it's a lot of work to figure out what does not align with our goals and plans. If you have not done the work for yourself, then you can't really expect someone else to do it for you exclusively. You know, this takes all of us together. The good news is that it's easier than you think. Everything you do is a process. Sometimes it takes time to figure out who we really need to be and what all that means. Sometimes the trajectory of our lives can shift quite drastically and unexpectedly. However, it's important not to be scared of putting all the pieces together to redesign your life. I mean, I should rephrase that. It's not that we don't have fear, right? But to be willing to move anyway as we put the pieces back together to redesign our life. We're stronger than we know, and we still need help along the way, right? Because we don't want to carry excessive weight. We just want to redefine our lives with a new vision in mind. So that we know, of course, there's work involved. Of course, there are things that we have to do, but it shouldn't feel burdensome. And when you come together in a community of like-minded people, it's more fun, it's more energizing, and not so burdensome, right? So, well, I've shared with you, I've recreated myself several times in this life, and so I've learned, right? I've learned, it's on my heart, on my mind to share what I've learned with others, with women like myself, because I feel like you're the ones who I can speak most directly to from my experience. So I've tweaked my coaching over the years to help women like us identify what matters most. We get to live out what our ancestors dreamed for us, right? We're in this new time that says, hey, I don't have to be the workhorse. Hey, I get to have something of a life of ease and grace and fun and joy. I get to relish in my own Black girl magic. I don't just create magic for other people, right? I don't just create it for other people. I should be able to have the benefits of it for myself and enjoy my own life, right? So this is why I created this academy. So I want to share with you how we can do this together, how you can stay in community with me, how we can stay working together, how I can help you move forward with that wheel, clarity, confidence, courage, and mindset. And I want to invite you to join. So the Academy offers a lifestyle redesign program where we thrive. I put our wellness at the center of this program, and I'm inviting you to join. The Black Woman at Midlife Coaching Program is designed to provide opportunities for us to work towards our full potential during this next chapter of our lives. We meet once a month and learn skills that are proven to help us thrive in life and achieve wellness and balance. When I say we meet once a month, I mean we meet once a month in group coaching, but we meet more than that. So as you'll see, I'll explain more in depth. But there's components where we meet once a month for one thing, and so it's actually twice a month is what I'm trying to say. So again, what I know about you, you're over the hustle and saving everyone else. You're looking for a space for wellness, spiritual growth, and a life that feels like your own. You are maybe overcoming a difficult time and need to just find yourself again. You know, if you feel like, I don't know if I have all these answers. I'm not starting with very much. You know, maybe you're in that space where you're really doubting yourself. You're not feeling clear. And what I want to say to you as a teacher is, I know you don't come to class already knowing the answers, is what I tell my students in my college classes. Well, I don't know. I know you don't know. I mean, I'm not expecting you to have all the answers. That's why you're in class. So in this case, it's why you'd be coming into the academy. You don't have it all yet, or it's within you, but you need some help in excavating. So if you're overcoming a difficult time and need to find yourself again, that's 100% fine, because that's what this is about. Excavation, self-exploration, being with other people who get it with you and will help you shine a light and get to know yourself again and thrive and feel happy about it. You know, this last point here, I wrote my book 40-something from living through this myself. And I've been supporting clients in these areas for over 15 years. I mean, that book 40-something came out of my own, what I'm saying, excavation, processing of emotions, processing other people's expectations for how I was supposed to be living or what I was supposed to be doing to be considered, I don't know what, the perfect woman or something. I don't even know what, because sometimes we make it up in our mind of what we think other people want us to be. And so I wrote that book as my own way of processing. And so you may find that you end up writing something that becomes your way forward. I mean, for yourself and for others, right? It ends up becoming something bigger than yourself, which is what I started off by saying, how I feel like this is my vocation. What I end up doing, I come to understand, is for more than just myself. I pour it out onto others as well to help them in their journey. And let me just say, there's simply no other program out there that will walk you through creating your own life plan, right? Redesigning our plan, instruction manual that we're recreating, authentically and purposefully designed to your vision and lifestyle, and centered upon your experiences as a Black woman at midlife in these times. So no matter what your starting situation is, my framework, that 3C framework, will work for you so that you do not feel confused about what's next for you, nor pressed into exhausting superwoman labor anymore. You'll feel good knowing what's next for you. How does that sound? I'm gonna say it sounds great. So yeah, so this is more about the academy itself. You'll get support, empowering you through your process so you feel re-energized and on purpose. Just so you know, I specialize in creative entrepreneurship. I shared with you that I'm a professor and a published author, and coach, and all of these things. So I know these things in and out, right? Creative entrepreneurship. And so if you're thinking about writing that book, if you're thinking about changing your vocation, you know, I know a couple of women I've been talking to who are retiring early. So they're about 60 years old and they want to, you know, open a new business, and they don't know how exactly they're going to do it, but they have this, you know, dream inside of them. And so I'm like, yeah, I understand creative entrepreneurship. Come in the academy and we can help you work out the details of that, work out the strategies, create space in order for you to move towards it, right? Be a supportive community so that you keep moving forward. All right, so again, what I created for you with you in mind, right? It is our time for wellness, alignment, purpose, and to live, love, and thrive without losing ourselves, specifically for Black women. So I want you to know I got you. Life does not have to be exhausting and a struggle. We get to enjoy our own Black magic that we create for everyone else. As I said, we get to do this for ourselves. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited because we have gotten so used to doing so much for other people that when I think about what we can create for our own selves, that's what gets me excited. That's what makes me think like, wow, sis, do you realize what you've been doing, the magic you've been creating for everybody else? Think about if you focus on yourself. Think about if you apply that energy and that wisdom to your own thing, right? And I get excited about that. All right, so let me explain this part, the writing your plan, because I keep mentioning the life redesign plan or your own instruction manual. So writing your plan is, what I mean by that is collectively we're going to use the creative tool of writing our vision, making it plain, and walking into it powerfully. Maybe you know that scripture about write the vision and make it plain, right? So we'll be using this as a tool. Now, you don't have to be somebody who's interested in writing a book, right? But this is just a journaling process that we're going to use in the academy as an overarching kind of shared creative tool to help us process, to help us get to know ourselves again, because you'd be surprised at what starts to bubble up to the surface when you start journaling. If you already have a journaling process, you probably know what I mean. You write stuff, and before you know it, all this stuff just starts coming out, right? You're priming the pump. So it doesn't matter, you want to write a book, or you just want to write something, just write your way into the next stage, right? And as I said, once you get stuff out, it's amazing the magic that you see before you. And then you realize, wow, this is something that I could really do something with. It's your plan forward. It's your way forward. It's your own instruction manual. And it might help somebody else, which, we like to help somebody else too. So again, so our writing project is our way forward. Think of it as your sacred text. Your story is your sacred text. It's a blueprint, instruction manual to help you design your way forward with my personal support and guidance. And so, of course, I'm going to give you prompts. I'm going to really help you out with that, which is how we meet. We meet and, you'll get my feedback and support in terms of helping you focus and put it down, right? So you can see what it looks like. Sometimes, again, like one of the testimonials we read together was one of my clients saying how I helped her see something that was within her and she was able to apply it. So that's a gift that I have, is to be able to see something within you from what you say, from what you write, even in, just a draft, and say, you know what, you have these gifts, you have these interests, let's work on that. Like, it's bubbling up to the surface. Let me be your midwife, right? Your coach, your midwife. It's something's bubbling up to the surface, or something's about to be born through you. And, we're going to use writing as that way forward with writing prompts and ideas. So don't worry about that. So think about it, yes, but here's more a clear representation of what you get in the program. So bi-weekly masterclasses and a live Q&A with me. That means meeting twice a month for teachings like this. It won't be as long as this, but bi-weekly masterclasses with me and live Q&A to keep you, focused, to help answer whatever questions are coming up. That old programming, that stuff is going to come up. And so you get live Q&A with me so that we can work through that stuff, keep the momentum going. You get group coaching as well. So writing prompts, ongoing support. So you're not out here trying to recreate the wheel by yourself. No, you're not like floundering, wondering, is this right? You know, there really is no, is this right or is this wrong? But oftentimes we think that, like, am I doing it right? So we get together for group coaching and, you know, you get that input from me. I will help you make your transition to becoming the woman you've always wanted to be. So, you know, this is the supportive part. You definitely are not out here. I'm not gonna leave you just out here, right? Yeah, so, and you get access to my archive of recorded teachings that will guide you on how to create and design and execute your own unique personal life plan. So that's just some more previous teachings that I've done, some interviews that I've done where I was interviewed, where I was interviewing other people. You'll get access to my archive of things that'll just, it's for just additional enrichment. And also we'll do some virtual milestone celebrations, you know, as you hit different points where you're like, yay, I finally did this, or yay, look what I did here. We have a community of people who celebrate you, right? Who see you, who hear you, who celebrate what you've been able to do and encourage you forward. Also have virtual co-creation time, creative time. So maybe you've heard of co-working. This became very popular during our COVID shut-in time, right? Where people got together virtually for co-working. You couldn't go to coffee shops, you couldn't go to the library, couldn't gather in workshops, right? So people went online and had virtual rooms where everybody was working in their own home, but it was designated time. That's the important thing about this virtual co-creation time, because remember I said we need routines to center ourselves, and we also need to schedule our time. We need to be intentional so we don't fall into the default. We need to be intentional. So the virtual co-creation time or co-working time is for us to have designated time where we can come together to work on our way forward. This doesn't happen unless you intentionally do it. And isn't it great to have that in a supportive community atmosphere? I think, yes. So when I said the master classes, right, the biweekly master classes, you might be wondering, master classes on what? Like, what kind of things are you going to be teaching? And so these are the kind of things I'm going to be talking about. Wellness for women. Just put a big asterisk next to wellness for women, for Black women, because all of these things are included in that. So, you know, the stage in life, maybe you're perimenopausal, menopausal, maybe postmenopausal. So we'll talk about those things, because those changes that start happening to your body, it's like a surprise. Nobody tells you, right? Am I right? Nobody tells you. When you reach out to me on social media, remember I said I'm at Dr. Darnese, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. These are those things you might say, yeah, you know what resonated with me? That menopause thing, because your body starts changing, all kinds of stuff starts happening. Nobody prepared us for it. Okay. Other kinds of teaching, sexuality, body and health, image, because body image and health things start to shift. Our mental wellness, embracing our feminine energy. I'm going to do a lot more on feminine energy because our society has become so hyper masculine that the feminine has just been left behind to such a degree that people, one, don't know what it is. Two, don't think that it's worth recovering because it makes people seem or feel weak, right? So I really want to embrace that and bring that back to the present for us, especially as Black women. A lot of times Black women aren't even considered to be feminine per se, because we're so strong and resilient, right? So the stereotype goes. So I really want to help us embrace that. If for nobody else, just for ourselves. So there'll be more master classes on relationships, life vocation, and changing careers. I've done that a number of times, y'all. Starting again in life after setbacks, which, you know, I wrote about that in 40 something. Go get that book. Actually, when you come into the program, I send you the book. That's one of the bonuses of coming into the program, is you get a copy of 40 something, if you don't already have it. Spirituality, I'll definitely be talking about that. That is definitely my wheelhouse. I'm a religion and spirituality professor, and I integrate spirituality in all of my coaching, broadly speaking. So Yeah, and creative entrepreneurship, as I said, I do that as well. So I'm absolutely here to teach classes on the how-tos and guidance for the way forward, right? What do I do when this happens? That's the benefit of having live time with me. I want to be clear that this is not one-on-one coaching. This is group coaching. So just to be clear on that, and also to say that these live master classes, because if you're thinking, oh, well, I'm not going to be, I know already I'm not going to be able to make all these things. Don't worry about it. You see, it says plus recorded teachings so that you'll be able to have access to the recordings as well. I got you. Right, so live Q&A and group coaching. And of course, over the period of time, not everybody's going to come to everything. I wanted this to be easy. I wanted to be flexible. I want you to feel like this is like this is fun. I don't want it to be just like, you know, a hard class that you're taking. I don't want it to feel like a chore. I want it to feel like a place where you can exhale and be around a community of people who support you. And so, yeah, you're not going to come to everything. You're going to come whenever you can, which I hope, you know, you come to most things and you're able to participate, you know, with the recordings and stuff, but you know, don't worry about like the pressure of it. There's no pressure. Again, our virtual co-working time, because we've got to have intentional time and space to keep us at the center of our own life. Otherwise, I have to say it again, right? The old patterns will take over. People will start sucking our time away from us. So we've got to have our own designated time together. Okay. So again, you'll have access to my archives, and yeah, here's some questions for you. If you're starting over in life, now what? If you're leveling up in your career, now what? If you're transitioning into retirement, now what? So it's your second half. It's your next stage. How old you are. Now what? And you may really have come to this teaching with me and come into the academy saying, yeah, now what? I don't know, Dr. Darnese, I actually don't know. Fine, because we're going to flesh it out together. You'll have my guidance to help you do that and support to do that. We're going to flesh it out together. But what I don't want you to do is come away with that, like still thinking, now what? I don't know. I don't want to leave you by the side of the road like that. I don't, you know, can't leave you behind. So I offer you this invitation to come into the academy. And I ask you again, if not now, when? We already know you're fully capable of attending to everyone else's needs. What about your own? You don't have to figure out the how all on your own anymore. Now you can have a supportive community and my personal assistance. You can integrate all the aspects of being a Black woman here. That's why I say there's no other program like this, because they're not focused on you as a Black woman and what that means for you as a Black woman to be in a state of recreating your life for the next stage. There's a lot of different things you can do. Wellness over there, you know, master classes over there. You know, you can piece things together by going to a lot of different webinars, going to live workshops again. There's a lot of different things you can piece together. But how about having it all in one space, focused on you? So here is your special invitation that I would like to make available to you. It is a 9-month program. You're invited to join our 9-month academy. And as I said, it is a process, right, of moving from where we are to where we want to be. And as I said, also, I get excited when I talk about this. So I'm excited for your new journey and to invite you along with the ride for the rest of us. It's a 9-month transformational self-discovery program designed to empower you to reinvent your body, mind, spirit, and life overall. You're going to come out of this 9-month academy transformed. The way you think will be different. The way you center yourself, put yourself in the center of your own life will be different. So when it says 9 months, again, now don't think, oh, I don't have 9 months. There's freedom and flexibility in this 9 months together, but it is also it also has structure so that you keep moving. That's the important thing, right? We talk about getting stuck. We talk about getting to that next birthday or getting to the next new year, and there you are stuck again. And then you don't even know what happened during the year. What happened during the year was the same thing that happens during every year. The repeat performances took over. You gave your time away, people sucked your energy out, you overdid over here, you were hustling for your worth, you were seeking validation over here. We know what happens. 9 months is time to start shedding and having space and time to rethink who you are, what you want next, and put structures in place for your own way forward. So the 9 months has been, really curated, especially. So, it's just not random that I say 9 months. It's a way in which we're going to do a deep dive into exploring who we've become, who we want to be, and the strategic ways for living our best lives as Black women at midlife during these times. We're going to take time, right? So it can be easy. So it can be spacious. That's the word I'm looking for. Spacious. We'll take time in writing our life redesign plan, letting things simmer as we rediscover what's most important for us going forward. No rush. It's not a sprint. It's a bit of a marathon. I've also built in time for the setbacks that are inevitable, right? The challenges in life, the different obstacles that might come up, and actually rest. I actually built in time for rest too. So we're not hustling to a finish line. There's no hustle. Remember I said unhustle. When you find me on social media, send me unhustle, Dr. Darnese. I heard you say unhustle, and I'm down for the unhustle. We're allowing ourselves to be in our feminine energy more, to bask, to relax, and to create who we really want to be. Okay, so this is what the 9 months look like. Shedding hustle mentality from our self-worth, establishing wellness rituals and practices, learning on different topics via master classes that affect us most, using these topics as chapters and prompts to help you recreate your redesign plan. So if you're thinking about what would I write about, you remember those topics I just showed? This is a little sneak peek. But what would you write about? Those very things that I said, right? Those are like chapter topics or titles. Think about wellness, think about relationships. You'll be writing your own chapter on these things. That's the little side piece you're getting to know right now. And valuing rest, ease, and luxury as part of embracing our feminine energy. Anybody feel that with me? Just feel it with me. Here's what our timeline can look like, right? So not to belabor the point, but first couple months, decompression, self-assessment, setting spiritual and wellness routines. It's gonna take some time because we gotta decompress. Months 3 through 5, writing and honing your ideal lifestyle vision, taking some purposeful actions, momentum building through the uncertainty and doubt. Months 6 through 7, setting up new systems at work, getting family on board if that's possible, or putting them in their proper, setting proper boundaries if necessary, and working your plan. Like now, by month 6 to 7, you're really working your plan. And you're beginning to see, oh, I can do this, right? The mindset piece there. The mindset's like, oh, I got it now. I'm on a roll now, right? And then months 8 through 9, redefining the plan. Integration, celebrating our wins, closing rituals as we bring the program to a close, right? But, you got to think about, again, how long has it taken? How old are you right now? How old are you? I'm 54. How old are you? It's taken decades to get here, just to be in the spin right now at midlife as we recreate and ask now what's going on with my life. Okay, so here's 9 months you're going to dedicate to yourself. You are worth 9 months. It takes 9 months to gestate a baby, right? You are reformulating yourself. Like think of it as rebirthing yourself. You are doing this for yourself. Okay, so 9 months, it is not too long. It is the time you will need to come out transformed, right? So again, by 8 and 9 months, you are integrating now. you're seeing your win. You probably see some wins before then. I don't want you to think, oh, I have to get all the way to, 8 to see some wins. No, you're going to see some wins before then. You're going to feel good about yourself before then. I should have said that. You're going to start to feel good about yourself back in months 1 and 2, because you're going to have clarity. And when you get to that and start having discernment, you're going to be like, wow, why didn't somebody tell me this before? Here, you're going to start to relax. You're going to start to integrate that feminine energy. You're going to feel good. By months 8 and 9, you're really celebrating, and we're going to do some closing rituals. We're going to integrate what you've been learning all along. It's a great party. Come on in. Like I said, your life changes forever. Because even though this is 9 months, what you're learning about yourself and how to go forward gives you a skill set so that you can apply this forevermore. I mean, it's like, like I said, once I got a handle on what I was doing, was able to do for myself, I knew, I'm like, I cannot keep this to myself. I've got to share it with other people. I'm going to share it with my clients. I'm going to share it with other Black women in midlife. It is like a new skill set, a new way of being in the world. And I want to share it with other people to let them know you can leave behind a lot of that stuff and come on, let's go. And so right now, again, I said, I get excited about this. Come on, let's go. You've come a long way already, doing for everybody else. Now it's your time to thrive and feel good about yourself, for yourself, right? Come on in. So the program design itself, each module is a life-changing gem alone. So just think about, we're going to have all the stuff will be on an online platform. It's called Teachable. So we'll be meeting on Zoom, right, for our live one-on-one and our Q&A and all of that. Everything will be stored for you in terms of the recordings, and my archive material is recorded and online for you on this platform called Teachable. You get access to all of that stuff. So you get modules where, oh, I can go to the recorded stuff. I have access to all these things. And of course, you join us for the live, right? For the co-working, for the group coaching, to hear my voice. you come to that space also. So there's a live portion, and then there's also the recorded access. So again, you don't have to feel pressed. You don't have to feel burdened. You can, oh, I can always get it. Yeah, you can always get it. So you'll have community, you have my direct feedback, and you have live group coaching. And again, focused on you being a Black woman. All right, so let me see. Oh, wait. Yeah, so my personal coaching rate. So I just want to give you this information so you know kind of what we're working with, because you might be saying, okay, what does the academy cost? What can I expect to pay for such a program? And let's just say, if you're paying what my clients pay for one-to-one, it would look more like this. But I realize that I can offer more in a group coaching session than one-on-one. And I'm able to make a bigger impact supporting even more Black women. Right, so this is what it would be if you were to work with me one-on-one monthly, or if we did a personal VIP day, it would be $1,500 for 6 hours of my time, just focused on you one-on-one. So by comparison, you receive more attention and ongoing support than a one-on-one, which kind of comes and goes. So again, here's another testimonial where she says that I'm an extraordinary life coach. I will take that. So she started with questions about relationships, but what is always underlying a relationship challenge is our own sense of self, self-confidence, etc. Layers to this. So our work together went deep into old programming and stories that were undermining her confidence. We all have our baggage, true indeed, things we need to become conscious of, to heal, learn to let go of, and develop new empowering stories to replace those old ones. For her, in this statement, she is referring to how I helped her look at her life with new eyes, pay attention to the cues life is always sending us, because we're always getting, signs and stuff, but, red flags, we sometimes miss them, right? And get beneath the stories we tell ourselves and come out more whole and confident. One thing that she has been able to do is be much more active and discerning in her dating practices. She's more confident about her worth and continues to evaluate her relationships through a more empowered lens. I was able to get her to a more personally empowered space. And there's a lot of other things that she's been able to do as a result. But I don't mention people's first name here, just out of a sense of confidentiality for people. So if you're wondering, that's why I do that. So just know that these are people who were generous enough to share their testimonials, but we don't necessarily need to know their first names or all their business. But here's just a little snippet of what they've gotten out of working with me as their life coach. So now each day that passes leaves you falling back into frustration and inaction. If you take no action, you're going to go back. That's just how it is. If you're not actively making a change to your life, you'll continue living in the alternatives. And what I have here on this slide, the alternatives, right? What will happen if you don't take any action? What you're gonna, oh, I'm gonna wait. Okay, waiting on what? Are you really gonna take no action? Okay, then you're gonna return to the hustle and losing yourself in that process. You already know it. If you take no action, you're gonna arrive at your next birthday or the new year feeling unsettled and regretting that you have not made the changes you've been wanting to. You're gonna try to figure it out on your own, which you tried to do before. And, you know, you've gotten to this point in life and you've done the best you can. There's no, you know, I always say, don't beat yourself up. You know what you know when you know it, you do the best you can at any given point. But you don't have to figure things out for yourself anymore. One of the things that we as a community of Black people, we experience is we're continually having to recreate the wheel every generation, right? We don't necessarily pass on as much wealth as we would like to. We don't even pass on as much wealth in terms of wisdom, right? So I'm saying, come into this community, you do not have to keep recreating the wheel. You do not have to be by yourself. Right? Don't do that for yourself. Also, don't fall into just continuing to put yourself last, because you know what that looks like and feels like. You'll become resentful and angry, or if you already are, you'll stay resentful and angry because you didn't get to live your life on your own terms. And that's just the truth of the matter, right? Like, this is just the truth of it here. If you take no action, then you will fall back into these things. So the cost of doing nothing, living with the same frustrations, being exhausted by your life, but accomplishing little for yourself, being resentful and wondering why it never seems to be your turn to thrive, rising anxieties. Gosh, we live in anxious times. Now people put the name on it. Oh, it's anxiety. Okay. Cost of doing nothing, rising anxiety, physical ailments, you know, dis-ease in the body, and ongoing disappointments. We know this too well. I don't want this for you anymore. I know you don't want this for you anymore. We're going to do something about it. It is what I call the opposite of wellness, right? These are the emotional costs, and they're very expensive to your overall well-being. Right? This is the opposite of wellness. So if what I have been saying to you here resonates with you, let me know let you know what I'm committed to. This is my set of values in terms of working with you as your coach, because I like to work with people who share these core points and you really have an understanding of where I'm coming from as I coach you, as I work with you. So living outside your comfort zone is a given. Coming to the academy, it's going to be uncomfortable because you're going to do some new things. You're going to do some introspection and some discernment. It's going to take you in. And it might feel, you know, emotionally draining sometimes because we got to go in, right? I'm committed to your well-being, not just looking good on the outside. I'm committed to your internal, authentic well-being. So, you know, also know we're going to work towards leaving behind overwork, dropping that superwoman archetype because it doesn't serve us. I'm dedicated to no more overgiving or losing oneself to another's expectations. After all, there are no brownie points in heaven for depleting yourself. You don't have to show up to the pearly gates broke and exhausted. No, your self-worth should not come from any external standards. Freedom is setting boundaries, saying no when needed. And I am, of course, committed to helping you create your best life where you thrive. right? For me, coaching is about our commitment to each other. This can mean anything from working on my clients' skills and whatever hobbies they have, or helping them with their finances, maybe. I mean, at least giving direction. I mean, I'm not a financial professional, but I can at least direct, you know, because I know a lot of people in a lot of different walks of life who are experts in their field. And so I can definitely, you know, recommend people who are financial experts, who are chefs, or who are, you know, who started businesses, who are other authors. So there's a wealth of knowledge that I'm going to be able to share with you. Ultimately, I want to work with people who are passionate about what they're doing and enjoy the camaraderie that pushes us all forward as a community. That's who I'm looking for. But I just want to share with you where I'm coming from, what my perspective is. But in a nutshell, just know that I'm committed to your being, to your interior, authentic well-being. Not just saying you're fine when you're really not, because you could already do that. You already do that. So that's me. And here's what another client has had to say. Dr. Darnese has been my advisor for years. I don't make a major decision without talking to her. And again, this person is sharing that, I mean, this is true, it's still true, that they call me and I answer. Like some people, like I say, have it like that, right? We've had a relationship over a number of years where they reach out and I respond fairly quickly to their question, to their need. Again, you know, that's a relationship that's been built up over a number of years, but you know, that's what can happen when you have a good rapport between client and coach. That's why I say we do this together. And when we develop a good rapport, then yeah, you know, I share in the book 40 something with one of my spiritual advisors. I was going through on Christmas Day one year and he answered the phone. And I don't know if I was really, I guess when I called, I was probably just thinking I was going to leave a message and maybe he'd get back to me the next day, but he actually answered the phone. And so the coaching client relationship is something that when it works well, you develop this great rapport. And you know, I'm happy to say that I have clients who feel like they trust me enough to help them make their major decisions. So that's just something that's developed over time. And so I'll just share a little bit more here. That lately, I mean, you know, there have been lots of things that we've worked on over the years. Our relationship goes way back. So when they say here that I have been helping them make these decisions over time, it's been quite a minute. But today, you know, their creative endeavors are now headed for TV, for podcasts, book deals. They're really doing very well. They've got, you know, health challenges they've had to overcome and live with. And, you know, that's always another like kind of curveball to be thrown at you. And it's a health challenge that kind of comes out of nowhere. But, you know, we've been able to work through a lot of things. And yeah, that's what I'll say about that. So now consider that we'll get back to you, on the edge of your own breakthrough. You just need a little bit of guidance and a community to walk with you and share your successes. That's what I'm going to say. Wherever you are in your journey, whether you are new to your goal, new because you're still just thinking about it, there's a community out there that can walk with you. That's where I created the space for you to thrive and to succeed with the guidance of my expertise and a community. Again, exhale with me, unclench your jaw and relax your shoulders. Here is our alternative to the strong Black woman archetype and stereotype that has left us burnt out, exhausted, and unhappy for too long. Right? Here's what I want for you. Place and space to exhale, to be seen, heard, and supported. Confidence in the skin you're in. A doable and written life redesign plan that makes sense for you authentically. Momentum carrying you forward so you don't stop and start. Centered, grounded life. Unhustling. Remember, that's my word, y'all. Unhustling. Success on your own terms. And doing all of that with a community of like-minded sisters in which you write your plan, your instruction manual, your life redesign kind of plan, journaling. This is what I want for you and for us. So here we get to it. So what's the investment? So I told you the cost of working one-on-one with me is $1,200 minimum every month. Add to that everything else you're getting in this program: weekly master classes, access to recordings, live Q&A with me, group co-working sessions, and community, right? And so much more. And the cost goes up to several $1,000s when you really think about all of that. So let me first ask you this: even if it was priced, let's just say this, whatever the price, if you can really work with it, wouldn't it be worth it to you? Right? I mean, it's not like, going to look for a home and saying, yeah, I'll take anything. It's not like it's not like you can buy a $10 million home if your budget is for a $200,000 home. But if you can have the thing that you want, isn't it worth it to you? Right? So if you could wake up each morning feeling excited about the day ahead, aren't you worth an investment? If you can have the outcomes that you really want in the next phase of your life, feeling confident in being your authentic self, isn't it worth it to invest in yourself? If you can create a life of balance, wellness, rest, and fulfilling activity, isn't it worth it? Right? So, and as I promised you today, because you've attended this teaching with me and stayed with me till the end, I'm going to give you a really special offer, because I do appreciate your time. It's been a minute we've been on here, right? So if you made it, again, reach out on social media. Long haul, Dr. Darnese. I made it. Long haul, Dr. Darnese, because I do appreciate you. So here's your investment. $5,000 is the pay in full, or 9 monthly payments. If that helps you work your budget better, $575 today and 8 remaining monthly payments of $575. So again, think about what you spend money on and think about what you really want for yourself. So for this money, your life could be redefined, right, in this 9-month program. Don't stay stuck in old patterns, putting in time, hard work, and money into staying the same, right? Don't do that. Don't do what you've been doing when it has not led you to where you want to be. Designing your own life means understanding what you are good at and being rewarded for it, starting with taking action for yourself. Don't limit yourself anymore. You can empower yourself right now and start creating your life and living it the way you want. So I'm going to ask you to just say, here, look at the page where you are, where you have the video. The next steps, use the Enroll Now button. Oh, here's the pay in full bonus that I should mention. $5,000 pay in full and receive a bonus month. So if you do pay in full, you get a 10th month, right? A bonus month with me. And which means you also get additional master classes and then additional month of feedback and support. Or again, at $575 per month is more convenient and affordable, fits your budget more. Take advantage of it, no worries. So your next step, on this page, you'll find the enrollment button, kind of all over this page, right? Use the Enroll Now buttons below to join. You'll find all the information you need here, and then just go ahead and click through to enroll and start transforming your life now. Now, if you find you have some particular questions, comments, you want to reach out to me directly, again, you can find me on my socials, Dr. Darnese. I'm on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. My email address is drdarnese@drdarnesemartin.com. If you find you have some questions or concerns, you're like, Dr. Darnese, I'm really about to hit that enroll button, but I thought of this, right? And it is true, you might come up with some questions. And just as I think about it right now, actually, the question that comes up is, again, about age and this whole midlife thing. What if am I too young if I'm 30 something? Am I too old if I'm, over 65? Age is just a number, right? Nothing but a number. It's a mindset about, do you have a vision or feeling for what you want next? You still feel like there's something that you need to grow into. That's who I'm interested in working with. So don't mind the actual number. And then the other question that I have been hearing is about the size of the group, because it's group coaching. So some people are like, well, how many people are going to be in the group? Well, over time, there'll be more people, but my initial group is going to be kept small. So I can't exactly give you an exact number, but fewer than 20, I'll say, right? So that I can give you some more personal feedback in a smaller cohort to start with. So don't worry about the size, because I'm committed to everybody getting what they need. And so don't worry about that. So, but go ahead and, review the information on the page, hit that enroll button. If you have questions, find me at Dr. Darnice, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, my email address, drdarnice at drdarnicemartin.com. I'm easy to find. If you Google me, I am easy to find. So, and I like to say we are a community of Black women at midlife, and the magic continues. You know how people say Black girl magic, right? So not just Black girls who are, 20 something or whatever, but in the midlife, the magic continues. We're still magical out here, right? And wait, let me just say again what we'll be doing together. So remember, you're getting the weekly master classes, you're getting the live Q&A with me, you're getting group coaching, you're getting co-working time to support you in creating your own workbook, journal, however you want to think of it. You're getting direct feedback, you get access to my archive of teachings, and an amazing community of like-minded women. So the program offers you the opportunity to change your life by giving you the direct feedback, by capturing what it is that makes your life meaningful. You can use this information to create a new life. Like I said, for the rest of your life, you're gaining skills, clarity, confidence, courage, mindset that will help you through the rest of your life. Not only you personally, but even everybody else around you. And think of the other women you can pour into, right? You can pour into them either verbally or as they watch you transform. As they watch you transform, like, hey, what you doing? What you doing, girl? And then you'll be able to say, you'll be able to pour into them too. So consider that. Consider all that you're getting in this program. So, of course, I'm going to say now is your time. I hope you agree with me. Something led you here to share your time with me. And so take that as a sign from the universe that now is your time. So if you're still asking, will this work? My answer is it works if you work it. Of course, I cannot guarantee, specific results, but if you work through the modules, show up for yourself, you will be able to complete the life changes that you start out to do, right? You'll be able to move forward. You'll be able to create momentum so that, yes, it will work. You will definitely redesign your life if you apply what you'll be learning. This is your way forward, and it leads you to a life of clarity, purpose, and alignment. So one of the most important parts of my program is getting to know who you are and what motivates you. You will learn how to hone in on your own unique strengths and eliminate your weaknesses, or at least minimize, right? You don't always eliminate, but minimize, and then use those things to make you unstoppable. For such a time as this, right? It's our time. Results will be based on your own motivation and self-dedication, showing up for yourself, doing for yourself what you do for others so well. While nothing is 100% guaranteed, myself and our community of like-minded women will always help you to not give up, to achieve. That's, my promise to you is to give as good as I can, right, to you, to pour into you. So instead of asking whether this will work, ask yourself, what's the cost of doing nothing? If you do nothing, 1 year from now, you'll be in the exact same place you are, in the repeat performances that I call them, overwhelmed, people-pleasing, living someone else's vision, not your own, and that's not what you want for yourself, I know. So The way I see it, you have a couple options right now. You can take action and transform your life today, or you can do nothing. Go to bed tonight, do the same exact thing that you were doing yesterday with the exact same results. You know that routine. You know that routine. If you want your life to change, just think what resonated for you in this training. The first and best option is to choose to transform your life starting right now. So what's that worth to you when it all comes down to it? What is that worth to you? So, as I said, it works if you work it. Absolutely, we give you success. I mean, I work with you to create your success. So, absolutely. And here's a final testimonial. Dr. Darnese has taught me so much over the years. One of the greatest gems of wisdom that I've received from her has been to do the thing that is before you to do. I work with that idea when I get unfocused, and it still helps me. Right? Do the thing that's in front of you to do. And by that, I mean, because I know I say this all the time to people. So it's in quote for a reason, because I say this a lot. When people are scattered and they're unfocused, I always say, but you know what? There's something that is in front of you to do. And when people say they're confused, I always say, are you really confused? Or are you sidestepping the thing that's in front of you to do? Is it that you don't want to? Let's look around and see what's actually present in front of you. What opportunities are actually in front of you? Instead of saying, I don't have anything, I don't have what I need, I can't do it because, that's our mind playing tricks on us. I can't do it because. Look around with a new set of eyes and that says, there's got to be something here for me, right? There's got to be something. There's got to be an open door. There's got to be an opportunity. Let me look at what I have. What do I have? Right? So that's what this person is getting to here, is that they're working with that idea when they get unfocused. Okay, she always says, do the thing that's in front of you to do. All right, so I'll just share in our final thoughts here that there's no time to wait for the next best thing when your midlife is kicking in and you're feeling overwhelmed. Join me in the program, join me in the academy to have a safe space where you can express yourself and reach your goals via coaching and mentorship. I mean, have you ever felt like you're at the end of your rope? Have you hidden from your true potential because you're afraid to take risks? Let me guide you through this journey. That's what I'm committing to do. I will help you find what's holding you back and how to remove all obstacles that stand in your way. So you have my commitment that as long as you're working on you, I'm there working on you too. So again, as I say, Black women at midlife, the magic continues. We are Black Girl Magic and some, and we're turning our magic wand into something magical for ourselves, right? So I can leave it here. Again, I'm just asking you to rethink, what would you do otherwise? What are you going to do without such a program, without structure? And then realize, you know what, I'm going to do the thing that's in front of me to do. I'm going to click that enroll button. So what I'd like for you to do is click the enroll button, sign up, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much for joining in this presentation with me. And I'm going to just stop sharing here and end our time together. It has been great having you here. And I hope that I will see you on the other side. Again, it's a great community. You've been especially invited, and it is your time now. All right, hit and roll, and I'll see you on the other side.
Look at her go. She is fly, beautiful, got it going on. She is a wife, mother, woman of God, and high-level boss chick, co-owner of 3 thriving community mental health centers, mentored and supervised almost 100 therapists, gleaning from her influence to be great.
When she speaks, people listen because she has it all together. I am talking red bottom heels together. Look as she rides lovely in that midnight blue cream leather interior Cadillac Escalade. Watch as she pulls into her 2-story house on a lake. Look at her go. Look at her, a single struggling mother. Her children cry out for her love and attention. Her home is well furnished and completely empty at the same time. Look at her sobbing and crying uncontrollably at the side of her bed, wondering what is she being punished for? She can't turn her thoughts off. No achievement is great enough. She is incarcerated by her own ambitions. She preaches about a God she often believes has forgotten about her. The hardest part of her day is waking up, and her ideation is, what would life be like without me in it? My name is Shelly Michelle Fanfan, CEO and owner of Ask Shelly Consulting. I am a licensed psychotherapist practicing for almost 24 years. I was the woman in the first scenario, and I was the woman in the second scenario. I went through a season of my life where I believed my name was the first order of business on the devil's agenda. Let me explain. I am from a strict Haitian family. My parents came to this country with only one goal, and that was to win. Let me say that again. My parents came to this country to win and gave us no other option but to win. We went to the best schools and lived in the best neighborhoods at that time, Queens Village, New York. Ingrained in me was the drive to be the greatest version of myself, and I carried that throughout my life. What is impressed will always be expressed. Write that down. I want to repeat that. Let me say that again. What is impressed will always be expressed. And this is why you have to guard your thoughts. You have to be a gatekeeper. Only thoughts of abundance and prosperity should be allowed in. And the same should go for your children. Heck, that should be what you apply for all of the people that you love. But I digress. I always knew I was wired to be an entrepreneur. I knew I was called to be a change agent. So choosing my path in life was easy. Purpose is not something that you look for. It is something that you dig for. I had a high level of motivation to do life the right way. I got married to ensure my children were born in wedlock. I surrendered my life to the Lord. After having children, I moved to New York, to the state of Florida, to give my children a better life. I opened up a business with one of my besties, and as stated above, we opened an interdisciplinary, holistic mental health and behavioral center and had 3 thriving locations in 3 different cities. Orlando, Claremont, Sanford, Florida. We went from operating out of a garage to managing over 75 contractors and hundreds of individual children, adults, and families were treated. We committed ourselves to be a resource to the community, not turning down not one person for the inability to pay. I was serving in church, far from perfect, but thriving, in my opinion. Then things started to change. And the domino effect felt more like an abrupt avalanche. It became harder and harder to get invoices paid from insurance entities. Payroll became harder and harder to meet. My burnout was at an all-time high. My marriage was suffering. My children wanted more of mom, and I felt I had nothing else to give. Things got so bad. My business partner and I agreed to go without pay for over 2 years in order to keep the business alive. And not even that was good enough. We could not get loan assistance because everything that we did with cash. So we lacked business credit. We closed 1 location down, then the second, and eventually the third. And it doesn't stop there. We lost our home. My marriage ended. and Mrs. Public Figure had to get a job with an airline to remain afloat. I literally felt like I was gutted out. And right when I thought it was as bad as it was going to get, my mom called me one day and asked me to go with her to a follow-up doctor's appointment. Now, let me just give you some context. My mother is a breast cancer survivor, and I have traveled far and wide as a minister and mental health professional testifying to how my mom beat breast cancer by converting, to a vegan diet and trusting God for healing. So I go to this follow-up appointment with my mom, not really knowing what was about to happen. I was just happy that I could engage in a low energy task that did not require much mental juice, So the doctor comes into the office and I knew immediately something was wrong. Mrs. Fan, Doc said to my mother, not only is the cancer back, it is back in both breasts this time, and we have to act fast. That afternoon, I got on my knees and I had a very aggressive session, which included cursing with God. I was in tears, nauseated, depleted, disappointed, empty. Everything that I valued appeared to be gone. I cried out to God and asked to make the storm end. Then I started throwing out all the things I have done for the kingdom of God, like Jesus owed me anything, but I did. And what I heard next changed my life forever. Now, I had heard of people hearing from God, and I suppose I did too in a way, may not have been aware of, but at this moment, there is no doubt in my mind. God spoke directly to me. I heard, I don't specialize in abortions. And while that may not make much sense to many, I immediately understood it. And just like that, I sobered up. And I'm not saying I was drinking. We have to understand that emotions will cause us to be so drunk and distorted in how we view the world and our circumstances. This is why we must master mood regulation. In that moment, I knew if God would have caused the storm to end, my destiny would have been aborted. All that I needed to experience, all that I needed to grow through, would have ended. It would not have come to pass if the storm had not existed. Challenges don't happen to us, they happen for us. All of the growth needed to happen in me and through me to give me the right to hold a microphone would have been uprooted as soon as the challenge came to an end. The blood was required. The sweat was required. The tears were required, and it did not end there. Then I heard, I am going to teach you how to smile in the storm. And it made sense to me. After decades of teaching and helping people master their emotions, it was my season for taking it up a notch. I was not going to be a fraud. I was not going to be on stage teaching skills and mechanisms and lifestyles I was not applying to my own life. Number one, as leaders, write this down. We cannot take people to places and destinations we have not yet arrived ourselves. Number two, when you learn to authentically live in your smile in the midst of the storms of your life, there is no one and no thing that will be able to steal your joy. Never. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Fasten your seatbelt, take some deep breaths, because I'm about to share with you the keys that caused me to come back, and not only come back, but to come back greater. I started with 7. I'm going to give you 3 bonus. So you're going to get 10 today. And here we go. Number 1, watch your words. Why? The atmosphere has only one assignment, and that is to produce what it is you say. Words set the pace. I remember talking to my spiritual mentor and coach saying, I feel like I have failed. And she said, this is transition, not failure. I need you to hear that again. This is transition, not failure. Oftentimes they feel the same. Watch your words. Do not ask why me. Why me pings you as a victim and will cause your brain to go into survival mode. Do not say words that will cause your emotional response to be elevated. It will dull your capacity to think. when we want to activate your frontal lobe, when we want to activate our thinking, our executive functioning, we have to ask ourselves, what can I learn from this? How can I grow through this? What have I learned that I can now apply? Watch your words. Remember, your words have power. During your comeback process, write everything down that you want. Write everything down that you want. I don't care if it takes you days. Write them all down. I want a great man. I want a great woman. I want to buy real estate in cash. And when you cannot write down anything else on that list, go back to the top. Cross out the word want and replace it with the word deserve. I deserve a good man. I deserve a good woman. I deserve to buy real estate in cash. Watch your words. Number 2, establish your support system. Stop trying to make it through alone. God sends on-time help always. You need an accountability support system. These people love you, but they are not playing with you either. Ma'am, sir, you said that last week. We don't want to hear to get it done 24 hours, get it done. Accountability. That will cause you to stretch. You need to be strategic about aligning with mentors, those thriving in your industry that are agreeable to guiding you in this comeback process. And make sure that your primary motivation, when asking achievers to align with you, make sure your primary motivation is to serve. Remember, it is always better to give than to receive. Be willing to serve. When it was my comeback season, I would extend my support to so many people because I understood the benefits to sowing your time into the vision of others for a season. You need emotional support. If it wasn't for my mentors coaching me through my dry season, I don't know where I would have landed. It was so hard for me to be vulnerable before others. It was hard for me to see my needs as valuable. It was hard for me to assertively communicate my needs to others. I would always say, I got this. I would tell myself, I got this, but doing it alone is not required. I needed help. You need help. You need prayer warriors who are fully committed to keeping you covered in the spirit. Understand, in life, there are builders and there are breakers. Builders are people who will make deposits into your life account. Breakers are those who withdraw from your life energy. Line up with your builders and protect yourself from your breakers. Number 3, learn and develop. Become an expert. Let me say that again. Become an expert with overcoming what you are going through. Read case studies, watch testimonials on others who are going through the similar challenges as you. Read books, prioritize self-care no matter what. An amazing way to accelerate your transition out of the storm is to learn new information. Self-develop. Go to those conferences. It will be paid for. I remember when I stopped whining and got serious about my comeback journey, resources just came to me. People would call me and say, do you need a website? I would love to build yours for you. Do you need branded photos? I would love to do your next photo shoot. Self-develop. Understand that the fight is always fixed. This too shall pass. Learn a new language, tighten up your skills, maximize your emotional intelligence. Your breakthrough is on the other side of something you do not know. Number 4, do the things that you love to do. You have to slow down to speed up. There is a parable called Sharpen Your Saw. And basically, long over short, there's a man who's trying to cut down a tree all day. There's a young boy watching him in the distance. He continues to go to him to motivate him to stop so he can sharpen his saw. The young man understood that by stopping to sharpen the saw, he would be able to come back and chop that tree down much easier. We have to understand that in order to be the sharpest versions of ourselves, we have to learn to slow down. Do the things that you love to do, because the things that you love to do are medicinal. During my comeback season, I was set on going to the beach as often as possible, spending time with my family, African dance classes, cooking, and more. Do it consistently for a sufficient duration and be mentally and emotionally present when doing it. Number 5, prioritize laughter. Golden Girls, Seinfeld, Martin Lawrence show replays gave me life. I would laugh hysterically for hours, no less than at least 5 times out of the week until my stomach hurt or I almost peed in my pants, whichever came first. True story. Create the experiences that you deserve. Number 6, focus on what is within your control. The storms of our life often get us to focus on factors that are not within our capacity to control. I didn't have much tangible assets, but I had one of the most valuable assets any person can possess. Guess what that was? That was me. That is you. I remember, I knew I had little, so I started with what I had. Facebook was free. So I started going live on Facebook every Tuesday at 12 o'clock, sharing questions that people would ask of me as a licensed psychotherapist, questions about their man, questions about their woman, questions about sex. How do I know my man's cheating? How do I know my woman's cheating? You know, all these questions. And before I knew it, the referrals started flooding through. Before I knew it, my followers just quadrupled. Before I knew it, corporations were calling me to come out to consult with them and their team members. Understand, it's important for you to focus on what is within your control, and your territory will be enlarged as a result. Number 7, be grateful. Be grateful. Our brains have an inherent predisposition to being negative. Fact check me on that. So this has to be intentional. Force it if you have to. It gains momentum with consistency and intention. Sometimes I will sit on my chair after a long day feeling depleted, and I know I need a dose of gratitude. So I start off saying the things that I'm grateful for. It may start off a little lazy at first, but eventually I am rejuvenated thinking about all that I have to be grateful for. So do it daily. Gratitude promotes joy, and joy cannot be disrupted. Number 8, align with your faith. I understand that there is great diversity in the belief systems that are tuning in at this moment. So whatever life philosophies you subscribe to, work your faith. I am a kingdom believer. I believe that the word of God will never return back to him void of what he sent it to accomplish. So during my comeback season, I had scripture I would declare daily until I saw the manifestation. What is your belief system? If you believe that there's a higher power, connect with your higher power. If you believe what comes around goes around, then live your life aligned with that. Whatever you do, stay aligned with your moral code, your standards, your values, what you believe. Because when we step away from that belief system, that's what causes dis-ease. Number 9, imagine the winning. Imagine the victory. Imagine the next. Hope is believing that the next will be far greater than my now. What does winning look like for you? Engage that picture in your mind at least 20 minutes a day, every day. When you reach the winning side, it should be deja vu, honey. It should be something you have seen before. When you write that first $1 million check, you should know it shouldn't be foreign to you because you've imagined it years ago. Engage your winning image. And number 10, we doing this thing. Number 10. Your season is a comma, not a period. Let me say that again. Your season is a comma and not a period. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? I am a Rocky fan, and my favorite was Rocky 4. And in Rocky 4, for those of you who know what I'm talking about, Apollo dies around the beginning of the movie. And I remember being in the movie theater. I was so distraught. I just wanted to get up and walk out. But guess what? That wasn't the end of the movie. If I would have walked out at that time, I would have missed the best part, which was at the end when Rocky defeats the Russian. I heard this the other day. In the English language, we learned that periods mark the end, while commas are used to pause. In your comeback season, do not put a period where God intends to place a comma. Ralph Waldo Emerson says, the only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. I'm gonna let that marinate a little bit. The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. With consistency, I came back. All those who were whispering, the ones that did not have the greatest hope in their hearts for me, those that withered away when the success did. Let me say that again, because some of you will know what I'm talking about. Those that withered away when the success did, they try to come back too. And I will teach you how to deal with them at the next conference. Glory to God, my mom as well. My children are thriving. Now I am the CEO and sole owner of Ash Shelley Consulting, where we provide the supportive psychoeducation to corporations. I make more money as a sole owner than I did as a co-owner of not one, not two, but 3 mental health centers. That little old Facebook Live show that I started when I couldn't even afford a Happy Meal. Now we're in year 3, 3 major media outlets reaching out to bring my show onto their platform. I recorded a reality show last year. The reunion show was just a couple of weeks ago. I'm on large stages and God just continues to pour out. As I close, remember, challenges happen for us and not to us. This too shall pass. The storm eventually passes. You are a victor. Smile in your storm, because what is to come is beyond what you could ever imagine. You got this.
Hi, my name is Dr. Onika Shirley. I am the founder and CEO of Action Speaks Volume Incorporated. I am known as your procrastination strategist, behavior change expert, where I help individuals to build unshakable confidence, stop procrastinating, and to get their dreams out of their head into their life. I am super excited to be a part of the Comeback Summit. I am so grateful that you are here, and I encourage you during this summit to not just take notes, but make notes of the things in which you can do, the actions in which you can take, where you can take what the experts are sharing here and you can begin to implement those things into your life and begin to change your life as soon as today. You don't have to wait until next year. You don't have to wait until next month. You don't even have to wait until next week. You can start making changes in your life today. Now, who am I? I know that I've said that I am the founder of Action Speaks Volume, but I am also a mother, a business owner. I am an employer and an employee, but I want to tell you a little bit about me as to what makes me the person that's eligible to even talk about what I'm going to share with you on today. But at one point, I was a 19-year-old high school senior that had 2 car wrecks almost 4 months apart. The result of those 2 car wrecks was a broken jaw, a lost left femur, a crushed knee, broken ankle, and broken toes. I was in the hospital for almost 2 months and on crutches for an entire year. I am a person that had to make some decisions. I had to be consistent and I had to be disciplined as well as determined to my healing. So today I want to talk to you about not underestimating the power of simplicity. Too often we make making decisions and taking action complex. And when we make it complex and when we make it so difficult, we find ourselves stagnated where we do not get anything done. So today I want to talk about not underestimating the power of just doing things simple, just doing them simple, doing daily things in a simple way that will make a big difference. Doing daily things in a simple way that will make a big difference. So the first thing I want to talk about is, a confused mind tends to not make a decision. It's very difficult when you have so many options, when you have so much that you have to decipher and decide, which one to do or not to do. We just must think about how much power it is in keeping it simple. Keeping it simple. Some of the wealthiest people in the world, they keep things simple. Steve Jobs is an example where some has said that he has had over 100 black t-shirts where he don't have to spend a day or hours or a long period of time trying to figure out what it is that he is going to wear. Keep it simple. We must simplify our decisions. Simplify the time that it takes to make decisions, because when we find ourselves being fatigued of trying to make a decision and we find ourselves being overwhelmed, and the result of that is it makes it difficult for us to make the right decision. It makes it difficult for us to make the right decision. We should not be making decisions all day and all night. Some wealthy people, they don't make big decisions before 10 o'clock. They don't make them after a certain time in the evening. But there is power in simplicity. There is power in keeping things simple. There is power in keeping things simple, from, how you're going to run your day, how you're going to run your business, the clothes that you're going to wear, the food that you're going to eat. There is power. And those are just some simple ways, just for the sake of this conversation, that we take into consideration. Because think about how much time do one spend figuring out what they're going to wear, what color to wear, what style to wear. There is so much time spent on what they are going to eat. If we keep our choices to a minimum, it will eliminate the time that we will waste, the brain space that we waste in trying to make a decision, because a confused mind rarely make a decision. And when they make one, rarely is it the right one, because they didn't consider all the things that needed to be considered. They didn't take everything into consideration because they had decision fatigue. We don't want to be fatigued in our decisions because it is so complex. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. For me, I do not make decisions late at night. I don't make decisions when I'm sleepy. I don't make decisions when I'm hungry. It is okay to table making a decision until your brain is well rested, until you have broken your fast, until you have hydrated yourself. These seem like simple things to do, but they make a big difference. They make a big difference. And there is power in small changes. There is power in keeping things simple and not keeping them complex. Another thing that I want to highlight is that, number two, that we can start with the end in mind. Start with the end in mind. Sometimes we want to start at the beginning when we don't know all the steps. But we need two pieces of information when we are making a decision or when we are deciding to go to a place or to do a thing, you need to know where you are and you need to know where you want to go. Once you have determined where you want to go, then you want to do reverse engineering. You want to start with the end in mind. Although you don't know all of the steps to get there, it's like the GPS. The GPS needs two pieces of information. The GPS needs your current location and your destination. And everything in between, it is given along the way. So when we keep things simple and not try to figure out everything on the front end, we must just recognize and identify where it is that we are trying to go in life, in business, in our relationships, with our finances, with our in our spiritual life, in our physical life. We just need to know where it is that we are trying to go and then reverse engineer. So I want to give you an example of reverse engineering. And I'm a woman that has recently lost 75 pounds over the last year and a half, but it only took me about 5 months to lose the 75 pounds. Now, at first, I didn't know everything that I needed to do. We're talking about reverse engineering, keeping it simple. So the first thing I did is decided how many pounds I wanted to lose. I first made the decision of how many pounds I wanted to lose, and then I began to reverse engineer. I began to first evaluate how much water was I currently drinking, how much water did I need to drink. I began to evaluate how much sleep was I currently getting, how much sleep did I need to get. I began to look at what I was currently eating and how can I make simple changes in my diet on what I needed to eat versus what I was currently eating, right? I needed to evaluate what type of activities was I currently doing, movement and exercise, and how can I implement the necessary things that I needed to do in order to make my health a priority. So we kind of talked about, water, hydration, sleep, rest, exercise, movement, food, nutrition. And so you can do that reverse engineer in whatever it is. You can look at your relationships. You can see where you are in your marriage, where you are in your partnerships. You can see, if there's a lack of communication, are you not spending time with each other? You can look at, all those different sorts of types of things. It really doesn't matter what the goal is. You just need two pieces of information, where you are and where you want to go. Two pieces of information, where you are and where you want to go, and then you begin to reverse engineer and come up with a plan that will take you closer to your goal. It will draw you from where you are and it'll take you to where you want to go. So again, you want to keep that process very simple, because when you don't keep it simple and you begin to overwhelm yourself with the process, you don't finish. You find yourself not completing it. You find yourself not being dedicated to it. You won't be committed. And what I like to ask people, are you interested in it or are you committed to it? Because if you're just interested, you would do it only when it works. You would do it only when there is no complications. You would only do it when everything is perfect. But when you are committed to doing a thing, you would do what needs to be done. You would take the time on the front end to do the reverse engineering so that you can get the results on the back end. You will be dedicated to the results in which you are seeking. And then the third thing I want to share is, keeping things simple is simply asking, what will it take to make this happen? You find individuals that has done what you're doing. That's a simple way to do it. A lot of times we're prideful. Sometimes we'll tell ourselves we can't afford to get help. Sometimes we try to reinvent the wheel. Keeping it simple and not complex is simply asking somebody that has already done what you're trying to do. Simply going alongside someone that is doing what you want to do. See, we make it complicated by trying to figure it out on our own because we don't want to ask anybody. We don't want anybody to feel that we don't already know. That is the wrong way of thinking, and is definitely the wrong way of moving and doing. You want to keep it simple. And it is simply asking someone that knows what you need to know. They know how to go where you're trying to go. They already have been there, done that. So you can simplify your process. You can either, and you can also eliminate the distress of trying to figure out the alternative route when you can ask someone that has already been there. You can also reduce the learning curve because you have asked someone that knows what to do, knows how to do it. And sometimes that comes with the cost of having a coach or a mentor, having that guide. I like to have coaches and mentors for a couple of reasons. It gives you access, it gives you information, but it also reduces the learning curve of trying to figure things out on your own that has already been figured out. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I want you to really think about that there is power in keeping it simple. Stop overcomplicating your decision-making process. Stop overcomplicating the things that you need to get done, because there is power in it being simple. Because a confused mind will not make decisions. A confused mind will not make decisions. A fatigued mind will not make the right decision, right? And trying to reinvent the wheel that has already been invented. There's a quote that Steve Sims says, and it says, "You don't drown from falling in the water, but you drown from staying in the water." Sometimes we will be drowned by trying to make a decision because we have not taken these simple steps to keeping things simple, asking for help and direction, guidance, starting with the end in mind and reverse engineering and just keeping it simple. So there are so many things that could be added to this, but I just wanted to share a few tips with you on today by simply making your decision process a little bit more simpler, asking for help, and don't try to reinvent the wheel, and start with the end in mind. Put in where you are trying to go and learn along the way. I like to say that, you start with what you have until you get what you want, but you learn along the way. And know that you do not have to reinvent the wheel because someone has already done what you're trying to do, because there is nothing new under the sun. There is absolutely nothing new. So if you want to know more about keeping things simple, you want to know more about having a blueprint, you want to know more about how you can work with me, you can text the words ASVA, which stands for Action Speaks Volume Academy, to 870-568-8525. Text the words or letters ASVA, which represents Action Speaks Volume Academy, to the number 870-568-8525. That gives you an opportunity to learn more about the Action Speaks Volume Academy, where we will show you how to navigate through life and business in a simple way, where you can eliminate the procrastination, build unshakable confidence, and to get your dreams out of your head into your life. I pray that you enjoy the Comeback Summit, because we are coming back with a bang. We are in the process of taking back what the enemy has tried to take from us. We are not going to reinvent the wheel, but we are going to reinvent our lives, but so that we would have the lives that we want, that we're able to create the life that we desire, not by default, but by design. Again, this is your girl, Dr. Onika Shirley, the founder and CEO of Action Speaks Volume Incorporated, where I'm known as your procrastination strategist, behavior change experts, where I help you to build unshakable confidence, stop procrastinating, and to get your dreams out of your head into your life. Enjoy the rest of the Comeback Summit.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the Comeback Champion Conference. My name is Dr. Tashina Reeder. I am the founder of Manifesting Her Academy. I am glad that you've decided to spend some time with me today as I share with you on the topic of manifesting her to shift. I'm going to share with you 5 strategies, 5 steps of how to overcome your obstacles to win in life and in business. The great Booker T. Washington made a profound statement about success. What he said was that success should not just be measured by the position that we have achieved, but also by how we have overcome life obstacles. So in other words, success is great. We all strive to achieve great things in life. But the true gem of success is how we have overcome that obstacle, how we have made shift happen in our lives to win. Yes, make shift happen. Now, I know what you probably thought you heard, but that happens too. But let's talk about that word for a moment, shift. Shifting, make shift happen. To shift means to move in position, to move in direction and in tendency, right? So let me ask you a couple of questions, and you can nod in agreement if you can relate. Have you ever had a life experience that shook you to your core, that left you feeling insecure, lacking confidence, fear of judgment, ashamed, and you knew that something needed to give and change, and you knew you needed to shift? Okay, what about this one? Have you ever experienced a life setback that left you broke, disgusted, depleted, distressed, and you just didn't know how you were going to recover? But you knew deep down inside, change was on the horizon, and you knew you needed to shift. Me too. I've had some life experiences that shook me to my core. In fact, it caused me to question my own identity and even question my own skill sets. You know, I know a woman, she's dear to my heart. And as a child, she stuttered really bad. She had a stutter. As she got older, her stuttering progressed to just speaking really quickly. She would speak fast. However, during that time of her life, she was teased, she was mimicked, she was mocked. So you can imagine her self-esteem and confidence. In fact, she thought she wasn't very smart or smart enough because of how people received her. So can you imagine how she internalized that experience to mean that something was wrong with her? To make matters worse, when she went to college, she had a professor tell her that she was not grad school material. Now imagine that. That statement from a professor just confirmed for her that she wasn't smart enough. This messaging that she repeated to herself most of her life up until that point. Now she's moving and shaking and she's making shift happen in her life, and she's overcome that insecurity. That woman was me. Yeah, I used to stutter and I still speak quickly. However, I was able to overcome that insecurity
by silencing those conversations in my head. So that's the first step. I had to silence those conversations in my head that told me that I wasn't good enough, that I wasn't smart enough. You know, we all of us have had some experiences in life that has cultivated a set of beliefs, a belief system, whether good or bad, but specifically that unhealthy belief systems that is full of self-doubt, insecurities, those limiting beliefs, right? We all, from one time or another, have participated in the mental gymnastics of our insecurities. You know those conversations. I'm too old, I'm too young, I'm not smart enough because I don't have the credentials behind my name, I'm not talented enough, no one's going to support me. Why they look like they're always winning and I'm not. Comparing yourself to somebody else, comparing your chapter 1 to somebody else's chapter 58, right? You know those conversations. You know those mental gymnastics we play when life shows up, and how we talk ourselves out of opportunities because of those mental gymnastics that unfortunately we use to make decisions. And oftentimes those decisions we make come from a place of fear, our own anxiety. And so I had to sit with myself and ask myself a series of questions. I call these questions heart truths, because I knew that it started with my mind, because your mindset is everything. So the first question I asked myself, and I invite you to write this down, or write down your answers, was what were the conversations I was having with myself the most? Were these conversations full of fear? Were they affirming? Were they critical? Were these conversations supportive, disempowering? I had to really sit with myself and assess the conversations that I had with myself the most when life showed up. I then asked myself questions like, what do you believe about yourself? What are you saying to yourself about yourself? It's really important to reflect on these conversations and the way in which our mind works when life shows up, because the conversations that you entertain the most are the most impactful and influential. And if we're not careful, those conversations will come back to bully us for attention. So get into position and get ready to take back your power. And by doing that, tap into that confidence of Muhammad Ali, who would tell himself that he was the greatest of all times. Did you know that he told himself that even though he didn't believe it yet? See, the key to that and what he did was he affirmed himself even before he believed it. He went into that boxing ring believing that he was going to win, that he was a champ, that he was the greatest of all time. So I challenge you to do the same. As you are changing that messaging in your mind by silencing those conversations, tell yourself that you too are the greatest of all times, that you can do this, and this will get done, and that I'm more than able, that I'm more than capable. Affirming yourself by silencing those conversations in your mind. But the next thing I had to do was honor myself. We don't do a good job at honoring ourselves. Well, what does that look like? Honoring yourself is how you show up for you. I say honoring yourself is an act of self-love. An act of self-love, which is also an act of self-care in mind, body, and spirit, right? And when you do that, you are attending to your well-being. And so that means, one, allowing help to help. Meaning, if that means if you need help silencing those thoughts in your mind, if you need help of how to best honor yourself, you can seek therapy, you can seek counseling, you can even seek a coach. This is part of you attending to you. I also had to learn how to create boundaries. Yes, that infamous B word, boundaries. I know many of you, like myself, may have struggled from time to time with creating boundaries for people, places, and things, right? And sometimes some boundaries are easier to create than others. So I had to reassess my circle. I had to reassess my people, places, and things. I had to reassess the things that I was even participating in, that I needed to create better boundaries for myself. So I had to ask myself questions such as, what am I participating in that's not helping, that's not serving me to become my best self? What habits do I need to let go of? What people or places or things in my life that's not serving me, that's not helping me to become my greatest self? What boundaries do I need to put in place, right? So that I can become my best self. So I had to ask myself questions like, what do you want? Right? What are your values? What do you need to help you become your best self? All these were questions that I asked myself as I began to reflect on boundaries. But then I realized not only did I need to create boundaries, but there were always some type of distractions. Distractions will come from left to right at random times. They would show up as people, places, and things. So I realized I needed to also create boundaries for those distractions to either eliminate them. I call them eliminate the unnecessary. To create boundaries to eliminate the distractions or to manage the distractions. Because oftentimes our responsibilities can show up as distractions. You know, the kids need something, hubby needs something, somebody needs something, right? And then I realized, oh my gosh, I need to check out my own habits because sometimes I may have been romancing procrastination and dating perfectionism. Yep, you know, I'm gonna watch TV or I'm gonna watch this series before I start doing this. Oh, I'm hungry, I'm tired. Oh, I'm going to attend to this. All the while, the things that we need to get done, we're pushing back to tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow becomes a week. So I had to assess boundaries even in that area. My procrastination and tendency to be perfect, even though I know there's no such thing as being perfect, but sometimes we strive to present ourselves in a way that we put pressure on ourselves to be perfect. It is best to strive for excellence and not perfection. So I had to create boundaries for myself to manage those distractions or even eliminate them altogether. And all of that was helping me to honor myself, to show up for myself in a different way, learning how to say no. You know, no is a complete sentence. You know, you heard that saying, no is a complete sentence. And that's true. Because some of us are married to that ministry, people pleasing. Boundaries. So honoring myself, meaning I had to engage in unapologetic self-care because that was my self-love act to me by creating boundaries so that I could eliminate the unnecessary in the form of distractions. The next thing I needed to do was invest in myself. This is you taking bold action for you. I call this self-expansion. You know, investing in yourself is like self-expansion. And I had to create a mental vision board. I challenge you to do the same. Create a mental vision board of how you see yourself, how you want to be. Envision yourself in the next 5 years or so. And based on that mental picture, that conceptual picture you have of you, I began to take action. I said, okay, I need to find a new network. I need to find like-minded people. I need to engage in activities that's going to help me get there. If that means taking a class, if that means getting a coach to help you in the area of business, do that. I also had to get connected so that I can have Accountability. Accountability was major because with that also helped me manage distractions. Accountability. And I also had to practice the habit of allowing others to help. You know, there's an old proverb that says, if you want to go somewhere fast, go by yourself, go alone. If you want to go far, go together with others. There's truth to that. And so as you're self-expanding in your life and in business, you need to identify your support, your village of who's going to support you and help you to get to the next level that you desire to be, which means you have to step outside your comfort zone. I know. Because stepping outside your comfort zone can be pretty scary because you can't predict the next steps. You can't predict the future. You can't. And so I challenge myself to just do it, to even do it while afraid. And I know I've heard people say, many people have a fear of failure. But if you change that narrative of failure to being a learning opportunity, a step to do it right the next time or to improve how you're doing it the next time, stepping outside your comfort zone won't feel as bad or as uncomfortable. I had to learn to get comfortable with discomfort if I was trying to grow. You know, change is not easy, and it does create a feeling of discomfort. But in order to grow, we have to step outside our comfort zone to do something different. You know, there's a saying, I believe it's a song that comes to mind by Mary that says, if you want to get what you never had, you have to do something that you've never done. Stepping outside that comfort zone, y'all, that's part of investing in yourself to grow in life, but to also grow in your business, right? And so the next thing I did, right, I had to forgive myself with grace, right? There's a saying by Maya Angelou that says, when you know better, you do better. But I also highlight that with a dash. When you know better, dash, you do better. And the reason why I add that dash in the middle, because it never tells you in that statement how long it would take you to do better. And I always say that that dash is all of those experiences that you have that you're gaining wisdom and you're learning from to do better. Because you know you're always learning along the way. In fact, it reminds me of this passage that stated that a just man falls 7 times. And whenever I think about that, I don't think about the fact that the man fell 7 times. But every time he got back up, he grew stronger and stronger and stronger. So the lesson wasn't in the falling, it was in the getting back up. So forgive yourself with grace, because we can be really hard on ourselves when we feel like we got it wrong or we made a mistake. Let a mistake be your friend to learn to do different, because you didn't know what you didn't know. And if you did know, you have another opportunity to do it differently. Forgive yourself with grace. The next thing I did was I had to identify time. You know, time is a luxury. It comes really quickly. But the question I had to ask myself, what am I doing with my time? So while you're changing and trying to make shift happen in your life, you have to give yourself time. Not just grace, but time also, right? You have to write the vision. As the saying goes, write the vision, make it plain. We have to write out a plan to give ourselves time. What can we do in a day? What can we do in a week? What can we do in the year? And so forth and so forth and so forth. And then we have the practice of celebrating our wins along the way. Because anytime we're working towards change to overcome obstacles, it's easy to fall back to our default settings and say, see, I knew I shouldn't have tried this. See, I knew this wouldn't work. But see, that goes back to those conversations in your mind that was cultivated from life experiences. But you have the power to change that because it starts in our mind. So give yourself some time. You're not in a race with anyone. It's you versus you. This is not the time to start comparing yourself to other people. Again, that goes back to those conversations. Give yourself some time. Write the vision and make it plain. Is your process, it's your journey. Do it at your pace. But celebrate the wins. The wins mean you don't have to have this big win, like if you accomplish everything. No. The fact that you're taking a step in the right direction to make change is a win. Celebrate it. If you finished an outline, celebrate it. Whatever that change you're working towards and you were able to achieve it, celebrate it. So those 5 steps are the 5-step formula to overcoming your obstacles. So the first thing is to silence those conversations in your head. Honor yourself by giving yourself unapologetic self-love by creating boundaries to eliminate the unnecessary and distractions. I is to invest in yourself. This is your self-expansion for you to create the life that you desire to have in harmony with yourself. But you have to start with investing in you, right? The next is forgiveness with grace. When you know better, you do better. You didn't know what you didn't know. But if you did know, it gives you a chance to get it right the next time. So use a feather and not a brick. And last time, give yourself time. You are not in a race with anyone. It is you versus you. Write a plan out. Give yourself achievable steps. What can you do in a day, a week, and so forth, and celebrate those wins. Okay? So those are the 5 steps to overcoming your obstacles. Listen, in life, things are going to happen. Life is going to show up. It will throw you a curveball. And it will feel like it knocked the wind out of you, causing you to feel insecure, second-guessing yourself. It may cause you to feel doubtful or ashamed, or even defeated. But we can't stay there. If you are ready to make shift happen, like I know that you are, I want you to consider the things that I shared with you. And I invite you to join my tribe of game changers who are making shift happen in life and in business. See, I'm in the business of helping people make shift happen by teaching women scalable ways to build in their confidence, to overcome those obstacles, to gain clarity so that they can create the life they desire to live in harmony with themselves. In fact, I just wrote a book called Manifesting Her, the 7 strategies to redefining your identity after trauma, building big confidence, and cultivating self-love. And so if you want to know more about the shift formula, these steps, again, I invite you to join my community of movers and shakers who are actually making shift happen. I use these strategies on my clients and I use them on myself as well, because listen, change is ongoing, which is why it's important to give yourself time and to go through those methods so that you can also stay in track to make that shift happen for yourself. So if this sounds like something that you want to learn more of, if this sounds like something you want to be a part of, you can contact me at info@drtashinareader.com. That is info@drtashinareader.com. I am on all social media platforms at drtashinareader.com. You can check out my website at drtashinareader.com, or even look at my academy, manifestingheracademy.com. I thank you, and I'm going to leave you with these words by Marianne Williamson. She said that our greatest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our greatest fear is that we are adequate and more powerful beyond measure. It is time to shift. Thank you.
In 2017, they said I may not walk again. The truth of the matter is, they said I probably would not walk again. My name is Dr. Stephanie Wall. I'm the founder of Speakers Stephanie LLC. I empower so others can find their unique voice. What has someone told you that you would never do? Or what empowers you to want to find your unique voice? My name is Dr. Stephanie Wall, and I've already told you I'm the founder of Speaker Stephanie LLC, but what I didn't tell you is I transform lives. How do I transform lives? By helping people find their unique voice, and I'm here to share with you my truths. You know, once upon a time, not too long ago, I was told, your voice is too heavy, you talk too fast, you don't articulate enough. And I thought I needed to be like, hello, like really high voice. And I don't know what I thought I needed to be, but I didn't know what my unique voice was. And I didn't even know why it was important that I find that voice. And you're here right now because you want to make a difference in the world. In order to make that difference in the world, you have got to first find out what it is that you want to share and why it's important to share it, and what are your values. You know, the great Les Brown, one of my favorite motivational speakers, talks about the fact that many of us are not living our dreams because we're so busy living our fears. I've already shared with you in 2017 how I had the worst setback. Life happened to me. I was told I would never walk again. I stand before you and I will share with you that I am indeed walking. I'm walking and I'm talking. And it took that significant of an incident to make me want to know what was my unique voice. I didn't even know it was such a thing. Eric Thomas, another awesome speaker, talks about his why. So let's jump into this content because I have content. But I want you to know that many of you are seeking to find your unique voice. Either you have a job that you want to excel in, you have a career that you want to seek, that you're seeking, and you can't seem to land those words and have that impact that you want to have. You don't know your why, and you don't know the thing inside that causes you to chase the goal and land where it is, to land the plane. So let's talk about finding your unique voice, champion, because you woke up a champion. You're already a champion. Even if you don't feel it, I want you to say, I am a champion. I want you to get your pen, your paper, your iPad, whatever it is that you're going to capture this information, because the great Trevor Ott says that note takers are money makers. So let's jump into this content. Now I'm going to share my screen. And I'm going to put myself in here so you all can see me, because there's some great information to share. Let's do this way. All right. Identify your values. In order to empower yourself, in order to be a champion or comeback champion, because we're coming back. Many of you are overcoming things. In order to be a comeback champion, you have to first identify your values. And you say, Stephanie, what do you mean by identifying your values? What does that mean to identify values? To identify your values is what is important to you. What is important to you? I mean, what is that thing that wakes you up in the morning? What is that thing that you would fight for? What is the thing that means a lot to you? Is it family? Is it work? Is it career? What is it? Is it to be able to walk out your front door? Or is it be able to afford gas? Is it to be, what is the values? Is it to be able to take care of your family? What is it that you value? and why? And if you didn't have that thing anymore, what difference would it make in your life? Let's look at it. So Norman Vincent Peale says it takes a struggle, a goal, and enthusiasm to make a champion. I told you about my struggle. And my goal was to walk again. And I'm going to tell you that I lost my enthusiasm in a couple of times. A good friend of mine named Juanita Matthews, I had a setback. I'm talking, I was starting to come back. I could now walk down the stairs or hobble down the steps by myself. I didn't have to have a babysitter. Another person had come over with me, stay in the house with me, because I couldn't walk for myself. I couldn't go to the bathroom by myself. I couldn't take a shower by myself. I could do nothing by myself for months, and quite frankly, over a year. So I had a goal, and the goal was simply to be able to turn over by myself. Then it was to be able to take a shower by myself. Then it was to be able to wash my own hair up. Then it was just simple things that we take for granted. That became my goal. That became my goal. What's important to you in your life, and why is it important? Family is important to me. I have a sister, her name is Jacqueline. Jacqueline is living with multiple sclerosis. She's living with MS. And if you know anything about the disease, you know that it all becomes, it's debilitating, and it can affect your nervous system. It affects your nervous system. And at some point, it can cause you to no longer be able to walk and lose the ability to move. And having experienced the ability not to be able to walk on my own and know that this is something that could happen. And that means that because she's not married, and I may have to take care of my baby sister. And I want to be in a place where that is not a hardship for her or myself. That is important to me, to be able to share her story and my story, to help other people, to inspire them to find their unique, including her, for her to find her unique voice. That's my why. What is your why? Why do you do what you do? I'm going to share with you one of the things besides that, that's my external thing. My internal thing was that I decided that there was a message that I have. How many of you know that trauma unchecked, trauma unresolved will come back and bite you in your butt? How many of you know that if you have a story, and all of us have a story, everybody has a story, and oftentimes we want to share it with the world, particularly now, more people are writing books, speaking and coaching, and they're sharing their story. How many of you do know, I hope that you know, that sharing a story, there's methods, there's tools, and there's strategies. You can't just tell the story, you have to show the story. When you're telling a story that has some emotion attached to it, and particularly when you're telling it for the first time, something that can strike an emotion, because when you're talking to any audience, whether it be in person, through a book, or through a computer online, you have to invoke an emotion. You're sharing your truth. They're going to be attached to you one way or the other. You're going to make them feel good about something. You're going to make them feel sad about something, but you're going to be sharing something. But when you're sharing that something, it's going to affect your emotion as well. Remember everything. Listen, remember this thing here. If you don't remember anything else I'm saying, your thoughts, your actions follow your thoughts, and not the other way around. So know your why. I shared a story. I was sharing a story for the first time. It was an emotional story. I shared it for the first time in a room full of over 300 women who I found out later that were realtors. I did no research because I didn't know I should. I did not do any I didn't get there early to check out my audience because I didn't know I should. I didn't know I should have practiced this speech. And before I shared it before, I never knew. I never knew my why it was important for me to share it, because when you voice, you'll be authentically you. See, I tried to show up as somebody else and it didn't work. I cried. It was an ugly, 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 ugly cry. I cried so much that the person that hired me to come, I don't think she wanted to give me the almost $2,000 to be the keynote. And I was ashamed to take it. That became my first never again moment. I need you to rack up and write down your never again moments. And I want you to also write down those things, those negative things that you've been saying to yourself, I want you to write them down. I want you to write them down. Write down those top 10 things, those negative things that you're saying about yourself, about why you can't find your unique voice. And then I want you to write an affirmation to combat each one of those 10 things. Write down those 10 things and negative things you say about yourself. And I want you to write down an affirmation that to combat them, because the mind can only run one track. So if you give it something else to run on, it will stay off of the negative track. I want you to get clear about your values. If you could only do one thing for the rest of your life, what would that one thing be? What would it be? And if you were on your deathbed, what would you have regrets if you don't do it? What would you regret if you didn't do it? What is the thing that you would regret? So here I am, you all, in 2019. I want you to know 2017, I shared with you that I did not have the ability to walk. 2017, the struggle was real. 2018, the struggle was real. 2019, September 2019, I went to Paris. Why is that significant? Because in March 2020, October, November, December, January, February, March 2020, the world shut down. There was a pandemic, and I had experienced something that I was afraid to do. I walked on my own. I flew on a plane hours away. I was able to walk some places, and it was amazing to me because but just 2 years before that, 2 years before that, September the 5th, I had an emergency surgery, and they told me that I would never probably walk again. I went from an emergency surgery to rehab, and more. So this was a significant for me. It was a turning point. It was a time when I learned to find my why, and why it was important for me to use my voice to help other people to find their unique voice. What is your why? I just told you mine. What is yours? What is the reason why you do what you do? Eric Thomas talks about even that he became a great speaker, and he started focusing on why it was important for him to do what he did because his wife was living with MS. He talked about the fact that he's from Detroit and he lived in Detroit, but he moved his wife to California in the winter because it was better for her. The winters were too cold for her. So he made sure they had the funds, and he used his voice. He used his voice to get the monies so he could provide the opportunity so she can go to California and have warm and heat and vitamin D, which was good for her MS because he was praying, but he knew that faith without works was dead. So what are you doing? And what is your why? Why do you want to find your unique voice, and how are you using it? And why do you want to use this? Because your why is important. Because you see, my why is this: I don't want to worry about gas prices. I don't want to worry about what if I can't walk again and how do I pay bills. I don't want to worry about how I would take care of my sisters. Even though I'm married with furniture, my husband will take great care of me. But I want to make sure that we together collectively will have no worries, no cares. I want to create legacy for my family. A real legacy. I want you to determine, what do you dream? You see, a dream is a dream, but a goal is a dream with a plan. You got it? A dream is a dream, but a goal is a dream with a plan. And if you want to turn that goal rapidly into a dream come true, you got to find your unique voice. Because you have to use your voice, you have to use your gifts, your talents and abilities. But in order to be the best version of who you are, you have to know why you are showing up in the world and how you're going to show up. And once you find out how you show up, you will be amazing. My friends told me, hey, listen, when you are you and you are uniquely you, I say y'all. So when you say, if I try to say you all, it will be, I can do it, but it's not authentically me. I'm y'all. I say y'all. I say peoples. I put an S on people. But it's who I am, and people connect with me. They want to see me. They don't want to see my representative. Find your unique voice. Find out why. Why are you passionate? I am passionate about helping others, to empower others to find their unique voice. Because once they find their new unique voice, they can come and show up in the world authentically like themselves, and they can transform their worlds and the worlds of other people because their gift, they're using their unique gift. They're telling people, I'm here because this, like Eric Thomas, he changes the world because he shows up as him and he knows what his gifts are. And he knows why he needs to use his voice, his unique voice. Do you know why you need to use yours? You see in this picture, there's 3 little girls. The girl on the right with the little eyes. Look at her eyes. That's me. In the center, that's my sister Jacqueline. And the far left, that's my sister Pamela. I love them dearly. They're my whys right along with my children and my grandchildren. What is it about your character? When you show up in the world, how do people see you? When they see me in the world, my smile enters the room. I'm the same way I am right now all the time. I don't know how to be anybody else. I don't want to be anybody else. But the one thing that is important is that I know that I learned that my voice, my unique voice, how I show up in the world gives energy. See, some people are zappers. They zap you on sappers with the S. They're sappers. They suck all the energy out of you. I am a zapper. I zap energy into you. I can't help but give you all of who I am. You are amazing and you have something to give the world, but you have to first find your unique voice. And how do you find your unique voice? You first have to find out what you value. What do you value? Because wherever you value is where your thoughts are, and wherever your thoughts are, your actions follow. Y'all say it again. Whatever you value is where your thoughts are, and wherever your thoughts are is where your actions will go. Your actions follow your thoughts, not the other way around. I can't say it enough times, you all. Here's the deal: self-development, personal development. I heard it said before that personal development. The change is inevitable, but that personal development is a choice. The late Bob Proctor said that. Let me say that again. The change is inevitable, but that personal development is a choice. What do you choose? What do you choose? How do you show up in the world? When someone thinks about you, do you come into a room and you shrink? Or do you bring all of who you are into the room? Find your unique voice. Your unique voice. I'm not just talking about you speaking. I'm talking about your voice, your inner voice, your written voice, your thoughts, actions, and abilities. How do you show up in the world? How do you share your gifts? Write it down, you all. I need you to write it down. Write down those positive things about yourself. I love that Lisa Nichols tells everybody to write down all those things, those lies that you tell yourself. Write down all the lies. Write down the lies that you tell yourself. You might write on the paper. And then I want you to go. Then she says, write those down in pencil. And then in pen, write down the truth under each one of those lies. And then for 30 days, read the lies and the truth. And then after the 30 days, erase the lie, because only thing that you will leave is the truth. I love it. I love it. That's something that's not just something that Lisa Nichols says. This is something that we should do with cybernetics, because it's all psychology. Yes? And she says, yes, yes. And there's the great Tony Robbins says, if you agree with me, say I. We are bigger and better than we allow ourselves to believe. I need you to tap into my champions. Tap into your champion spirits, because you are champions. You were born a champion. You are a champion. You are everything that you need to be. You just need to tap into it. I need you to go and study. Great Trevor Odds talks about every day we should be spending at least 15 minutes every day learning something new. Spend 15 minutes every day learning something new. You really want to get big and bad about it, spend 45 to 50 minutes a day learning something new. You cannot go wrong. In closing, I want you to list your never agains. I told you about my never again. I told you about the time that I got up there and made a complete fool of myself. I want you to list those never agains and make those your reason to move forward. Make those your reasons to move forward. I want you to, in my case, I say I'm never again going to be a quitter. I'm never going to give up on my dreams. I'm never going to let anyone or anything stand in my way from this day forward. I am committed to living my life with courage, strength, and determination. I'm going to stand tall in the face of adversity and never back down from a challenge. I'm going to follow my heart and pursue my passions. I'm going to make a difference in the world by being the best that I can be. And this, I pledge to myself, and I promise that I will never break that promise to myself. What do you say to yourself? Ladies and gentlemen, it has been amazing, and I thank you for your time and attention. Again, my name is Dr. Stephanie Wall. They call me Speaker Stephanie. I am the founder of so many things, but it is Mission Brand New You time. If you are ready to get a brand new you, I would love to connect, so you can reach me at speakerstephanie.com, speakerstephanie.com. Again, it's been Dr. Stephanie Wall, champion. Go out there and give yourself away. Be blessed.
Hello, my name is Dr. Crystal Waters Porter from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm going to be speaking to you about purpose and destiny. Do you know that you have a purpose? What is your purpose? What is your destiny? Everyone has a destiny in life. What makes your destiny and purpose unique from others? Destiny is defined as a predetermined course of events that take place in your life, often held by an irresistible power or agency. Purpose is defined as motivation, determination, or intentionality. In short, it's your reason why. Purpose is more profound at times. It's unexplainable because it's your vision. And there's a deep yearning to fulfill that passion that burns deep inside you, that I must do this. It must be done by me. I must become this or that. Without a vision, the people perish. So, in defining your purpose, then your destiny can never be reached if you don't know what it is and how to get to it. There are 3 principles to identify your purpose. 1, plan. 2, persevere. 3, praise. 1, plan. Write the vision, make it plain. Set goals. Give a date of completion. Know that this is what I want to do. Write down 2 to 3 skill sets or strengths that will help you to achieve your goals. 2, perseverance. Don't quit on you. You can do this. You have the confidence, you have the full self-esteem to make it happen. Get it done. Only you can do this. Nobody else can. So, persevere. Follow the methods, the means, and the mannerisms to get it done. 3, praise. Praise and have gratitude. Pat your own self on the back for the great and the small accomplishments. Know that the more you put one foot in front of the other, and make all of the effort that you can make. No one holds you responsible for what else takes place, as long as you follow through with what you need to do. The password is thank you. Thank your Creator for every opportunity, open door, and closed door. I thank my God for everything that is put before me. It makes me appreciate when I don't have that I had, and I know how to get it. Thank and appreciate everyone who has helped you, assisted you, encouraged you, and supported you along your way. Especially your detractors and your distractors. Thank them. Thank you, footstools. They're your footstools because they encourage you to step a little higher, to reach your goals. A footstool is meant to support your footing as you step high. Allow your distractors and your detractors to help you get to where you need to go. In my conclusion, you reap what you sow. You reap what you plant. If you do not put in the time, you're never going to get what you want out of it. Work, wait, manifest. Work hard. It may take more time than you expected, but work hard. Wait patiently. Your time and the time for your work to be settled is not the same as anybody else's. You will reap, you will manifest, but you have to wait a while. And then when you manifest, you celebrate joyfully. You celebrate that you put the work in, that you waited patiently, and now you're manifesting, you're getting everything that you wanted or needed. But you have to remember one thing. Everybody does not work the same way. Everybody does not reap the same way. What you get and what someone else gets are two totally different things, even though they may be the same apple or the same orange type. Yours may be larger, mine may be smaller. Mine may be red, yours may be green. But accept the fact that you did your very best, and this is what you receive. I am Dr. Crystal Waters Porter from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection. I am the CEO and owner of Majestic Professional Services, LLC, and Life Transforming Academy, where I journey with high valued men and women to identify their purpose and their destiny, enhance their clarity to achieve their goals, and to cultivate and refine their personal development skills to live a higher valued life. In my 90-day coaching program, I can be reached at all social media platforms. I also can be reached at drcrystalspeaks.com or drcrystalJwatersporter.com. Thank you for listening. Have a great day and blessings, because we are soaring higher.
Well, good evening. This is Carolyn Porter from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'd like to share with you about a subject that's very near and dear to my heart, and that's vision. Each of us must have a vision for our tomorrow, for our lives, to move forward. No matter how difficult and upsetting and disturbing and frustrating things may be, we can't lose focus. We have to be true to our vision. Let me tell you what a vision is. A vision is that which motivates us. It's when we tap into a different realm other than where we are situated, generally speaking. A vision is what we kind of dream about, but it's greater than a dream. It's richer, it's fuller, and it comes from a realm that's above where we sit and where we stand. It can contribute to our spirituality, and it can contribute to how we are in our emotions. But when we have a true vision, when we see what nobody else sees, it's usually something very, very special. And if we pursue it, we can achieve it. Let me give you a story. I want to give you an example. I read this. You may have read it also. There was a young man that was, I'm going to say, a paralytic. He was just very, very, very sick. No one knows what happened, why, how. He just kind of came down with a sickness, with a strange disease. That disease caused him to tremble and to shake. He couldn't walk, he couldn't stand. He was confined to a mat, to a bed. Just could not do anything for himself. But there were 4 friends that came along. One of the friends, I'm going to give him a name, was Victor. Remember that, Victor. And Victor had a vision that his darling, dear friend could be healed, that he could be well and healthy again, that he would be able to stand and function and work again. He wanted that for his friend. He dreamed of every time he saw his friend, every time he looked his way, every time they came in contact with each other, he had this vision. I see you alive and well and healthy and strong and vibrant again. So Victor got together with another companion whose name we shall call Frank. I want you to remember these names. Victor had a vision. Then there was Frank. And when Victor shared the vision with Frank of their friend being healthy and vibrant and well and up and about again, he said, I believe that we can make that happen. And I know what we have to do. Frank said, it's in my heart. I believe that if you see it, and I believe it, we can work together and make it happen. They saw the invisible and they believed so deeply and so profoundly. They put their energies and their strength and their mind together to make it happen. Mind you, the gentleman that was on the mat, that was sick on the bed, that couldn't move, couldn't help himself, said nothing. It's reported he never spoke a mumbling word. But the visionary, Victor, but the one that was full of faith, Frank, they put their heads together and they shared their passion with another companion whose name we'll call Chuck. And Chuck was just standing, listening to what the vision was and how much faith and fervor Frank was talking and speaking about the situation with. And he was full of compassion. He loved the gentleman whose name I understand. I'll share the name with you at the end of my little story. He said, well, but if you have the vision, Victor, and if you have the faith, Frank, and I love him and I pity him, I'm full of compassion. I hate seeing him that way. Let me help you in this matter. And so finally, the vision and the faith and the compassion got together and they looked over. There were 4 corners to this gentleman's mat, or his bed that they were carrying. They all grabbed hold of it. They needed one more component. They needed one more person. And that person stepped up. His name was Wiley. Wiley said, well, what are you guys up to? What are you about? They said, our friend. You know, our friend, actually, the name that I read, when I read my story, they said his name was Andrew. And a gentleman wrote a poem about this whole little story that I'm sharing with you. But they said, well, I have the vision. I can just see. I look into the supernatural, invisible realm. I can just see our friend up and about, healthy and strong and vibrant. And I just have a vision that we can take him somewhere to somebody and get him what he needs. Well, then Frank stepped up and said, I believe that we can do this. Each of us grab a piece, a corner of his mat, of his bed, and we can take him to where he needs to go to receive the help that he needs to do what needs to be done to make him vibrant again. So we have Victor, we have Frank, we have Chuck, And lastly, Wiley said, well, listen, how are you going to make this happen? He can't walk. He can't move. He's paralyzed. They said, but we can grab hold of the bed, the mat, and we will carry him where we need to go, where he needs to be to get this help. The gentleman that was full of compassion, Chuck, said, all right, I'm going to grab this corner over here. We don't need to be pitied. He doesn't need to be pitied. He needs to be helped. So each grabbed a corner. That was Victor, Vision, the visionary. Frank had the faith, and he was faithful. Then there was Chuck, who was full of compassion. Hallelujah. There was Wiley. He was a wise, sage, knowledgeable person. Each of them grabbed an edge of the mat, of the bed, and they started down the road to find help for the gentleman that lay in the middle of this. His name was Andrew. When they arrived at the house where there could be a little attention given to him, not a little, but special attention given to him. When they arrived down the road, all of this took place in a little town called Capernaum. When they got there, it was crowded, back and front doors, windows. There was no way in. Victor said, we've got to make this happen. Frank said, I believe we can. And Chuck said, but I love him and we're going to see it through. Finally, Wiley said, well, let me tell you, this is what we'll do. We'll climb up on the roof. We'll break up the tiles. We'll create a hole if we need to. And we will lower him down into this place of healing. Wisdom is what we need today. In whatever your matter may be, whatever your situation, your circumstances, you want to accomplish anything in life, you've got to have the vision to make it happen. You've got to see the invisible. No one else has to see it. But if it's in your heart, you can make it happen. You've got to have faith. Yes. You've got to believe, you've got to know that you know it can be done. And I am the one to do it. You've got to have love, passion for whatever it is you're about to undertake. Can't be attitudinal. You can't be foreign. You've got to take it to heart and love it and cherish whatever it may be. And along with that, the fourth component to accomplish your vision is wisdom. You can't be stupid. You have to have sage advice, good understanding, and thorough knowledge. That's what this gentleman was. The last gentleman, I called him Wiley. They went on their way. They did all that they could do. And you have got to do the same. They went over the road. They crossed over donkey dung. This is back in biblical times. The road was rough. There was floods. There was mud. But they kept on pressing. And no matter what difficulties you encounter on your road to success, you keep that vision in front of you. I'm telling you, keep it ever present. You can accomplish your goals, no matter how difficult the road is, up the hill, down the hill, through the meadow. When you get there, maybe crowds, other folk may be ahead of you, pushing and shoving, but stay focused. Continue your walk. Continue your press. Keep the love that you have for your desire, your vision, your dream. Keep it alive. And then again, make sure you use wisdom in your dealings. Be fair. Be conscious of the ups and the downs. Learn and acquaint yourself with what you need and what you need to have. Yes, yes. Long story short, they accomplished what they needed to. They pulled the roof tiles up. They lowered the man, put him in the house where he needed to be, where the man was there that could help him with his sickness and disease. Now, this man, Andrew, was paralyzed. He was had the palsy. Your problem may be very, very different. Maybe you have a vision to go to college. Maybe you have a vision to receive your degree, your doctorate degree. Maybe you want to buy a big, beautiful house on plenty of land. Maybe you need a car. Whatever it may be. Maybe you have a disease in your body. Whatever it is, you've got to have the vision of being whatever it is. Healthy, educated, married, homeowner, landowner, whatever it is, keep that vision alive. Keep it clear. Don't let anybody talk you out of it. Yes, then you've got to believe that you can accomplish and receive and have what it is you want to have. And don't lose your love and your compassion for your dream, for your desire. And then again, do all you can do to acquire the wisdom that you need. Yes, to accomplish, to receive, to go, to travel, to stand, whatever it is, keep the vision. Keep it alive. They say keep love alive, keep your vision alive. Can't always tell somebody. Now, these companions got together and they shared one with the other, and they put all of the components together and made it to happen. But sometimes, darling, you may have to keep your own vision to yourself. You may have to do all you can to build up your own faith. You may have to do all you can to love and cherish that thing that's within your breast, that greatest desire that you have. Love it and cherish it. And lastly, you have to do what you can do. If you need to go to the library, go to the library. If you need to get a computer, get a computer. Whatever is required to acquire the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding to obtain your vision, do that. Now, I'm finished. I want you to be faithful, be vigilant, be loving and kind to yourself. Do yourself a favor. Expand and extend, increase and advance. And I promise you, if you lean not to your own understanding, but trust the greater, the greatest, higher power that there is. Lean not to your own understanding, but trusting the good master above. Wonderful things will come to you. You will accomplish. You will receive. You will advance. You will grow. And you'll live to see the manifestation of your dreams. Again, I'm Carolyn Porter, and you can reach me at CarolynDPorterSpeaks.com. Again, I'm available for you to reach out to me. Carolyn D. Porter Speaks. Carolyn D. as in David, Porter.com. Carolyn D. Porter.com. I will respond.
Hello, and welcome to the Comeback Champions Summit. I'm Adana Biggs. I'm an author, a speaker, and a coach. I am so grateful to be here. I'm so glad that you're here, and I can't wait for us to get started. I'm here to talk to you about the future you crave, winning at life. And it's a great topic. I'm sure that you guys are going to get a lot out of it. Have a good time. We're going to jump right in because we only have about 20 minutes. I want to say thank you first to Shay Brown for inviting me to be part of this. Absolutely love Shay, and you should be following everything that he is doing. I know there's a lot of incredible speakers here for this event. I just encourage you guys to follow, share, look, find people that you're resonating with and connect with them, because there's a lot of power. There's a lot of really good wisdom and information being shared here. I know I'm getting a lot out of it, and I just can't wait to see more. And hopefully it is just as impactful for you as it has been for me. So today we are going to dive right into the three things that we plan to talk about, only I'm probably going to do them in the reverse order and start with the most powerful daily task you can use to change your life. The most powerful daily task you can use to change your life is visualization. A lot of people think that's woo, that's, whatever. It's very scientifically based. And if you're not doing it, you're missing out, because all the greats use visualization. You are Tiger Woods, Kobe Bryant, the greatest people in business and in athletics, and all these people, they use visualization as a tool to help them really be better at what they do. And it's a tool that you can use to really help you be better at whatever it is you want to do. And we start visualization with determining what it is that you want to do. If you haven't figured that out already, the first thing we need to do is figure out what it is that you want to do. We do that through a visualization task. I have a guided visualization that I'm going to offer you later for free that you can get and download to do this. But I'd like for you to start by visualizing your future 12 months from now. If everything went exactly the way you wanted it to go over the next 12 months, what would your life look like in 1 year? This is the number one exercise I ask everybody to do when they go through our programs, is this very simple but very important guided visualization, or this visualization task. So if you have a pen and paper, just jot down a quick note to remind yourself to do this later. You don't have time to do it right now, unless you can, pause this and do it right now. But take 10, 15 minutes to yourself. I don't care if you have to lock yourself in the car, it doesn't matter. Just somewhere that you are alone and not distracted, and you won't be distracted. Don't go to a coffee shop where you can run into somebody, I just want you to be in a place where you can be quiet and alone with your own thoughts for 10 to 15 minutes. And write down what your life would look like in 1 year if everything went the way you wanted it to go. The only thing I ask you not to include in this is winning the lottery, because winning the lottery is a 1 in 700 million kind of thing. And I don't want you to think that you have to be 1 in 700 million to have the future you crave, because you don't. Everything that you need to have the future you crave is already here. It's already in you. We just have to uncover it and release the version of you that is willing to do the work and able to do the work. And we know you're in there, because we used to be you. So today I live a life that I really only dreamed of a few years ago. In fact, I live in the place that I dreamed of living, doing the thing that I dreamed of doing. It's amazing how different life is when you embrace the opportunities and things that are available to you that you didn't realize were there before, because you didn't think they were available to you. It's a long process to explain, and I don't have a lot of time, but I'm going to get just to hit the easy pieces and encourage you to do those parts and understand for yourself what this means. for visualization, just do that little exercise, what your life looks like in 1 year, if everything goes exactly the way you want it to go. And that is, what car are you driving? What is your relationship status? What does your relationship look like? What boundaries are in place? What kind of support are you receiving? Is somebody else helping you? Is somebody cleaning for you? Is, whatever. There's a lot of ways that your life could be different in 12 months by making different decisions and choosing different friends, different actions. I'm not saying ignore your friends, but we all know that circle is really important. Your circle of 5 is what I call it. And I'm sure I heard that from somebody else, but I don't know who. But I do remember Denzel Washington doing a motivational speech or a graduation speech and saying, if you hang out with 5 healthy people, or 4 healthy people, you'll be the 5th. If you hang out with 4 millionaires, you'll be the 5th. If you hang out with 4 bank robbers, you'll be the 5th. The point there being that the people you spend the most time around are how you are going to show up in the world. And we want to make sure that you are surrounding yourself with people who are a really good influence, and you are a good influence for them as well. And that the level that you are aspiring to is surrounding you, so that you're familiar with it and you're in the feelings of it and in the energy of it. So definitely keep your circle tight and be mindful of who you're giving your energy to, how you're spending your time, who you're spending it with. I'm not saying ignore your friends and family. I'm not saying don't love the people that you love in your life. I'm just saying don't give them as much of your energy if they're draining you, if they're negative towards you or about you. If they're dragging you down, complaining for hours at a time. These are the kind of things that you have to mitigate. You have to, give them some of your time, but not as much of your time. And give yourself the respect of guarding that for yourself. So for visualization, it's such a powerful tool. It's scientifically based, and understanding what it is that you really want is what you will get from that exercise. But then if you can spend 10 minutes a day, first thing in the morning, before you open your eyes, before anybody in the house knows you're awake, if you can spend 10 minutes visualizing your day going exactly the way you want it to go, what version of you is going to show up, and don't get out of bed until you feel like that person that is going to win that day. Because we know at our core that we are noble, regal, bold, courageous, amazing humans. But there's a little something on replay that tries to tell us otherwise. There's societies that try to tell us otherwise. There's influences that try to tell us otherwise. There's family members and friends who try to tell us otherwise. It's your job to overcome that. It's your job to be the one who feeds your mind the positive imagery and the positive affirmations and the information that enables you to show up as the person you want to be that day. And if you don't feel that day, you can visualize how your weekend is going to go or how your year is going to go or whatever. I just want you to visualize daily of the life that you want and visualize yourself winning, whatever that looks like for you. Nobody can say what that looks like for you, but you can spend a good while on this initial exercise determining what that does look like for you. And I just encourage you to take the time to do that. That's an important exercise. Most people will spend more time planning their next family vacation than they will planning their life. And until you get to the point where you're not that person, you will continue to run in the hamster wheel and live the same life over and over, live the same days over and over, get into the weekend, and then just dealing with the same stuff over and over. And that's probably not where you want to be. You're probably here for that reason. You're probably here because you want out of the rut. You want out of the stagnation. You want to get beyond the obstacles that are keeping you from having the future you crave. And what we want to talk to you about here is that powerful daily task, but also how to identify what's holding you back and what to do about it. I'm going to give you the skinny version because I only have a little tiny amount of time with you, and I'm trying to talk too fast. That's why I keep stuttering. But I really want to get as much information to you as quickly as possible. So we're gonna go. So I want to identify or help you identify what things are holding you back. So the next task, homework task for you, after you do the visualization on a separate piece of paper, completely separate piece of paper, I'd like you to write down what obstacles are keeping you from having the future you crave. What things are blocks for you? What things do you perceive as being hindrances for you doing what it is that you want to do and having what you want to have and being who you want to be? Is it you? Do you think that you're not smart enough? You're not pretty enough? You're not, like you can't do it by yourself, or you're a single mom, or you're whatever, you're not tall enough, whatever. People will come up with the craziest things that keep them from being able to. And I can promise you, if you look at all the millionaires and billionaires that some of them are attractive people, but some of them, they're just normal folks. They didn't need to be a really amazing, good looking, whatever, svelte in order to succeed at what it was they chose to do. Now, of course, athletes are an exception, but I mean, not every athlete's a looker either. So don't let something like I'm too heavy or I'm whatever, don't let that kind of stuff keep you from having what you want and leaving a legacy for your life and your kids. Don't let that kind of stuff get in your way. That's crazy talk, but people do it all the time. So list out all the things that you think are hindrances for you. And it could be circumstances. It could be other people in your life. It could be things that you're doing or not doing. I just want you to write down all the things that you think are obstacles for you. And after you do that, I want you to take another opportunity to review that and determine what is actually true and what is a lie. Because a lot of the stuff on that list, they're lies. Because the opposite of whatever it is can also be true. So that means that you're just believing this negative thing and that the opposite could be true or is true or could be true for you. The enemy would love to compel you to think negatively, to speak negatively over you. And in fact, it has been happening to you your entire life. Sometimes your parents, uncles, aunts, whatever, people who are well-intended sometimes will give you negative feedback and tell you that you're stupid or you're whatever. I mean, I've seen parents do some crazy things with their kids, and I've been in shopping malls and heard parents talking to their children in a way that just is shocking, but we know it happens, right? Because it happened to me, probably happened to you. And if somebody has spoken negatively over you and you have this belief about yourself based on that you're not smart enough or that you're not pretty enough or that you're not handsome enough or you're not tall enough or whatever, then you're allowing the enemy to win. And what I want you to do is not allow the enemy to win. I want you to overcome that and realize that that is not a true obstacle. That is just something that's been spoken over you that you've chosen to believe. And the opposite could also be true. There are so many examples of every individual that has come to me, done this exercise, and they have this list of things that they think keep them from having what they want. And I can come up with examples of people who are the opposite of that, who have killed it, who have been winning at life and making great strides because they chose not to be defined by this and not to let that determine whether or not they were going to succeed. You tap into that heart, you tap into that fire in your gut and tap into the reality of you are the only person who can do this and you better show up for you. And, God can give you every talent. He can give you all the gifts, but you have to do the work. You have to be the one who shows up because you also have free will and you have to decide what you're going to do with what you've been given. And a lot of people sit on it because of fear, because they're afraid of what other people think, because they're afraid of how they're going to be perceived. They're afraid they're going to fail. Don't let that be you. I want you to show up in your power and be that bold, courageous, brave, noble, regal human that you were created to be, and live in your power, live the life that you've decided by doing the visualization exercise that you want to live, be that person that you want to be so that you can do what you want to do with who you want to do it with, and leave a legacy for your family. I don't know how much time I have left because I forgot to set the timer again. So I'm probably going to just go ahead and wrap up so that I don't go over. But guys, you know, this is a simple but effective way to get to the next level, is identifying those obstacles, identifying what you want, identifying the obstacles, and understanding how to get around them. Don't let negativity overcome the positivity. Don't let negativity drive your train and decide for you what kind of life you're going to live. Because a lot of times when people show up to a place like this, they've been living in an energy of allowing someone else to drive their train, and they're sick of somebody else driving their train. So take control of your own stuff and do it, and just be that version of you that shows up for you and your family and your kids. I've been in a place where, I mean, I grew up poor, I grew up abused, poor, and I learned patterns and programs at a young age, just like we all do. Continued with abuse, abducted at gunpoint as a teenager, terrible things happened, ended up in an abusive relationship, long-term marriage. And I overcame all of that to when I realized through visualization that I was worthy of more and capable of more. And that was 7-8 years ago. And now my life is completely different from what it was back then in all the good ways. And I want that for you. I want that for your family. I want that for everybody that you love. And I know that it's in you, and I know you can do it. If you want to know how to access the guided visualization, you can just go to adaina.com. That's ADAINA.com. And it's just a box there. You can opt in to get the free guided visualization. And what that does for you is it's just me prompting you for like 15 minutes of things that you could be writing down or could be thinking about for your visualization, in case you need a little help with that. Some people need a little help with that, and it might just be ideas of things that you could be thinking about for what you want, what kind of life you want to have, and what kind of boundaries you want to set, and what kind of things you want in your life on the daily, you know, or on the weekly basis. And so that's helpful for that. If you want that, feel free to go and grab it. And I cannot wait to see you guys in my future. I love you, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks. Bye.
Hey everyone, my name is Amber Lane, and I am a transformation coach. I am the founder and CEO of Anchor with Amber. I am blessed to be here because my comeback made me the woman that you see today. At the age of 16, I was told that I wasn't going to be anything. I was making the biggest mistake of my life, and that I was going to be another statistic, all because I decided to keep my child. Yes, all because I decided to keep my child. So even though I was resilient and courageous throughout my journey, I still managed to create a false life. I created false images of myself to fit in with society. And because of that, I did it because I felt I had to prove a point to people. I was proving a point because I wanted to be somebody. I had to show them that they were wrong about me. And I started settling for things that other people desired for me versus what I desired for myself. So I encourage everyone today to think about your life right now. Are you living for someone else? Are you living for yourself? Are you trying to prove a point to someone else to make you maybe accidentally create this false life that you really don't desire? That's what I did. And it wasn't until that I transformed my mind, that I learned that I had to really live authentically by being who I truly was. And I had to do that by asking. My coach asked me, who or what do you want to be known for? And once she did that, it opened doors for me because I was able to think about who and what I wanted to be known for. And that helped me align my values with my desires. So I encourage everybody today to ask yourself the same question: who or what do you want to be known for? Once I stopped trying to prove a point that I was somebody, was the day that I realized that in order for me to actually be successful, I have to set my goals and I have to accomplish my goals. I can't worry about what other people think about my goals, because my goals are mine and not theirs. My goals have to align with my values, not theirs. And once I realized that, that was life changing for me. That is when I was able to live authentically. So what does a false life look like? So to me, a false life is when you settle for things that you do not desire because of fear and or doubt. So that was me. Like I said, at the age of 18, I knew I wanted to be a motivational speaker. I knew I wanted a nonprofit organization to help single and teen parents overcome their circumstances, and to also speak to schools and to have like a girls group so I could speak in the schools and encourage the girls to really focus on their education, and just to try to help prevent them from having children, because it is hard. No, children are not burdens. They are definitely blessings. But if I can help a child not go through the same things that I went through, and having to give up my childhood, my teenage years to care for a child, that is something that I would definitely do. So there are a number of ways that we can identify if we're living a false life. One, you will act differently on social media and or around people. So for me, I would literally post these beautiful pictures of myself, and it made me feel, I would literally watch them and see how many likes I would get, how many comments I would get. And right now I say that's living for likes. Like, a lot of people are living for likes. You're not even happy with yourself. You're not even happy or confident in yourself. But yet on social media, you're this confident, happy, strong person. But in reality, like I was insecure about myself. I battled insecurities really hard, and didn't nobody ever know because I never showed it. I wasn't as strong as people thought I was. I was definitely weak-minded because I was talking to myself in a negative way. I was telling myself that I wasn't worthy. I was telling myself that I was going to fail. I'm not possible. Like, those right there are the things that I was telling myself when I was behind closed doors, when I wasn't on social media. So to social media, I was this strong-minded, confident woman, but in reality, I wasn't. So I created that false image on social media for people to think of me as this person. And even when I was around friends, I would have to remove certain masks when I get around certain friends because they knew me as one way and not the authentic way. So are you putting masks on your face when you're around certain people? I really encourage you not to do that. You should only have one mask, and that's the mask that you have on right now, your true identity, your authentic self. Remove all the rest of the masks. They are not needed in your life. If you cannot fit in by being you, you're not needed at that table. I'd rather create my own table than trying to fit in at another table where I'm not wanted. If I can't be who I truly am, I don't need to be at that table. I don't have to fit in. I don't care what group of people you are. If I can't show up as Amber, my authentic self, I can't show up at all. And I encourage everyone to start thinking like that. Live authentically, because your authentic self is the best you. Number two, you self-sabotage. And I did it often. I would tell myself that I didn't want certain things because I felt like I couldn't get them. I was afraid of failing. I was afraid of rejection. I was afraid of being denied. I was afraid of not being perfect. I was afraid of so much that I would tell myself and create these stories in my own head. And then the thing is, once you tell yourself a story long enough, it becomes your reality because your subconscious mind hoards everything that you tell yourself. So if you tell yourself that you're not worthy, guess what your subconscious mind gonna tell you once you're trying to do something? You're not worthy of it. Your conscious mind may want to start a business, but then your subconscious mind gonna tell you, you can't do that. You don't have the money. You're not worthy of starting a business. Stop telling yourself these negative things because your subconscious mind will literally hold on to it because that is a protection mechanism. Your subconscious mind tries to protect us. It tries to protect you from whatever it is that you're afraid of. So whatever you feed in your mind, your subconscious mind gonna feed it back to you when your conscious mind wants to do something. Our subconscious mind controls us. We do things on autopilot and we don't even know that we're doing it because it's natural to our subconscious mind. It's natural to us. So just be mindful of those things. Watch what you say to yourself. If you find yourself start talking something negative, I'm not worthy, change your verbiage. I am worthy. I do deserve it. I can have it. I am the best. I am who I say I am. I can do what I say I do. Believe it. Manifest it because you are worthy. If you say you're worthy, you are what you say you are. Number three, you're not fulfilled. And here is when I realized that I wasn't fulfilled at my job. I've been in the payroll industry for 11 years. And last year, it's been years prior, and especially with the work environment that I was in previously, I would say, like, I just want to quit. I want my own business, but I could never figure out exactly what it was that I wanted to do. So I started doing customization where I make shirts and things like that. And it was good, but it still wasn't really fulfilling me, even though I felt like it was. And so was the job that I was working prior. So with this job that I was working, it was like great environment, great people, great company. Everything was fantastic about this job. But last year I realized I wasn't being fulfilled there. And it came from my manager. You know, once we have our reviews, I always done an outstanding job, but it's always room for improvement. And she would always tell me what areas that I would need to improve in. And I always took it. Be more assertive, Amber. Be more assertive. That's what she used to always tell me. And I didn't realize that I wasn't as assertive as I thought I was. I thought I was very assertive, but I really wasn't. And it wasn't until I was able to transform my mind to understand why I wasn't. So last year, my family was hit hard. We had 3 people diagnosed with cancer, 1 with lupus, and then I had my own cancer scare for the second time. And January was the first cancer diagnosis with my uncle. And then February, my little cousin, she was diagnosed with lupus. She went to sleep and she was in a coma for like a month, I think. And March, I had my cancer scare at the very beginning. I have a spot on my gums. I forgot the name of it, but it's not cancerous. And 2012, I had my first cancer scare. We removed all the cells, and I haven't had any issues since then. But middle of March, my aunt was diagnosed with cancer. And then I started realizing that I wasn't living my life the way I felt like I should be living it. So I started doing personal development. I started diving deep into who I truly was. I eliminated watching TV, listening to negative things on like the radio. I removed some people off my friend list that was always negative. I just started surrounding myself around more positivity. And I guess God saw that I was trying to make a change. So he started putting people and opportunities in my life. And that is when I started birthing Anchor. I started birthing Anchor September of last year. And October, the devil, he said he didn't like the way I was going. So he made it to where someone that is very near and dear to my heart, he made them have cancer too. And I was just like, 2 wasn't enough. So now you gotta go for a third person, right? Yeah. So I wanted to give up because at this point I was like, this person was just, she always kept her health up. And she was just everything. Like, she did everything that she was supposed to be the person that she was. And then for her to get diagnosed with cancer, it was just like shocking. But I was just like, the devil's not going to stop until I just stop going after who I truly am meant to be. Like, he don't want me to help other women because he know that's God working through me. So he was trying to do things to make me give up. And I'm not going to lie, it was definitely hard, and it was definitely questions on me giving up. But I had to realize that my God is stronger. And in order for me to live authentically, I need to do, I must do this thing because this is God's purpose for my life. This is what I've always wanted to do. And now that I'm going after it, the devil tried to throw an obstacle my way. But not knowing, me and this person converse every day. And she just empowered me and I empowered her every day. We empowered each other. And she was just telling me how she wished she would have went after her dreams like I'm going after mine. She wanted to be a fashion designer. And when she told me that, I said, God, what is it that you want me to do right now? I'm in the middle of birthing Anchor so I can serve these women. What is it that you want me to do right now? And I dreamed of me quitting my job. I couldn't do it immediately. I was afraid, and then November came around and I had another dream. I said, it's time. It is time. Like, I felt it in my spirit and I was able to quit my job, but I didn't want to leave them high and dry because the end of the fourth quarter and first quarter are 2 busy seasons, especially in payroll industry. So I wouldn't leave them like that. So I gave them all, the rest of fourth quarter, all of first quarter, and then the month of April, just to make sure that we had somebody hired, trained, and that they were out of the busy season. So I put my notice in back in November that April 29th was going to be my last day. But instead, I made April 28th my last day because I actually started working on Fridays to work on my business. And that was because I found out who I was and where I was trying to go. I was able to close that gap. And me working was a gap that I needed to close in order for me to start going towards the direction I needed to go toward. So I really want y'all to just understand that even though you may like something right now, once you become in tune to who you are and you start aligning things towards your value, you will not be fulfilled. Because even though that job was a good job, I wasn't fulfilled after I started self-development. I wasn't fulfilled. And I want to say, I may not be perfect, but at least I'm not fake anymore. So just think about it like that. And then I want to just go over some importance of living authentically. Living authentically means living your life according to your values and goals. Be true to yourself, regardless of your circumstances you face. I have 7 ways to identify if you're living authentically. I have 7 benefits of living authentically. So here are some benefits. You save energy and you less stress because you don't have to show up as somebody else. You can just show up as yourself. There's no energy involved in it. Just be you. Your ideas, your values, and your actions will all align. That's number 2. Number 3, you go against the crowd. So even though everybody else is doing one thing, you don't do it because they're doing it. Number 4, you're open to opportunities. Number 5, you'll trust and respect yourself, and so will others. Number 6, you will have integrity to make the right choice even when no one else is watching. Number 7, you realize your potential. So just realize your potential, and you can boost your self-confidence and your self-esteem, so you can be a genuine person. Being authentic to yourself, you will remain the same no matter what situation you're in. No matter the situations you faces, you would not have to remove these masks. So here are 7 steps to living authentically. I want you to understand that living authentically will not happen overnight. It is a lifelong process of discovery. Number 1, live by your values. Number 2, identify your gaps. Number 3, live with integrity. Number 4, communicate honestly. And what I mean by that, do not play games, do not throw hints or any other tactics to get your points across, and keep your promises. Number 5, don't form assumptions. Number 8, develop self-confidence. And number 7, manage your emotions. Living an authentic life will require short-term sacrifices and missed opportunities. It is a process that is well worth it. Be committed to removing the mask you have been wearing to be your true self and become the comeback champion I know you can be. I really thank y'all for y'all time. And I do have 2 free gifts for you. If you would like to have a free discovery call with me, a one-on-one discovery call is a 30-minute call. Go to anchorwithamber.com. It's ANCHORWITHAMBER.com. You can follow me on Facebook at Anchor with Amber or Instagram at Anchor with Amber. And then your second gift is how to grow from insane to sane by committing to your boundaries. You can email me at alane@anchorwithamber.com to get your free guide. Thank y'all. Have a great day.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Juanita Mercer, and thank you for joining me today. It is such an honor to talk to you today about heartpreneurship and the 8 steps that you need to take for a workplace revival. Now, I know that with everything going on in the world, and every day it seems like more and more demands are being put on professionals, that you need a workplace revival. Trust me, I've been there. I've done that. And I can help you really take charge of the workplace. Hey, it's not the job you want, create the job. It's not the organization you want to be in, create that organization you want to be in. And it all begins with the right mindset. I know what it's like to work so hard, to work in excellence in everything you do and still get overlooked. I know what it's like to apply for that job, to seek those opportunities, and it still seems like no, no, no every time you turn around. And you're left asking yourself, what don't I have? What is it that I need to do? I know what it's like to train your coworkers, to lead your leaders, and to still only get a few line items on an annual performance review. I know what it's like to watch other people constantly get awards and honors and certificates for the great work that they do, while you're still saying, what about me, right? I know what it's like to complete your PhD and still be wondering what comes next. or to finally have that PhD and the experience to match. And you go out earnestly seeking those great opportunities to lead and have more responsibility and a higher salary, and to even be one of the top 2 candidates twice, to then be told that they chose their friend over you. What do you do, right? And so I've been faced with these circumstances time after time. Over the 16 years that I've worked in education, I've found myself at several different crossroads saying, what now? What am I going to do? When it seems that every step I take to, get that new job or to work in that new organization is blocked. Well, I decided that I had to look within myself, and that first and foremost, that I had a heart issue, because I was more concerned about my recognition and what I was doing than what I was doing for other people. And I was not fulfilling, one, the purpose that God has created me for, and that is to be a powerful professional, right? That no matter what work I do, that I walk in power in that job. But also to fulfill the 2 greatest commandments, and that is to love God and love people. Do you know that we'll spend most of our lives sleeping and working? So that means that if you're not being who God created you to be in the workplace, then you will spend most of your life not truly living and only dreaming that you could. And I don't want that to be you, and I didn't want that to be me. And so I decided that things had to change, and they were going to change with me. And I began to embody Proverbs 4:23 that says, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. And I realized that I had to change my heart. I had to make everything I did about love, loving God, loving people, loving my work, loving the opportunities I had to make a difference. And that's what I decided to do. I became a heartpreneurship. Or should I say, I became a heartpreneur. Absolutely. I decided to live out this idea of heartpreneurship. Something that I came up with and coined, but what it means is to manage your heart, to keep it focused on the right things, and to do everything with love in mind. And I realized that when I made the decision to make love my focus and to serve in excellence, to love in excellence, and to make my work about that, everything changed, even when nothing changed. So if you're wondering, how did you manage to do this? How did you manage to create a job within a job? How did you manage to create the organization you really want to work for within the organization you're already working for? I did it in 8 steps, and I'm here to teach you exactly how to do that as well. So here are the 8 steps. You ready? Here we go. Number 1, make an agenda. What is it that you want to accomplish, and make that list? What do you want to see happen? What do you want to do? Who do you want to meet? What role do you want to have? What talents do you want to develop? What skills do you want to exercise? What new relationships do you want to form? How many more products do you want to invent? How many more services do you want to bring forth, right? It's up to you. Make your agenda and let that be the thing that you go after. Number 2, manage your territory. That's right. You have dominion, honey. You have dominion over your territory. You are now the president and CEO of it. Everything that happens within the boundaries of your territory is up to you. How will you manage it? How will you be a good steward of it and guard it? And really own everything that happens within that territory, whether it be your classroom, your office, your region, maybe your team, maybe a department, an organization, the entire organization. How will you manage it? Number 3, then you have to model your convictions, because I have realized that only what comes from the heart reaches the heart. And as a professional, the key word there, the root word is profess. What are you professing? Just your expertise, right? Or are you professing also your values? Yeah, we do. So it's so important that people see you model what you say you believe in, right? That if you say you honor integrity and truth, that you make decisions and operate that way. Number 4, market your brand, right? Let people know who you are. Just like your organization has a brand, and that brand represents their values, their strategies, their goals, their mission, their vision, their quality of services and products, right? What they're known for. You have a personal brand as well. And so it's so important that you learn how to communicate that you constantly remind your leaders, hey, this is what I do. This is what I'm capable of. And so if you want it in good hands, they need to be in my hands, right? And I would even go to my leaders and say, hey, I work well with teams. I'm a great collaborator. I do well with marketing as well. How about I lead this initiative? Right? And every time my supervisors were like, yes, you're definitely the right person, because I took the initiative to present that opportunity. Number 5, multiply your assets. God told Adam and Eve, be fruitful and multiply. And that is the same charge that we have today, that with our time, our treasure, and our talents, that we find ways to multiply that. And the main way we can do that is to love people and realize that they are our greatest assets. Even though we may not act like it all the time, people truly are. And so mentorship truly is the key to multiplying your assets. Number 6, move mountains. That's right. Solve problems. Don't just be a troublemaker, but be a problem solver, right? We, as children of God, the greatest problem solver, we have a duty to solve problems, to present not just ideas, but real solutions to the things that people are dealing with in an organization. Every time my leaders had a meeting and was talking about problems, I always went and prayed about that thing, and I would go back within 24, I would say between 24 to 48 hours to present a solution. And not only did I present a solution, but I also said, why don't I take the lead, develop a team around this, and help to make sure that the resources are there that we need. And I'll outline everything and get that back to you as to how you can help support us. Every time I had this new opportunity and initiative, it wasn't anything brought to me, but one that I created, right? Through God's help. Number 7, maximize your impact. And how do you maximize your impact? By serving. Not just serving your leaders and serving your colleagues, not just serving the organization, but by really creating opportunities to serve other people, other stakeholders. Create an internship so that you can not only mentor, but help a college student get experience and learn something new. Who doesn't like free labor? If you go to your supervisors and say, I would like to establish an internship program, what? They're gonna love that, right? You can also take things that you're learning and knowledge that you've learned at work or skills and go and serve other organizations with that. For example, while I was a PhD student, I went to a community center in New Braunfels, Texas, and I helped develop their mission, vision, and value statements by putting on a workshop for them, me and a team of my peers. So that was my serving another organization with the skills and knowledge that I have. There's so many people who need what you have, and you can create leadership opportunities through serving to do that. So you're not only creating opportunities for yourself, but primarily you're serving other people. So that's another thing. And then 8, last but certainly not least, modify your language. Listen, life and death is in the power of the tongue. The Bible tells us that. I know it to be true because I realized that the more negative I talked, the more things seemed to fall apart. But the more I was positive and changed my language with my perspective, things really opened up for me. I no longer saw problems or obstacles or opposition. I saw opportunities. You know, they weren't my colleagues, just coworkers. They were my team members, people that I could collaborate with, right? They were, I didn't just present ideas, I presented solutions. I didn't just talk about something needs to change. I talked about initiatives because initiatives tell you that there's intent, there's a strategy behind it, right? Not just change, but it's more purpose driven. And so these are the 8 things, the 8 steps I took to truly have a workplace revival and become a heartpreneur, and everything centered around love. And every time I left a job, it was a sad time for my supervisors. And as a matter of fact, I will be concluding my last year working in China. And when I submitted my resignation, my supervisor wrote back to me, "I am reluctant to face the future without you." That's who you want to be, right? I've never got a promotion at this job. I never got, an award or anything like that. But my work, my legacy will speak for itself. The curriculums that I've developed, the students' lives that I touched. And I even told my students, if the only thing you learn from me is the curriculum, then I have failed you as your teacher. Because it's my duty to seek every opportunity to love them and to help them grow and develop even as their teacher. That is my mindset. And having that mindset in every place that I've worked has truly changed not only my life, but the lives of the people I serve and the people that I work with. By modeling this, by helping others, by mentoring, by training, by leading from behind, by presenting solutions, developing teams and strategies. That's the legacy that you want to have in the workplace. So, are you ready to become a heartpreneur? I hope you are, because this is not only to truly revive you in the workplace, but to revive the workplace and everyone around you. Your new beginning starts right now. If you have made up your mind that this is who you want to be, like you need to experience this, that you want to commit to being a powerful professional, to being everything that God created you to be in the workplace, because you know how important it is, the time is now. But you have to realize that real revival requires full commitment. It does. It requires you to remind yourself every day who you are and that the workplace needs you. Just like King Nebuchadnezzar needed Daniel, right? And people praised him for his excellence and they glorified God for the work that he did. They need you just like Potiphar needed Joseph, right? That Potiphar considered himself blessed and saw himself prosper simply because Joseph was working for him, right? Your organization will see you as Esther and say, Who knows that you have come here for such a time as this to help us and help move us forward and to transform and transpose our workplace. That is the legacy you want to have, and you can have it. I want to help you with this, and I want to share more of my story with you. I can't wait to meet you. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to book your free consultation with me, a free coaching session, okay, to talk about how you can become a heartpreneur and truly have your workplace revival. Now, what can you expect in your complimentary coaching session? You can expect 3 things: an assessment. It will be a pre-assessment, and then also hearing more of your story, almost like a post-assessment as well, during that session. We're going to do some goal mining, really helping you to set your agenda as to what it is that you want to see happen in your workplace, right? With you as the agent. And I'm going to pray not only with you, but I'll continue to pray for you even after our session. So I'm so looking forward to your contact coming in, to me getting that notification that you have booked your free coaching session. And the way you can do that is to scan this QR code. Okay, go ahead, take a quick pause this, or go ahead and take a quick picture of it, okay, so that you can scan that QR code and it takes you straight to my website where you can sign up for your free coaching session. Or you can go to my website at drjuanitamercer.com/heartpreneurship, okay, to sign up again for your complimentary coaching session. That's it for Heartpreneurship, 8 Steps to a Workplace Revival. I hope that you've enjoyed this, and I also hope that you want to hear more from me, learn more from me, by following me on all social media at Dr. Juanita Mercer. And remember, in everything you do and with everything you have, love God and love people. God bless you.
Hi, I'm Diana Morris. It is for sure that in this life, we're gonna have trouble. But I believe that the God of the universe has overcome this world, and therefore you and I can overcome it too. For the next 15-20 minutes or so, I'm gonna share with you 5 proven keys of resilience that have helped me and my clients overcome loss, pain, financial struggles, and more. Now, I won't be able to go through every pillar, but I do want you to at least connect and get an assessment to see how you're doing with the pain, suffering, and the obstacles that you have in your life today. So go to bit.ly, and it is free resilience assessment tool. I repeat, bit.ly, free resilience assessment tool. And you will be able to fill that out in maybe 3 to 5 minutes and just see where you are. And I believe it'll be helpful to you. The method that I'm going to share with you, I'm going to give you an acronym to help you remember, and it's called the STAND method of resilience. And that STAND is going to represent those 5 pillars of resilience that have helped me. I'll never forget the day that I was working in my home office. I had finished a long shift as a nurse, being in nursing for over 30 years. And in the evening, working as a life coach, or what I like to say, an empowerment coach, where I empower women to go from pain to purpose, right? From a point of being stuck to being prosperous and able to fulfill their purpose. I loved doing it, right? And I sat there busy, 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 working 12, 13 hours, and the phone rang. I said, hello? And it was my sister on the other end. She lived in Ohio, and she said, Diana, I just got a call from the rehabilitation center. Mama had a fall, and she is now unconscious and on the way to the emergency room. That's all I know. I'll call you when I get there. I hung up the phone, and all I could do in that moment was pray. Later, my mama died. And it was the first pillar of resilience that helped me. And that is to have a spiritual foundation. For me, it's my faith in God. For you, it could be something else. But just to know that my mom's name was written in the Lamb's Book of Life and that death didn't separate her from Christ, it gave me what I needed. As a matter of fact, Denzel Washington says that if it wasn't for his faith, he wouldn't have reached the goals he has met and has reached. As a matter of fact, Denzel said that he doesn't let the circumstances that goes on around him dictate his peace and his happiness, but it's his faith that keeps him. So write that down. Have a spiritual foundation. The second pillar is to have a transformed mind. Transform your life by renewing your mind. Did you know that there's over 50,000 thoughts that go through your mind every day? Oh my goodness. And most of them are negative. And so it's up to you to take those thoughts and align them to what's true and what's not. The second pillar that I want you to write down is to never give up on your hope. Never give up on your purpose. Because sometimes what will happen in life is that you'll get to the point that you're fulfilling everybody else's purpose, everybody else's dreams, right? And then you don't have time, put your hand up, to fulfill your own calling, your own purpose. Now, I hope I didn't dance around too much because it is kind of late where I am. So we had the first one was your spiritual foundation. And I believe I missed A for anchor, right? Anchor yourself in hope. And because hope is what's going to keep you in the storm, right? Hope is what's going to hold you when you get the kind of call that I got, right? Martin Luther King said that, hey, we're going to have some finite trouble, but we can't lose infinite hope, okay? And so that's that. We got the hope, and we have the staying focused on our purpose. And the next one is we are to never, ever be at a point that we are going to be at a point where we are not going to remain resilient, that we're not going to remain persistent, right? We want to always remain focused because you are going to have times in your life where those distractions are just going to come your way and you're going like, oh my goodness, Calgon, take me away, right? But you have to know what you're called to do. And the last one is to be determined to persevere. When I got that call, guys, I'm going to be honest. When my mom passed away, all the years that I worked to try to be sure mama had her bedside commode, her food she wanted, I couldn't be there physically. So I blessed her with everything she needed. But when she left, my why left. So what's your why? What keeps you going? So I sat there on my bed after I got that call and my conclusion, and I wanted to just throw in the towel. Didn't matter if anybody caught it, I was just done. Started to have chest pain, and being a nurse knew that it could be my heart. I got to the point where I felt like, man, it's just too much. So I said, Diana, have you ever talked to yourself? I said, do you want to live or do you want to die? Now, mind you, it could have been gas, but I had to know within my own heart that you have the hope to live. And I thought about my mama being born in the 1930s. She was 91 when she died. She was born with one kidney. She lived as an orphan. By the time she was 10, mom and daddy was dead. She had nobody to raise her, so her sisters and brothers raised her. I remember her sharing a story how she had to run to the fields and hide from white men that came to harm the black children. And they yelled, lay down, don't get up until we call you. But mama continued her life. She buried 2 husbands and buried 3 children. She still carried the gospel. She still encouraged others. She never met a stranger. To that very moment, she fought the good fight of faith. And as I thought about my mama's story, I sat up a little bit higher. Yeah, I've been depressed. Yes, I've been down. As a matter of fact, I've been to some church meetings, y'all. How many of you been to some church meetings where healing was taking place? And I remember one evangelist saying, is anybody having back pain? Raise your hand. And people were raising their hand and get up there, ooh, the back pain gone. And he go from that, anybody have this ailment? He was just anointed, gifted. And he got to this place. And I thought about that as I sat there on that bed about that evangelist. He said, anybody in here depressed, want to give up, want to die? Raise your hand. And I was like, ooh. He said, you come here, you die tonight. Don't worry, no more depression. He was a blessed brother from overseas. And I was trying to say, no, brother, everybody put their hand down. That was a light that came to me. I'm not ready to die. I'm sad, I'm grieving, but I must be resilient. I must fulfill my purpose. I can't give up on my calling. Mama ran her race, so I have to run mine too. So I say to you, don't give up on your purpose. I know it's been hard. I know you perhaps have gone through more than what I've gone through, but I just came by to tell you at this Champion Summit, you can, you will, and you must fulfill your purpose. Keep standing. How are you going to stand? You're going to stand spiritually. How are you going to stand? You're going to transform your body by renewing your mind. How are you going to stand? You're going to stand anchored in hope. Hope maketh not ashamed. How are you going to stand? You're going to never lose focus of your purpose and why you're here on the earth. And how will you stand? Determined to never give up. Determined to never throw in the towel. You can, you will, you must. Hallelujah. You must fulfill your purpose. And I know you can. Until next time, go to bit.ly and get your free resilience assessment tool. That's bit.ly/resilience assessment tool. Until next time, God bless.
Hello, 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 hello. Erica C. Brown, the Queen of Courage coach here. I am the founder and CEO of Crown with Courage Academy, a company that helps women who are dealing with low self-image feel that they have no worth and are held captive in their mind. Break free from the lie that's keeping them shackled in their own mental prison by giving them a mind reset using tools and techniques to help them execute courageous action, make bail, walk out guilt-free, and into their next level. One of my beliefs is, something that I truly, truly believe, is that who and what we're connected to can be advantageous for us or it can be detrimental to us. If we don't suffer cut off or make the necessary disconnections, then we will not live. I'm here to talk with you today about disconnecting from the dead thing so that you can answer the call of courage. Be sure you have a pen and paper so you can jot down some key takeaways and things that resonate with you. So number one, I want you to type this in the chat and write this down. Identify the dead thing. Identify the dead thing. I have a question. Have you ever been asked to identify a body? Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. Gratefully, I haven't been asked this question. However, I've heard of this happening to people I know. I've seen countless movies where people are asked to identify bodies. Normally, they are asked this because they are a relative, they're a friend, somebody who knows the deceased. If you can't identify someone, you don't know them, right? You can't identify someone you don't know. I want you to remember that. You cannot identify someone you don't know. I can only imagine if I have to experience this. Oh my goodness. My tummy would probably be in knots. I probably would be shaking all over the place and afraid to get close to look because it could indeed be the person they are suspecting it is, which means it could be someone that I know. And although it's reality, in those very tense moments, I'm sure that we wish that it wasn't a reality. The point here is the dead thing in our lives is usually someone or something we know. The very real and disappointing part is most times it's someone very close to us. I used to be married to this guy that I adored and cared for deeply. Think about it. When you marry someone, you become one, your will, your purpose, it intertwines when necessary. And then your lives become about serving each other. So to say that we were close is an understatement. I cared deeply for him. And you have to be mindful when you care for somebody, not to lose yourself, to make sure that you're paying attention to you as well. Because although I cared deeply for him, I noticed that my life was taking a turn for the worse. And if I didn't do something quick, I probably would have lost everything that I had worked very, very, very hard for. I was being cheated on, mentally abused and misused. Look, I already dealt with low self-esteem, and now it was becoming worse. I'm looking at myself, wondering, what is it that's wrong with me? Am I not pretty enough? Am I not fine enough? Am I not good enough? Am I too thick? Am I too thin? All along, there was nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with me. And none of those horrible thoughts were true. As I was being abused and misused, I started reciprocating the same treatment. Because, everything starts in the mind, right? And so now I know that there was nothing wrong with me. In my mind, at that time, I thought it was. And I began to reciprocate it. I began to have this get back attitude and mentality. You get me and I'm going to get you back, right? That's no way to live. That's not a good way to live. So what did I do? I disconnected. How did I disconnect? I got a divorce. When you know who you are, then you will not stoop to the level that others try to bring you down to. When you know who you are, you will not put up with any and everything that people bring. You won't put up with any and everything. And when you start walking in who you are, your spirit and your life will make others want to come up to where you are. Because guess what? At that moment, they will see that now you know that you were better than what you were accepting. In that moment, they would know now that you know you were better than that. They know that you know now you are better than you were allowing yourself to be treated. So my question to you is, who or what are you connected to that is causing you to die? This can be anything. Maybe for you, it's a friend. It could be a relationship in the form of a significant other. It could be even a relative, someone that's always so negative and they don't see the good in anything. Anytime and every time you talk to them, they're always complaining and never have anything good to say. And then when you get off the phone with them, you're mentally depleted. And if you leave their house, or if you get from around them, right? Now you got this negative mindset that you got to try to fight off. What about something as seemingly simple as television? Yeah. You're probably thinking, how can television be detrimental? Yeah, it can be. Now, hear me out. I'm not saying that you can't watch TV. What I'm saying is that consuming too much of it can be detrimental. And for me, I have to be mindful of this because I love movies and television shows. And yes, I can learn things from them. However, if I'm not careful, life will pass me by. And I would not have achieved anything that I've set out to achieve because I've given that television or other sources of entertainment all of my time. See, what you feed your mind will grow. I love sweets. This is my confession. I love sweets. I love cookies. I love cakes, right? And if I eat or consume them on a daily basis, guess what I'm going to crave it even more. I'm going to crave that thing that I keep putting in my body, or I keep, the sweets on a daily basis. The more and more I eat it, the more and more I'm going to crave it. So if I continue to consume that stuff, it's going to mess with my health. Then that's going to mess with my wealth. So if we're not growing and getting better, then we're dying. I'm not talking about a physical death. I'm talking about dying mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. And really, which can lead to a physical death. A lot of times we stay connected to people and things that can literally destroy our lives. We as women, we are naturally nurturing. We want to fix everything. Let's be honest, we want to fix everything. But truth be told, we can't fix anyone. Sometimes we have to let go to let them grow. And we have to let go so we can grow. Because the reality is some people don't want to grow. Some people don't want to grow. And if we stay connected to them, we will stunt our growth. Number 2, it's decision time. I tell the women I coach that once you've identified what's dead in your life, you have to courageously make a decision. And the reason I say courageous is because fear is going to be right around the corner. That fear of the unknown is going to be ever so present. However, freedom is on the other side of that fear. Put in the chat, freedom is on the other side of fear. Once you decide that you're ready to disconnect, all kind of fearful thoughts are going to hit your mind. They're going to tell you things like, oh, you're going to fail. It won't work. Oh, you need them. You can't make it without them. Sometimes that people will tell you that you can't make it without me. Oh, yes, you can. You'll have thoughts like you don't deserve nice things. You're not smart enough. You're not strong enough. You don't deserve the more that you desire. I know you have heard some, if not all of those things. A lot of times, even though you hear those thoughts, people know that they are better than how they are living and what they are accepting. But knowing and doing are entirely two different things. Fear will try to creep in and offer suggestions, but it's all a lie. You have to feel the fear, but courageously disconnect anyway. That's if you want to live. You have to feel the fear and do the hard thing anyway. You'd be surprised at how your life will change just from making one courageous decision, followed by courageous action. Number 3, don't get caught in the guilt trap. Once you take courageous action, don't allow guilt to stop you or keep you stuck and cause you to go back to what or who you've disconnected from. I think about a mouse trap. Once a mouse tries to get to the prize on the trap, that could be peanut butter or cheese. They get caught, snap, right? Once they're caught, they can't go anywhere. That's how guilt is. If you allow, guilt will stop you from getting to your desired destination. Then guess what? You have forfeited your future. You don't owe anyone any explanation on why you disconnect. Communication is key, but you don't owe anybody an explanation as to why you disconnected. However, you owe yourself everything. You owe it to yourself to live the life that you have been given. If you're not living, what are you doing? Type in the chat, it's time to live, it's time to live, it's time to live. A part of living this life is to help others. We, as human beings, have an innate desire to help others. We cannot help others if we stay stuck in guilt and if we don't disconnect from what's killing us. If we don't grow and move forward, we can't help anyone else. Once we disconnect from the dead thing and move forward, then that's when we can truly help others do the same. They'll look at you and they'll say, hey, if Erica did it, then so can I. They'll say, if Keisha did it, then so can I. They'll say, oh, if Tarsha did it, then so can I. Now, guess what you've done? You've helped someone make the decision to want to get free. Because you did that courageous thing that you were once afraid to do. And you didn't allow yourself or anybody else to guilt trip you into being stuck or staying there or disconnecting. There are so many people who want to do the seemingly hard thing, but they don't know how and they're afraid. People are looking for the answers and they look up to you. Oh, yes, they do. Even if they don't say anything, they're watching. And you can become the answer if you answer the clarion call of courage. Number 4, maintain the disconnect. Don't think for 1 minute. Because we do something one time, that's it. Oh, no. It is not up and stuck. After we disconnect from something we were attached to, especially if we were attached for long periods of time or if we were attached emotionally, we have to maintain the disconnect. So how do you maintain your disconnect? First, you have to get around people who have already answered the call of courage and are maintaining their disconnect. I am huge on accountability. Girl, sis, get you an accountability partner. I have several. Those who have maintained their disconnect successfully. And those times where you feel a little weak and you feel a little drawn back to what you used to know or what you used to have, your accountability partner can help you. They can tell and show you what they did in those challenging moments to maintain or to not go back. There was this show I watched and I absolutely loved this show. It was called Mom. It was hilarious, but it had a really good message in it. See, I told you I can learn something from shows, right? But the show was based on ladies who used to be alcoholics. They were attending AA meetings, and the most amazing part of the show to me was once someone entered the program, they immediately, that's important, they immediately look for a sponsor to mentor them. You know, someone who had been sober for quite some time. It is very important who you surround yourself with, because we cannot do life alone or on our own. We all need somebody. It's been over 10 years ago, and I remember I had to stop communicating with some people indefinitely, and some for long periods of time, because they were trying to keep me in the loop with what was going on with my ex. They were trying to keep me in the loop with what was going on with the guy I was married to. Some even wanted me to go back to him. And I found out, let me tell you, what I found out is if you keep entertaining what was dead, you will find yourself being drawn back to it, and you'll start to die again. Going back was not an option for me because I wanted to live. And I hope that going back to the dead thing for you would not be an option. Type in the chat, I want to live. Secondly, do a self-evaluation occasionally. Reflect on areas where you have improved so you will be encouraged to do more of what is helping you. Look, get comfortable with celebrating your wins, sis. Celebrate your wins. Because, girl, no one else will. Have no regrets about anything, because our experiences are lessons and point of references. Be grateful for everything, the good and the not so good, at least what we think is not good. Lastly, get you a coach. I can't even begin to tell you how my life has evolved even the more since hiring a coach. My coach helps to guide me and is helping me to reach my fullest potential. There's also another level of accountability. My coach isn't biased, and she don't allow me to wallow in my excuses or give up on myself. I was stuck, but now I am moving forward. This is how champions come back. Isn't this the Comeback Champions Summit? This is how champions come back. Type in the chat, I am a champion and I am coming back. Once I disconnected from my past, I stepped right into my purpose on the journey to my future. My past was not, I was not a failure because of my past. I was a champion. I am a champion. I have something for you. Whether you own a laptop, an iPad, your mobile device, I need you to go to the web browser, and I want you to type in www.ericac, that's E-R-I-C, free gift, E-R-I-C-A-C, I'm sorry, www.ericacfreegift.com. Please, somebody, please type it in the chat. ericacfreegift.com, E-R-I-C-A-C, freegift.com. And I'll leave you with this. Disconnecting from the dead things in our lives is not deadly, but life-changing, because you will go from just surviving to thriving. We don't want to just survive. People that survive just fight to keep their head above water. No, we want to thrive. This is how champions come back. Someone is waiting on you to answer the call. Like I'm getting a phone call. Hello, this is Erica C. Brown. Yes, I am ready to answer the call. Are you?
Hi, everyone. My name is Reverend Roger Dixon Sr. I am from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and I'm grateful to be part of the Comeback Champions Summit. I thank Shay Brown for giving me the opportunity to share my platform with you. I am the Master Counselor. What I do, I help returning citizens. That's right. I help returning citizens, men and women in the criminal justice system, find their level of success. I don't know what your level of success is, but their level of success to achieving and trying to be the best that they can be when they get out of prison. That's right, when they get out of prison, but we share with them while they're in prison what they should do to make themselves a focal part of the community. I want them to dream, plan, and execute their future. I want them to be, as I indicated before, the best that they can be. I've been in prison ministry for 30 years, and over the years, I've counseled many men and women coming out of this system. And we call them returning citizens. There are citizens, you know, that maybe made some bad decisions and some things of that nature over time. But I'm just grateful to be a part of that platform, to be able to elevate them to the point that God wants them to. This is my ministry, and this is what I'm passionate to do. I'm very passionate about this particular platform, this particular ministry. And I want to share with you today how you could be a vocal point, how you can help me. This is a movement. It's not about me. It's about what I can do, what you can do, no matter what state that you're in or city you're in. We can come together and help those individuals. In your area also, they're returning citizens. And what you might get out of this speech today or this topic today, that we can come together as a team. I'm in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. You might be in another state of the United States. And what we can do, we can collaborate, see what we can do to assist each other, making the best possible way that we can help those men and women in the criminal justice system in your state. I just want to share with you today that the topic of this talk today is helping returning citizens find success after prison. Let me mention that again. Helping returning citizens find success after prison. And sometimes people give them a bad rap, call them bad for society, or losers, or they won't amount to anything, throw away the key. Why have them in the community anyway? But the most important thing, what we have to do, brothers and sisters, is show love. Show what we can do together. Like I indicated before, this is a movement. God put this on my mindset over 30 years ago when I volunteered with one of the local pastors in this area. And way back then, it was still called Second Chance Ministry. And I'm going to share with you 3 areas that we can come together and help those citizens to have a better life. Number 1, we have to teach them how to own their success. Now, I'll talk a little bit more of that as we continue. Number 2, share with them how they can take their blessings and help others. It's not about them, how they can help others. And number 3, I've always shared with my group, no matter what, learn how to master your gift and talent that God give you. And I have an affirmation quote that I say constantly to them, and even in my community when I talk to a lot of young people as well. And my quote is this: success is yours. Own your success. Again, my name is Reverend Roger Dixon Sr. I am the Master Mentor Counselor, helping men and women in the criminal justice system find their level of success with passion. I want them to dream and own and master their success. Let's start with the 1. I explained to my group, own your success. You might ask yourself, what does that mean? Own your success is being the best that you can do and use your talent and use your God-given ability to help yourself and help others along the way. I remember my mother used to always say to me, it's not all about you, Roger. It's about other people you're going to meet along the way. And I explained to my group, men and women, that how you're going to meet people along the way. What I mean by meet people, be an influencer. How you're going to influence your system that you might have in your ministry or business or whatever you want to do in life. Make sure you take advantage of the opportunity that God gave to you. And number 2, I always explain to them, if God bless you to be a blessing, help others. Help others to be a blessing, that they will be able to help their family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues. And too many times, sometimes we are about, it's mine. And I share with the men and women, it's not about you all the time. It's people that you're going to meet along the way. And I share with you these different topics. I want you guys to just understand, what can you do to be a part of this ministry, what you can do to be part of this movement. And number three, lastly, is how can I master my gift and my talent to find success? And how you do that is be hungry, be on fire to be the best, be on fire to lift others up, to be on fire to use the talent that God give you, that you'll be able to share with your family, your neighbors, our colleagues when you work. And most of all, make sure that you give God the glory and thank God for the opportunity. And I'm going to share with you a success champion. You know, we call the returning citizens, but all of them are success champions. All of them are success champions. Let me share one success champion with you. Her name is Betty J. I met Betty J about 4 years ago. And Betty J came to me and she said, Reverend Dixon, I'm pregnant. I've been in jail for 3 months now. I haven't seen a doctor. I haven't had no type of medical treatment, no prenatal care. Can you help me? I said, Betty J, yes, I can. She's referred with another returning citizens, a friend on the cell block she was on. I always tell men and women, invite somebody with you. Don't come by yourself to our group setting. And this was my Thursday night group that I was counseling. And I said, don't come alone. Bring somebody with you. And one of the young ladies brought Betty J. I told Betty J, I said, yes, I can help you and I will help you. And so what I did when I left, and I called a good friend of mine. I said, lady, she's in prison ministry as well. And I shared with her the story of Betty J. I say, can you help this young lady? I said, I know you can, but she haven't seen a doctor or have had prenatal care. And she said, yes, Reverend, I can help. I'll get on that tomorrow. And that was a Friday. That was on Thursday night when I met her, and the next day was Friday, and my friend indicated that she would. And that's what I do as a mentor. I have men and women in the criminal justice system find a level of success. Not only that, what I do, I find organizations and churches and nonprofit organizations that can meet their needs. Meet their needs by helping them themselves get a GED if they don't have a high school diploma, or help them find a job. In my area, there's a place called Career Link. I'm attached to Career Link. So when men and women get out of prison and jails in Harrisburg, I refer them to Career Link so they can get a better job if they didn't have a better job before, or they can learn how to develop a very powerful resume. And some men and women have no idea what a resume is, never even put together or type up a resume, and I share that with them as well. So when they get out and I explain to them, call me back, if not, I'll call you. And I share with them a Career Link, how they can get their resume updated, how they can, continue just to learn about themselves with the life skills in my program. I teach about life skills, how to have a better life, how to take care of your wife if you're married, if you're not married, if you're single. One day you will be married, and I share with them how to, treat their spouse. Men, love your ladies. Ladies, love your husband or boyfriend or fiance, soon to be. And that's what I do. Share with them lifestyles, what they can do, what they can learn from me and my organization. And my organization is Second Chance Ministries. And I want you guys to be a part of this ministry. I can't do it by myself. And I'm always looking to have someone to come on board with me. I shared with you about Betty J. She couldn't find a doctor. She's been in prison for 3 months. And everybody probably turned their back on her. I don't know I can't say what the chaplain, I didn't even go to the chaplain. I went straight to my friend and asked her, can she have better days? She said she could. And that's what we do right now is focus on prison reform. Prison reform. And how does prison reform work? It's like that. Prison reform is a structural issues as in the criminal justice system, such as police brutality, recidivism, mass incarceration, overcriminalization. And with that prison ministry, with that mass incarceration, a lot of men are locked up, a lot of women's locked up, is innocent, haven't had a fair treatment. And that's why we needed prison reform. Prison reform, we need prison reform to share with them, to have a better life. Go to the system and say, this system has to change. It can't stay the same. And that's what I do. Seek prison reform with my local officials in Harrisburg and share with them how I want them to help me out. Again, prison reform consists of police brutality, recidivism, mass incarceration, and over-criminalization. It has to change. It can't stay the same. It's been the same for too long. Bail, that's another thing with my group. They set the bail too high for what it was arrested for. And that's why we need a prison reform. And that's why I want you guys to help me out so that we can help those returning citizens have success at the prison. And I'm calling you guys right now to be a blessing to me and help me to be a blessing to the men and women that God allowed me to be a part of. This is a movement. God gave me this about 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago in this movement that when we reach 2020, God said, and 2020 to 2030, I want you to travel around the world, in the United States, around the world, and make a difference. And those young men and those young women and older men and older women also with their lifestyle so they can learn how to be successful, learn how to have a passion for success once they get out, learn what they can do to be a blessing to others as they get out, such as their family, neighbors, and friends and colleagues. As I bring this to a close, brothers and sisters, again, my name is Reverend Roger Dixon Sr. I am the Master Mentor Counselor, helping men and women in the criminal justice system find success with passion after prison. And what I need from you guys is to help me to help them and in your community, and no matter what state you're in, no matter what city you're in, help the returning citizens in your state. This is a movement. It's not about me. It's all about we, us, how we can help each other. I'm passionate with this, brothers and sisters. I am passionate for this. So I need your help. They need your help. That we can seek prison reform, that we can give back to them. And they need this great, great, great support system. You can start a support group in your community like I did here. I started a support group here that we can come together and be a blessing to those men and women and their family. They're married. Husbands might have wives on the outside, and women might have husbands on the outside, and they have children. It's not about them, it's their children, their family as well. That's how we can come together and be a blessing to those returning citizens as we seek prison reform. The system can't stay the same. It's broken. Mass incarceration running rapid. Right now, there's over 3 million people in jails and prisons today. Don't you know, in 34 states of this country, if you have a parole or violation, you can't vote. If you, in 12 states, if you have a felony conviction, you can never vote. And that's why we need prison reform, to make a difference in those men and women's lives. Again, be part of this movement. I can be reached at my website, RogerDixonSR.com. RogerDixonSR.com. My email, 532-000 and my cell number, 717-592-8694. Touch base with me. Let all of us make a difference. And those returning citizens in your state, in your city, in my state, in my city, we all can make a difference. There will come a time in your life, brothers and sisters, people will not clap for you. People will not clap for the returning citizens, but win anyway. Peace and blessing to you, and thank you for listening and be a part of this movement. Thank you.
I'm asking for less than 10 minutes of your time to change your life. And I'm confident that this is possible because it took me less than 5 minutes to change mine. When I was a teenager, I didn't want to hear what anyone else had to say. My mind was so closed off. I was a 17-year-old kid, and you know what they say about us teenagers? You don't want to hear nobody because you think you know everything. And that was me. I thought I knew everything it would take for me to be a man and to change my circumstances. I thought I didn't need anybody else's help because I could figure it out, whatever it was. I did figure some things out, but not what I had hoped. I figured out that I did need help. I figured out that I didn't know a quarter of what I thought I knew. And I figured out that I was lost. You want to know how I figured these things out? It took me sitting in a jail cell, facing 7 years in prison, for me to ask for help. I was there for an assault and robbery charge that took me less than 4 minutes. 4 minutes of bad judgment I almost had to pay for with 7 years of my life to make up for that mistake. It took me losing my physical freedom to get on my knees and say a prayer to God that I actually meant. Before that, I only prayed because people told me that I was supposed to pray. I didn't understand the power of having a relationship with God. I thought he made me and he abandoned me because I was in a bad way. I was poor. My family was living in a house that I didn't even want to bring my friends to because of its condition. And my mom had to work so hard for us just to have food on the table. And we still had to live on food stamps. And most importantly, I had no concept of value. I thought that I was worthless. I couldn't understand why he treated a child like this. If he cared for me, why would he put us in this situation? But there I was, praying to him, calling on him to help me for the first time in my life. It took me sitting on a stainless steel stool, sitting across, looking at my mother and my sister through a plexiglass window, wondering if I'd had to wait 7 years to be able to hug them again. And I sat there in an orange jumpsuit with the words Monroe County Jail on the back, staring into their eyes, wondering, what have I done? Because I caused pain to them greater than anything they've ever felt before. It took that for me to wake the hell up. But guess what? You're in a much better situation than I was back then. You are here today, ready to do what it takes to change your life the right way. And I don't want to waste a minute of your time. So guess what? I'm going to get right into the 4 things that you can do to change your life immediately. Now, I hope you came here with an open mind today. So let's get right into it. You ready? You ready? First, I got to know you ready. And I suggest you grab something to write with, something to write on, or some way to take notes if you don't have that already. These steps would have saved me so much pain if somebody would have just shared these things with me early on in my life. But I learned the hard way, so I know they work. The first step is to forgive yourself. In order to move forward, you have to forgive yourself for any mistakes that you've made in the past. Acknowledge the choices you've made, but don't stay there. Use them to inform your judgment now. Allow the new you to be free of the burdens of the old you. Today is the day that you start with a clean slate. Today is the day that you start breathing again. So let's do it again. Let's let all of that stress out real quick. Breathe with me. Take a deep breath in and take that deep breath out. Now repeat after me. Today, I forgive myself for all of the decisions I've made that I felt has not aligned with me. Today, I feel free. I will let go of all of that I held on to. Today, I will focus on the present because this moment is the only one that matters right now. How do you feel? How are you feeling? I hope that makes you feel good. The second step is to believe in yourself. Now, if you don't believe that you are capable of accomplishing some things, you will not take the action to make it so. So, if you do believe that you can succeed, you will do what is necessary to go for what you want in life. And when you run into an obstacle, you'll do what it takes to go up, down, around, or through that thing. It will not stop you, right? You got to lean on your past successes so that it'll carry you through towards your goals. And it's important to know that the goal is not the important thing. It's not the outcome. It is the journey. It is what you learn along the way that matters. Use all of those lessons, all of the adversity, all the joy, all of it to inform what you do in the future. And you will be better for it. The third thing is to set goals and aspirations. Expectations are dangerous. When you set an expectation, you tend to get more lax. And when you face that adversity, it may stop you because you become disappointed that it did not happen the way you wanted it to happen. But when you set an aspiration, now you are working towards something. You don't expect it. You don't think that it's just going to be handed to you, so you will do what's necessary to make it so. Promise yourself that you will never give up on you. When you set a goal, make sure it's a smart one. Specific, so you know exactly what you're going to do. You're going for it. Measurable. You have a way to know how close you are to accomplishing this goal. Actionable. You know that you can do something to take action. You know that you can go somewhere and make something happen. Relevant. It aligns with who you are, who you want to be, and the life that you want to live. And then time bound. You have a by-when date. You know when you want to achieve this goal, and then you can set some goals, some milestones along the way that breaks it out so it doesn't look so daunting. And that way you know exactly that you're on track. And it also motivates you when you see that you're doing little things to make it to hit that goal. Remember, aspire to be great, but don't expect it. And number four is to take intentional action. You have to do things with a purpose. When you do things with a purpose, it aligns with who you want to be, not who you are, who you want to be, right? It's a difference. It's very distinct because when you do things with who you want to be, that means everything you do is in lockstep with the life that you want to live, and you believe that you can get there, right? You have a vision of that life you don't need a vacation from. Now, suppose you've never imagined this. Suppose you've never taken the time out to think about what you want. It's time to do it right now, right? Take some time right now, because it's very important that your mind sees success, because it doesn't know the difference between reality and your perception. So you have to tell your mind that you've been here before. You have to tell your mind that that success is already in place. That way, you know what to do. And if you don't, you're willing to find a mentor. You're willing to find some people along the way that can help you, because you don't have to do any of this alone. You really don't. We are social creatures, so it's meant for us to be with other people. It's meant for us to build with others. Collaborate instead of compete. And remember to invest in yourself and move with the purpose, because mediocrity is no longer acceptable for you. You are too great. You are the embodiment of excellence. And because you're here at this conference, I know you're ready to take action. I know you are a champion and you will do what it takes to get what you want in this life. I know you believe that you can get what you desire because you deserve it. So I will help you implement the 4 steps I've just given you. All you have to do, take out your phone and text champion to 866. Hold on, let me get this number for you. I don't want to mess it up. 866-948-0854. So you can begin to implement these 4 success steps that I had just gave you today. You'll receive my free guide on the top 6 actions that you could take right now to change your life and achieve your goals. This guide offers 6 steps that you can implement immediately into your life to maximize your productivity and your joy, and quite frankly, change your life. If you don't do anything else that I said today, take advantage of this offer. I'm telling you, you'll also receive information on how you can contact my team and work with us to expedite your success. Remember, before you forget, text champion right now to 866-948-0854. It's time you live life on your terms. It's time you live the life that you desire and deserve. You are a champion. I'll see you soon.
Welcome, comeback champions. As my best bud, Shay Brown would say, it's a great day. And it is a great day for you to come back and come back strong. I am Jan Goss, and I'll be speaking today on the energy of money. I don't know what your relationship with money is like, but I know that I had kind of a rocky relationship with money for most of my adult years, until I discovered the power of the energy of money. If you think about what money is, what is it exactly? Is it a $100 bill? Is it a piece of paper? What exactly is money? Most of us don't use actual currency anymore. We use plastic, or we have electronic deposits into our accounts. If you think about money, it's nothing more or less than an energy exchange. Back in the day, they used to exchange shells or clams for guns or spices or whatever the bartering system was. Well, now you go to work or you put out effort of some kind and you receive back money. Money is nothing more, nothing less than an energy exchange. So once I got that, I found the secret to becoming irresistible to money. People tell me all the time, Jan, money just comes to you. And it's true. And it's not because money is so important. It is important because it has a purpose in my life. And we're going to talk about that. So I want to just quickly give you an overview of the energy of money. I do want to let you know that I have a VIP day coming up on the energy of money. I don't know when you're going to see this, but if you're interested in a private day where you dive in and learn what is standing between you and your money? Where are your energy blocks? If you want to find out more about that, you can always connect with me at jan@civilityconsulting.com. So that's coming up. And when this is being recorded is right at the beginning of the summer in 2022. And I will be doing just one VIP day this summer and then no more until the fall. So check in with me and let's see if we can connect. But here we go. I want to give you some new ideas or maybe refresh some ideas that you have about money. The first thing I like to do is to help people get present in their own body. To learn about your feelings about money, you need to be present within yourself so that you can hear what your personal thoughts and attitudes are about money. So let's just take a moment. And if you will, if you have anything on your body crossed, uncross it. Just take a moment and take a really deep breath. Breathe in and let go of whatever you need to let go of. Let's do it again. Breathe in. Let's get present in your body. Be grateful for life and breath. And breathe out. Let go of whatever you need to let go of. One more time. Breathe in. There you go. Get present in your body so you can listen and let go. Okay. Now, I want to just say one word and I want you to get out a pen and paper, get out your electronic device, however you take notes. And I want you to write down what comes to your mind when I say this word. Are you ready? Here we go. Money. Don't filter it. Don't try to write what you think I want you to write. Just write everything that comes in your mind when you think about the word money. Some of you will think, oh yeah, I wish I had more. Or, it's great. Or, you know, it's the root of all evil. Or money causes fights. Or whatever your personal thoughts are about money. After this video, if you'll take a moment and really dig in and be brutally honest with yourself about what your personal thoughts are about money, the sooner your breakthrough will come. The more honest you can be, the sooner your personal money breakthrough will come. So just let it all out. No censoring, write out. What do you think about money? The next thing I want you to do is I want you to act as if. Act as if money were a person. What? You say, Jan, that took it a little too far. I'm serious. This is a huge part of your breakthrough. I want you to think about your relationship with money and personify money. Act as if money were a person and look at how do you treat it? How do you treat your money? Do you complain about it all the time? Do you always say there's not enough? You're not even grateful for what you have because you're so busy worrying about what you don't have? Well, if I was money, I wouldn't want to hang around you. How do you treat money? Even when you have physical money, do you just stuff it in your billfold or in your purse? Or do you carefully put it where it belongs? Do you have a place for money to land? Do you have some sort of investment account or some sort of system for your money to come in and come to? You may think, well, Jan, I don't have enough money to have a system. Oh, yes, you do. If you have $1, you have enough to have a system. So when my kids were little, I taught them about tithing and saving and then spending. So even if they had $1, 10 cents went to the tithing, 10 cents went to the saving, and then they had 80 cents to work with out of every dollar. So even if you think you just have a little money, think about it. How do you treat it? When you have money, do you just give it all away? Do you just push it away from you? because I wouldn't want to hang around you if you did that to me. It's time to look at your personal relationship with money. Do you treat it with respect? Do you treat it with honor? In business, we set up what we call projections. It's thinking about, if I had money, where would it go? What kind of projections can I have for the future for my money? Well, in our personal life, we can do the same thing, and it's the same game. It's act as if. Pretend like you had $100,000. Pretend like you had 20,000 or 5,000 or $1 million. Where is it going to go? Set up your projections for money. Pretend like, act as if. Get used to having a relationship with money. You don't have to be afraid of money. So step number one, look at your attitudes, your thoughts, your belief systems. What is your personal energy around money when you hear the word money? Be honest with yourself, because most of us have fear around money. And if we can knock that fear in the head, you will become irresistible to money. Second thing, treat money as if it were a person. Personify it. Look at how you treat it. Look at how you speak about it. Pay attention to how you treat your money, and be sure that you are a good candidate that money is going to want to hang around. Some of you have a lot of work to do already just from listening to this broadcast. The energy of money. You can make peace with your money. We have to look at it, and we have to stop being afraid. That's the first part. I want to share with you something that happened in my family that absolutely mortified me. I found out that my grandchildren were getting $20 from the tooth fairy. When they lost a tooth, they were getting $20 for a tooth. And I thought, okay, I think I used to get a nickel or something. You know, my kids probably got $1, but $20, that's a lot of money. So I want you to think about, if you had a dollar bill and you gave it to one of my grandchildren who was used to getting $20, but you gave them $1 for their tooth under their pillow from the tooth fairy, how do you think that child would feel about that dollar when they woke up? Now they're used to getting 20. What is their energy going to be around that $1 bill? Not very good. What? It's only $1? Think about their attitudes, their energy around money. Now, let's take that same dollar, and we're going to go around the world, and we are going to drop that dollar into the hands of a child whose family lives on less than $1 a day. We're taking that dollar to that precious child, and we're going to put it in his hand. What do you think that child's energy around that dollar bill is going to be? What is that child's energy around money going to be? So much gratitude. Oh my goodness, thank you for this dollar. This dollar means so much to me. So you see, it's not about the amount of money we have or don't have. There are many circumstances surrounding our attitudes and belief systems around money. Now, that precious child who was so excited about that dollar would be elated over it. The child used to having so much more, not so much. So I want to ask you a personal question. What is your energy around $1? Are you grateful for every dollar that comes your way? Can you enter into gratitude over $1? Because if you can, you are well on your way to becoming irresistible to money. Think about it. If you have a child that you do something for and they come back and they're so thankful, they're so grateful. Thank you so much for what you did for me. What does that make you want to do? Give more. But if you have a child and they're not even grateful for what you do, it doesn't make you want to do more for that child. Well, how spoiled have we been? Because so much money, so many finances have flowed to us and through our hands in our lifetime. And how do we treat money? How are our attitudes around money? This is what we discover when we look at the energy of money. What are your attitudes around the finances that you've been given? These are 3 things to just think about to get you started on building a great relationship with money. I would love to connect with you. I would love to know your name. I want to know your story. I want to help you over your money hurdles and your energy blocks and looking at your belief systems around money and figuring out what to do to get in alignment so that you can become irresistible to money. You can connect with me at jan@civilityconsulting.com. That's CIVILITY, consulting with an ING. I would love to connect with you and help support you on your money journey. This is part of my comeback story. I've been rich and I've been poor, and rich is better. Have a great one.
Hello, my name is Sheena Robinson. I am the Chief Visionary Officer and founder of Diva for Wealth, LLC. We are a lifestyle boutique that focuses on helping people with their professional, their personal, and their financial needs. And I am super excited today to be able to come to you to talk about becoming the authentic you. When I think about becoming the authentic me, I think about a little girl having big dreams, but not knowing what direction to take, but just following the path that was given to her. I want you guys to close your eyes, and I want you to envision your 5-year-old self. I want you to think about that personality of that 5-year-old. Were you the type of person who was fearless? Or were you the type of person that was shy? Were you the type of person that people could depend on? Were you the type of person that people just felt like they had to come to tell their secrets? Then I want you to fast forward, and I want you to think about your 16-year-old self. I want you to think of how you were feeling at 16. What were you thinking about your future? And then your 18-year-old self. What was those goals you had for yourself for when you became an adult? Where did you see yourself? Did you begin to form a timeline about your life? Open your eyes. I want you now to think about, am I really where I told myself I would be? And for so many people, the answer is no. I'm still on the journey. And I want to talk about today, because if we're going to really get to where we told ourselves we're going to get to, we have to walk in true authenticity, and we have to be ourselves. And when I think about my 5-year-old self, I wasn't really a person that was loud. I was very reserved. But for those who knew me, I was very loving. I was very determined to make sure they were good. I was the person that they could talk to. When I think about my 16-year-old self, I was very ambitious, and all I was really thinking is that I wanted to be successful in high school, and I wanted to go to college, and I wanted to get a good job and go work for someone, not knowing those were some of the things that people had told me. And so I thought that I was supposed to be something that I really wasn't designed to be. And when I think about the question I just asked you, am I really where I told myself I would be? I've excelled in so many things in my life, and I failed in so many things in my life. And just to help you understand who you're talking to, so I graduated high school and I was able to go to college, and it was great. I didn't have to pay. I got a full ride, no college, no student loans, right? And so life was great. So I thought, after graduating college, I moved to Atlanta. I got a job at corporate and quickly realized that wasn't for me. And so then I got into the business world, and I was doing, my thing. And then it came to me, wow, I'm getting up here. I need to be trying to get a husband, right? And so I had already programmed in my head that by the time I'm 25, I needed to be married. And so that didn't happen. And so I became a little distraught, right? I was down on myself, like, what's wrong with me? I have some friends around me that were getting married, and then it happened. 28 years old, I got married, right? And so I thought, okay, I got my business I'm working on. I had got married. Within that marriage, I had children. And so I thought I was all good, right? And then 8 years later, I found myself as a single mom of 3. My husband divorced me, and my life took a whole turn. That woman I thought I was gone. That woman that I built up for so long, I had to rebuild. I had to start to understand myself again. I had to start operating differently. I had to start accepting some things. And most of all, I had to start loving myself again, because I did not realize I had allowed a relationship to hide my identity in, not knowing that one day it would end. And I would feel helpless. But I'm so grateful for that journey. I'm not bitter about it. I'm so grateful because it taught me so much. My strength, my relationships have been better than ever because I'm more aware of who I am. Within that path, within that journey, up to that point in my life, I had been pretty successful. And I didn't realize that the pressures of life that we often go through are building me to be so much more. And so today, I want to talk to you. I don't know your story. I don't know what you've been through, but I know that you've been through something. And I want to talk about it. I want us to be about it today. I want us to be about being our very authentic selves. I want us to take the mask off. I want us to really look at ourselves in the mirror. I want us to ask ourselves, am I really doing what I told my 16, 18-year-old or my college self that I will be doing? And if I'm not, I want to get the record straight today. Okay. We are going to become our authentic selves. Because in order to have the real peace that we desire in our lives, we have to start walking. We have to start stepping it out. We have to start being about it, because life is going to bring those tribulations every time. But we have to know how to overcome. And so today, if you have been feeling like I'm not myself, I know I should be doing much more. I know this may have happened to me. I'm still holding on to it. Like, I got to get out of this thing. I want to help you. And let's talk about it. I want to help you get to that better version of yourself. I want to help you start to dream again. I want to help you be the better mother. I want to help you be the better wife if that's who you are designed to be. I want to help you be the better businesswoman. I want to help you be a better man if that's what you want to do for yourself. Because I want to share some steps that I had to go through that I believe will help you become the best version of yourself. The best version of yourself. That's what I want for you. The best version of yourself. So number one, you got to let go of the baggage. Okay. You got to let it go. Easier said than done, right? Because some people I know, they can just hold on for stuff forever. If that's me, put it in chat. Yeah, let's break that today. Okay. Let's stop letting people hang a carrot down our face, dangle it in our face. Let's just stop it. Okay. We have to come to a point in our lives. We need to cry it out. We need to talk about it. But then we need to start the healing. Because if we don't allow healing, and true healing, I want to say, is that you don't have to go talking to that person again, but you need to be in a place and space where it does not affect who you are. It don't affect your peace. Okay. When we can get to a place where that person is not affecting our peace, we're in a great place. So we're not going to soar. We're not going to elevate and get to the next level that we desire with a baggage. We got to drop it. Okay. Number one, drop the baggage. Number two, we got to refocus the energy. We got to refocus our energy, y'all. I don't told y'all my story, you might want to get out there and do some swinging to somebody that don't hurt your feelings, but we got to refocus the energy. I want you to go back to what you told your 16, your 18-year-old self you wanted to do with your life when you had these big dreams, or when you were in college. What were your dreams for your life? I want you to get back to it. And as an adult, if things have changed because you've evolved into this beautiful butterfly and things have changed for you, I want you to start walking in it. I want you to start putting that energy there. Put the energy in the right place, plant the seed, and watch it grow. Because what we plant in our spirits every day, and we play it over and over and water it, it will grow into things that we do not desire. So we want to make sure we're planting good things in our spirit so that it can grow and be that fruit that it needs to be in our lives. So number one, let go of the baggage. Number two, refocus the energy. Number three, create your community. This is so important. Okay. You may need to do, a checklist. You may need to clean some people out the list. You may need to see who you got on your front row. Because a lot of times, if you're not where you want to be, it's you, but it's also the people that you're allowing to influence you. Okay. And I had to realize that when I was walking into this thing that when things were going great for myself, I realized I need a mentor, and even in my dark period, that mentor was there for me to pray for me, to help push me and to make sure that I was still not forgetting what it was that I wanted to do for myself. Because as a single mom, I can attest you get caught up taking care of your kids. You get caught up with trying to provide. And sometimes the things that you want to do for yourself, you don't really do because you're in the provider mode. You're in probably the scared mode and you don't know what to expect, but you are just fighting for your family because that's what you know to do. Okay. So you got to create the community. In those tough times when you're dealing with the hurt and the pain, you got to have that community that's going to help you to keep rising, to help you know who you are. And you have to rediscover for yourself as well, because some of those friends that you've had in the past may not be on your level today. And that energy that they give in could be draining you. I also want to talk about social media, because a lot of us, we get on this social media and we don't know the real from the fake. And so many people get on social media and they plant this seed that is, my life is just all that, honey. And it may be, but we all have roller coasters. But some of us are wearing masks that we kept the mask on too long. And we don't know who we really are, and we're not walking into our authentic purpose. We are allowing materialistic things and things that have nothing to do with our purpose to influence us. And so if that's you today, I want to encourage you to get back on track. I want to encourage you to reimagine your life. I want to encourage you to step up to the plate, get out the bleachers, start clapping for yourself, start creating the community of people that will celebrate you, and let's walk this thing out. So let's go back through that real quick, just to make sure you got those first steps. We got to let go of the baggage. Okay. Number 2, we got to refocus the energy. Number 3, we got to create our communities. Number 4, this is a big one. We got to operate every day in a spirit of authority. We have to command our mornings. Most of us look to, the government. Most of us look to our pastors, the people of authority, but we have total authority over our lives. And what I've realized is that if we do not control that mental part of our life, we are putting ourselves in a place of disaster. So when I say affirm our day, we have to speak into our lives. We got to read the word. We have to be feeding ourselves the right things, because if we're not feeding ourselves the right things, we're not being truly authentic to ourselves. We can't be becoming the authentic version of ourselves and we don't even know who we are, because our mind is going back and forth. We got to make up our mind. And when we make up our mind, we got to feed it with the right stuff so that it can stay on track and that we can be what we were supposed to be and what we were designed and created to be here on earth. I don't know who this is for, but this came in my spirit. Stop not walking in authority because they don't agree with your plan. And if they don't agree with your plan, it is time for you to walk away. I don't know who that was for, but that was for someone in my spirit today. We got to get to a place where our confidence is intact. We're not here to be cocky, but we have to have a certain level of confidence if we're going to rise up and really rock this thing out. You can't be half-stepping with your life. Let me just go back with that, because people be like, you don't need to be working for folks all your life. Now, if you like to work for folks, that's your business. But you can't be letting other folks tell you what to do with your life all your life and never experience what it was to be your life. Somebody gonna get that, okay? You gotta operate in the authentic you at all times if you want to get that inner peace. So people know when they come to me, they're going to get the real, because that's all I can be. I don't have time to be fake with you. It is what it is. This is me. But I want to say in that I also know this is me, but I will change when I know I need to change to be a better version of me. I don't want to let that slip, because some of us be like, I know who I am. If he don't like it, whatever, when it comes to relationship. But one thing about me, when I'm confident in who I am, those areas that I'm really sure about, I'm sure about. But if there's some things that I know I need to work on, I'm going to work on those things. So number 1, we got to let go of the baggage. Number 2, we got to refocus the energy. Number 3, recreate the community. 4, operate every day in spirit of authority. And number 5, we got to allow our hearts to lead. When I say that, what I've recognized through my journey is that no matter what happens in my life or what has already happened, can't take my joy unless I allow it, right? And so what I've learned is that my heart tells me what's right and what's wrong. And I allow that inner spirit, whether you are Christian and believe in God, or you have a higher power, I believe we all have that spirit in us. And so I allow that spirit to guard my heart. I allow that spirit to tell me what I need to do, and I obey. And when I've done that so many times, I have been rewarded. And I want to encourage you, if you're hearing that spirit, if you're feeling that spirit, follow the spirit. Because a part of becoming our authentic selves is to start to listen to ourselves in the inner spirit. And when we truly do that, we will have a spirit of peace. We will have a spirit of calmness about ourselves, and that we can really be who we were created to be. Before I go, I want to give you an assignment. I want you to get a sheet of paper, and I want you to make 3 columns. I want you to make a column of 5-year-old you, 16 to 18-year-old high school year you, and college you. And put down some of the things in each one of those years you remember that you wanted to do. And if you see some things that are in some of the same things in every column, I want to encourage you today to get back on track. And then I want you to think about where you're at right now. You've made promises to yourself. How many have you kept? And if you have really not kept those promises, it's time to get back on track. So I want to encourage you to start believing in yourself, to start loving yourself again, to start building the confidence daily so that you can be and step into your authentic you. You're wonderful. You are everything that you should be. We just have to open our eyes and start walking in it. So step in your greatness, and I look forward to seeing great things for you in your future. I want to thank you for this opportunity to be able to come before you and share with you about stepping into the authentic you. And if you'd like to follow me, you can follow me on Instagram. I am at Financial Parent INC, and let's get connected. Or you can go to divaforwealth.com. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Hello, and welcome to the Comeback Champion Summit. Today, I will provide you my 5-step formula to stop being passed over for promotions, level up in your careers, be paid what you're worth, and be a leader in the boardroom or wherever you choose to take up space, as long as you're not going to sacrifice your soul to get there. So, if you haven't already grabbed a piece of paper, go ahead and grab a piece of paper and a pen. We want you to take some notes because there's going to be some great information that I will share on how to level up in your career. But before I do that, let me introduce myself. My name is Yolanda K. Davis. I am the founder and CEO of the Executive Lifestyle Academy. Now, I could spend the rest of this time talking about my 25 plus years of experience, the credentials I earned, and the career journey I've been on in corporate America. But I won't bore you because it's really not important. What's important is sharing the information about the 5-step formula and talking to you about why I worked extremely hard to help others level up in their careers. You know, I use this formula several times to literally coach hidden figures from the cubicle to the C-suite. That's right, from the cubicle to the C-suite. I've created this academy for professional women who lack confidence in corporate America. I help them build their executive presence, strategize and develop blueprints to navigate barriers as they seek the career they desire, earn the income they deserve, and then live the life of their dreams. Because after all, that's really what it's about. But before I get into this 5-step formula, I'd like to share why serving professional women and building their confidence and executive presence is my purpose and my passion. You see, in corporate America, I was a hidden figure in plain sight. I was hidden in plain sight until I decided to transform from that hidden figure to the boardroom executive. Now, I made that sound easy, but it was work. I will never forget on March 11, 2000, after a very lengthy recruiting process, I was hired as a C-suite executive of a Fortune 100 company. All my hard work and self-determination was finally being rewarded for climbing that corporate ladder, one rung at a time. And I could finally say I had that seat at the table. However, after a couple of days of settling in, I realized they were not ready for you, girl. When I tell you they weren't ready, there was zero preparation for my arrival. I mean, there was none. I spent my first 3 weeks literally trying to wrap my head around the fact that they hadn't prepared for this new role. You see, I spent time with architects for months, developing budgets and working with construction managers, attempting to create office space for the staff that I had yet to hire. That's right, they had nowhere for my staff to sit. It was quite frustrating, but I stayed the course because after all, I finally had that career of my dreams. Not only were they not physically ready for you, girl, they definitely weren't mentally ready either. After preparing for my staff, it was finally time for me to attend my first executive meeting. I was so excited that I'd finally get a chance to meet my peers and really talk about why I was recruited to the organization. So I walked in the room glowing with excitement. I was greeted by everyone with I greeted everyone with an emphatic hello. But my excitement was extinguished and my smile was wiped totally off my face as I was met with dead silence and even some stares from my peers. That's right, I didn't get that same energy that I was giving. Now, granted, it wasn't my first time being the only female in the room. I'd gotten used to that. But it was certainly my first time at this level, and the ice cold reception was almost too much for me to bear. I was definitely ready to go into fight or flight mode because I felt as if I didn't belong in that room. However, I managed to maintain my composure and kept a smile on my face as if I was unfazed by the treatment that I'd received. The meeting probably lasted about an hour, but to be honest with you, it felt like 10 hours. After that meeting, I still experienced being ignored. I was ostracized in some cases, and honestly, they didn't really understand why I was there. And then I had to deal with my imposter, Yanni, who told me, "You don't belong in that room. How dare you even think so?" So after all of that, I told myself it wasn't worth it. I was just going to bow out. But then I remembered my father's words of wisdom. He used to always tell me from a little girl, nothing beats failure but a try. So I decided I wasn't going to just sit in a corner and be ignored. I would not only establish my presence, but they would see how vital my role was to the bottom line of the organization. Because after all, they created this new role. I was fortunate enough to have some experiences and some opportunities that allowed me to create a blueprint. And it has allowed me to yield success for others. So let me share the steps with you. Get your paper and your pencil ready. First, you must be confident and know your worth. Because when you know your worth, you should be able to communicate the credentials that you have, skills, and the value proposition that you bring to the table, and what really sets you apart from your peers. You also must be able to take up space, and wherever you take up your space, your presence and your worth should already be known without you saying a word. That's considered executive presence. Because when you know your worth, no one can create a box for you. You will create your own opportunities and you will never settle for less than what you deserve. Les Brown says it best. He says, building your feelings of self-worth is critical to overcoming your fears. Because after all, that's what creates self-doubt. The second stage is know what you want. You have to know what you want in order for you to accomplish anything. But first, you must lead with your strengths and your passion. And then you must evaluate the past to avoid dead-end careers that you've had before. And then get career advice by interviewing or talking to others that are serving in the careers of your interest. This will help you determine what it is that you really want. The third step is the most important step, and that is to create your blueprint. You see, being vital versus being functional will set you apart, but without a blueprint, you'll remain stuck. And most of the time, you'll be on the outside looking in. You see, being functional is showing up and doing those day-to-day duties, but then also anyone can do them. But being vital means you have certain skill sets that the organization will need, and it adds to the organization's bottom line. So when it comes down to it, to where you want to go and what you need to do to get there, a career blueprint is needed to help provide actionable steps in leading the way. Therefore, you must discover what you want, develop a plan, and deploy it. Your blueprint should always be an iteration of what you envision for yourself. So let's talk a little bit about the blueprint and what it encompasses. The first thing is you must conduct a SWOT analysis of your current state. That is in your career. First is your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. That's what a SWOT analysis is. You must know what you're strong in. You must know things that may threaten your new career, prevent you from getting there. You must identify your short and your long-term goals. Without goals, or what do they say, without a vision, you will perish. Identify resources needed, because you're always going to need something or someone to help you get to that next level. And then you must determine who's responsible for getting you there. Is it a mentor? Is it a manager? Or maybe perhaps it's a thought leader. Whomever it is, you will need those individuals in your life and in your career. The fourth step is seek a mentor or a coach. You see, finding a mentor who can show you the ropes and open the doors for you. And then you want to earn sponsors, like those individuals that are higher ups. They will be able to pull you to the next level if you work hard and you work smart. But you want what you would consider a sponsor. Mentors and coaches aren't necessarily the person who's performing the job you desire, but perhaps it's someone who understands the organization or understand the career and know the key players in the organization. A great mentor or coach will serve as your GPS to the space determined or predetermined for you. They will provide you that guidance to navigate the barriers you may encounter and or who may have traveled the same or similar career trajectory. A mentor is always someone that can give you that one up, as I would consider. I definitely benefited from a mentor. And last, you must build professional networks. Your professional networks are support staff, support individuals. Sometimes you meet them in your life, your career, But these individuals that you meet, they actually should take priority in your work, in your professional life, in your personal life. And what I mean by take priority is you seek those individuals, you develop relationships, you create that network, whether they're internal or external of the organization that you're currently working in. Because support networks can provide insight, they can provide opportunity, and perhaps they may even be able to help you on your career journey. This is all of the steps. Quick and dirty. I could spend a lot of time on talking about what it is that a blueprint. There's a lot more that goes into the blueprint. It could be very lengthy, but it's very important. But what's also more important is that you take ownership for your own success, and you must do the work. You see, remember, you must be confident. You must always exhibit executive presence as you navigate your way to the table, and never allow anyone to define your personal value. So now let's take action. There was a quote by Norman Vincent Peale that said, "The great secret of getting what you want out of life is to know what you want and believe you can have it. If you believe it, you can achieve it." Remember, you belong in whatever space you determine is for you. You don't let anyone put you in the box. You don't ever let anyone determine yourself. I hope this 5-step formula sparks your journey to stop being passed over for promotions. I hope it helps you level up in your career so you can be paid what you're worth and be that leader in the boardroom or wherever you choose to take up space. Whether it's in a community, whether it's in a ministry, whether it's in a nonprofit organization. I am Yolanda K. Davis, and I can help you get unstuck. I can be that navigator in your career journey. If you'd like, discover a call with me at www.yolandakdavis.com. Again, I'm sorry, I said www.yolandadaviscoaching.com. I'll see you at the top.
I am Ayana Mills Ambrose, and today I'm here to tell you 3 keys to transform your message into a best-selling book without a large following and without knowing how to actually write a book. Let's jump right on in. 3 keys to transform your message into a best-selling book. So you're wondering, how do I write a book? Where do I start writing a book? How do I get the book published? How do I put the book together? How do I edit the book? Is it good enough? What do I do? If any of that applies to you, then this is important to you right now. Because if you have a message, an experience, a unique story that people can benefit from, then it's important for you to take that message and put it into a book so that you can create multiple streams of income from that book, and so that you can build a 6-figure book business all around one message and one story or one unique experience. This is also important to you right now because you can monetize your book in a way that becomes your main source of income. Imagine if people were inviting you to be a speaker in other countries. They were joining your email list, your Facebook group, booking discovery calls with you, and you had a long waiting list just because people found you from your book. Imagine that. This is what happened to me. I wrote one book to help a friend to overcome some problems that he was dealing with. That one book turned into now 18, I have been featured on all the major news outlets, including Oprah Winfrey Network on TV. I've been in newspapers, I've been on magazine covers, I've been everywhere based off of that one book. I went on a book tour, I was on a billboard, and I really marketed that one book, and it turned into a whole book catalog that I have available on Amazon as well as on my personal website. This is also what happened to me from the one book and the experience that I got and the credibility that that one book gave me and the visibility. I turned the one book in and I grabbed a team several times and I helped them to also become authors and to grace billboards and do things just as I did with my solo book. So me writing a book allowed me to help other people to fulfill their dreams of becoming an author. You're wondering, who is this woman? Who is this woman? I am Ayana Mills Ambrose, and I'm an 18-time Amazon bestselling author. My books are bestselling in the US, the UK, Canada, Japan, France, India, and Europe. At the age of 5, I learned that I was conceived and raped and born to a 13-year-old teenager. Knowing that my father raped my mother birthed a silence in me that lasted over 20 years. However, I overcame that silence and I was able to put my pain on paper through writing books. So now I enjoy helping others to do the same so that they can release the pain. My motto is write, pray, and release so that you will have peace. I also have a company that I started where I help authors to publish their books where they will retain all the rights and not worried about the how-tos of self-publishing. I'm also a literary strategist where I coach women, busy women that is, to write their book and to create multiple streams of income from the book. So I am ready to give you the tea. I am ready to tell you how to transform your message into a best-selling book. In my first 6 months as an author, I spent $10,000 on self-publishing and marketing. I didn't see a large return on my investment. That doesn't have to be you. 6 months later, I learned how to become a best-selling author the right way and made over $20,000. And I did that without an email list, without a large following, or any experience. And I also did that while being a single mother to 2 boys. That one book, I was able to earn over $20,000 from that one book in 6 months. And over the past 6 months, I made over $60,000 as a best-selling author from the book as well. And of course, without a website, funnel, any paid advertisement, and as a single mom as well. So, you ready to go? Let's learn how you can transform your message into a best-selling book without a large following and without knowing how to actually write a book. If you are wondering, what is your message? What is a best-selling book? I want to make sure I clear that up and let you know what that is. Your message can be anything. It can be something that you're very passionate about. It could be something that you've gone through, something that you experienced that you want to help other people not make the same mistakes, or you want to help people to take a different direction than you took. It could be an expertise such as your coaching business. It could be a service business that you have and you want to put that in a book to help you get more clients. Having a book will really help you to get booked because you put your signature message, your signature practices, the things that you do into that overall book. Therefore, people are able to read about it. They may not meet you, but they can read your book and understand what you're about and what services that you offer. Your message is usually always connected to your why, something that you are passionate about. My why is I was a silent child and I broke my silence from being an author. So now I want to help as many people to do the same thing so that they can overcome their past trauma and feel better about themselves and create income based off of their pain. That's my why. So if you're wondering what is a best-selling book, well, the best-selling book is a book that ranks in the top 100 of its categories on Amazon. And for this demonstration, a best-selling book is also something that gives you substantial income. And I am referring to 6 figures a year. So that's what a best-selling book is, top 100 in its category on Amazon, and something that's going to give you some cash. All right, let's go. 3 keys to transform your message into a best-selling book. Number 1, you have to write a book to sell it. Be intentional about selling it up front before you start writing the book. Key number 2, mass market your book. You are in charge of your book's success no matter what. You want to get it out and get it into the hands of as many people as possible. Key number 3, create companion products and services from your book. Other ways to sell your message besides your book. So let's start with key number 1. Write a book to sell it. Be intentional about selling it before you write it. Most people think you have to go away to a cabin. It takes years to write a book, and they think they're never going to get it done. When you think like that, 10 years will pass by and your book will still not be finished. Not only that, you will develop fear and you will get so discouraged because you did not achieve the goal that you set of becoming an author and finishing your book. This is how you write a book that you are not going to have fear about, in a book that you are not going to be afraid to tell people about. You write a book based off of a problem that you know how to solve. So if you're wondering, where do I start with writing my book? What do I write about? Start off with, what problem can you solve? What can you help people with that you know? What do people call you about all the time and ask for your help with? Think about that when you are choosing a problem, which is your topic of your book. This is what I did. When I was traveling, promoting my book, and I wrote other books after that, so many people asked me, how do you write a book so quickly? I've been writing my book for a long time, they would say. And I said, wow, really? So what I did was I wrote a book called Write, Pray, Release, Write a Book to Gain Multiple Streams of Income. I wrote a book to help people write a book. I wrote that book based on the methodology that I developed for writing. And this is the method that I use to write books and anything else. It's called WRITE. Creative, I know. The W is what, why, and who. What you're talking about, why you're talking about it, and who is important to and who you're talking to. The R is the research. You want some facts and some stats to back up your claim of your book. You also want to get some inspiration, some personal stories, personal testimonies and experiences so that the readers can identify with you. And T, the transformation. That's the meat of the book. That's where you take them through the journey from A to Z. And E, you put it all together. After I finished that book, I simultaneously created a companion coaching program and then turned the coaching program into a course. My book teaches you how to write a book. It also teaches you about marketing. But some people still want accountability with writing their book. So I created a coaching program and a course to help them where they would be doing it not on their own, but with me. How do you sell a book in a coaching program and a course? You intentionally focus on solving a problem before you write the book. Then you will not only write the book, but also convert that book into multiple streams of income. So let's recap. How do you transform your message into a best-selling book? You intentionally write a book to solve a problem so that you can sell the book and other things later. Key number 2, mass market your book. It doesn't matter if you use a traditional publisher or if you self-publish. You are still going to be in charge of the success of that book. No one person is going to be as passionate as you are about marketing that book. The way that you do it is you go to your target audience and you tell them about your book. However, your target audience is not just people and potential clients of yours. Your target audiences are also organizations, bookstores, association, retail shops, and etc. When you mass market your book, you not only sell your book, but you build up an audience so that after the book is finished, you now have an audience that's interested in your book's topic. You also mass market your book because it helps you understand what else your target audience may be looking for. When you mass market your book, it also creates multiple streams of book income, as I like to put it, such as you go to retail bookshops that sell your genre of books. You tell them about your book. You market your book to them. You ask them if you can put on a book signing in their store so that their audience can meet you. And you also ask them if they would be interested in selling the books for you in their store. They would say yes, and they would either purchase your book in wholesale at wholesale price, or they would purchase it through consignment, meaning from you. You can sell it to them right then and there at the price that's discounted for the bookstores. So you'll have your income from selling the book your own on your website. You'll also have the book from selling it, so it's income from selling your book online, your royalty payments through Amazon and other publishing platforms that allows you to distribute your book. And you'll have income coming in from bookstores and wherever else and whoever else you partner with. So when you market the book, you'll sell it. The only way you won't sell your book is if you don't market it, if you don't tell anyone about it. You have to tell people about it. You tell people, organizations, stores, everyone that's interested in books, that's in your target audience. You want to tell them about your book. And you want to also have your book in different forms. You want to have an e-back for royalties, paperback for royalties, a hardback for royalties. You know, those are different income streams that you can all have from the same book because different people like different book versions. So how do you transform your message into a best-selling book? You market to your target audience and you sell it. Let's recap. How do you transform your message into a best-selling book? Write a book to sell it first, and then you mass market it. Third key, create companion products and services, which are other ways for you to sell your message outside of the book. With the book, you have multiple streams of income from book sales, but you can also create multiple streams of income from other things other than the book. Other than your ebook, your paperback, or your hardback, or your audiobook, you can create companion products and services for that book. Your companion products could be a course, it could be coaching, as you've seen that I did. It can be a podcast, a paid speaking. You can turn your book into a paid speaking opportunity. It can be a program you develop, a blog, a membership group. The possibilities are endless. When you write a book to solve a problem and you're walking them through that journey, there are various versions of the same thing you can publish in other forms based on where your audience is and sell it. How do you create companion products and services? When you write a book intentionally to sell it, then you are solving a problem. But readers will want you to help them more, as you've seen with my book. And then sometimes it requires more coaching. Another way you create companion products and services is that book should solve one problem, just one. But if you think about the future problems that the readers will encounter once they receive the results from solving that problem, then you can create other things for them to help them later. So, like I wrote a book on how to write a book and some marketing was in it, but I didn't say anything about publishing. So me publishing books is a companion product and services to my book because they will need to get the book published. So this is what I did. I wrote that one book, Write, Pray, Release, write a book to gain multiple streams of income, turned it into a coaching program, Write, Pray, Release, coaching program, and then into a course on Teachable. I started a company, Thanks a Mills, where I publish books with authors in their name for them. I also have a marketing service to help people who already published authors who desire to have their book become a bestseller on Amazon. Since I've learned how to do that so well, the publishing company, Thanks a Mills. I also have a school, Bestselling Authors University, where I help people to write and publish best-selling books. I have several digital courses as well, where I teach new authors how to market their book and how to have a successful book launch. I have my own crew at the Bestselling Authors Group on Facebook, as well as Bestselling Authors Club on Clubhouse. These are just some of the things that I did from that one book. This is what I consider my companion products and services. See how it all works? That's how you transform your message into a best-selling book. You also want to understand that people only will read 30% of a book on average. Therefore, they need you to provide additional help and additional resources to help them to solve that problem. So let's recap our 3 keys. You write a book that solves a problem so that you can convert it into products and services for multiple streams of income. Number 2, you mass market that book and you sell it to everyone and you build up your audience. Number 3, you create companion products and services, which gives you additional streams of income. And you go back to that audience that you built up when you were mass marketing that book. And you use them as your target audience when you are selling your companion products and services. Therefore, you're selling books and you're selling your companion products and services. So that's how I transform my message into a best-selling book. How can you transform your message into a best-selling book? I am Ayana Mills Ambrose, best-selling book coach, book publisher, and literary strategist at Thanks a Mills. I can be contacted at bestsellingbook.info. At bestsellingbook.info, you'll be able to get all my free downloads to help you write, market, and publish your book, as well as you'll be able to book a free consultation if you want to discuss writing, marketing, or publishing books. Thanks again. I am Ayana Mills Ambrose. I am on Instagram, Facebook, and you can contact me at bestsellingbook.info. Bye for now.
My name is Terry Brinston, and I am a life transition expert. I help people glance back so that they can move forward. I'm so excited to be a part of this year's Comeback Champion. I am sure you're going to enjoy this session, especially if you have a family, you have children, and a very busy lifestyle. The title of my session is Success Without Neglecting Your Family. I'm going to be covering a few objectives: setting priorities, scheduling your big rocks, and when to ask for help. So take a few minutes and get a piece of paper and something to write with, and so that you can take some notes. We're going to change some lives today. Turn off your TV, turn your phone on silence. Give yourself 20 minutes to really just connect to what I'm saying today. I love my family with all of my heart. I don't truly think I realized that fact until after I was diagnosed with COVID-19. I was admitted to the hospital on March 17th, 2020. My husband dropped me off at the hospital. I was experiencing horrible headaches and body aches, and a temperature, a fever was really high. And so this was the beginning of the pandemic. And so everybody was kind of nervous and not really sure what was going on. But I was having these symptoms that they were posting all over the TV. As I fought for my life, my family was at home dealing with the reality that I may not come back. They were watching the news and learning about thousands and thousands of people who were losing their lives during this time all over the world. And the prognosis was not good. when someone was admitted to the hospital with COVID-19 at this time. I progressively got worse as my lung functions continued to deteriorate. I was intubated, which is the process of inserting a breathing tube through your mouth and into the airway. And I was placed on a ventilator, which I remained for 15 days. Now, during this time of the pandemic, people who were placed on the ventilator, it was a very low chance of them being removed from the ventilator. So my family, of course, was extremely nervous about me making it or not. Entire families were dying at this time. And so me, at this time, I didn't know what was going on. I went into the hospital and the world was normal. But when I came out of the hospital, the world was totally, totally different. God had spared my life. Although thousands of people did not make it, He chose me. And I'm so very grateful for that. One of the major issues that I was dealing with is loss of memory. I had some brain damage. I had scarred lungs. I had a lot of different issues. I lost my hair. I had some horrible skin and dermatitis issues. But one of the major issues, like I said, I lost my memory. I really didn't remember my husband and that we had been married for over 30 years. I didn't remember having children. I have 2 lovely boys, but I did remember my mother. And I couldn't figure out for the life of me why she wasn't with me in the hospital and why everybody was covered up from head to toe when they came in my room. It was a very difficult time. And when I was released from the hospital, although I had started remembering things like my husband, thank God. So I started to journal and I started to discover all of these different moments of my life that I had forgotten. As I was writing in my journal, I was crying, I was laughing. I remembered holding my son for the first time and walking down the aisle when I got married to my husband. These things were not present to me prior to me journaling. I started to remember things that were very, very important, things that milestones in my life that I had conquered. All of these moments that I had taken for granted, that I had forgotten, I was rediscovering this amazing life that God had given me. I wrote so much information in this journal that I actually published my book, Grateful for the Journey Surviving COVID-19. I had a very long recovery. I'm actually still recovering. I have long haulers, which is a name that they give for people who are still experiencing COVID symptoms. I've always been a hard worker, but prior to this experience, I was way beyond a hard worker. I was beyond driven. I was without balance in my life. No self-care, no true commitment to my spiritual life. And my family was more of a distraction, if I can be honest. My life was out of order. During this COVID experience, people were just looking for the time where things would get back to normal. You know, it's like, when are we going to go back to work? When are we going to be able to get back to our lives? After I had this experience, I didn't want to get back to normal because I realized that normal to me, or my normal, was out of order. I learned so many lessons from this experience. I learned the importance of setting priorities, the importance of scheduling my big rocks, and the importance of asking for help. And so today, what I'm going to do is share some of that wisdom with you so that you don't have to go through some of the things that I had to go through. The first thing that I want to share is the importance of setting your priorities. Take out a piece of paper and write down your 5 top priorities based on the level of importance. So go ahead and write that down. The 5 top priorities in your life based on the level of importance. So for example, this is my list. God is my priority, number 1, my husband, my children, my family, and my business, in that order. So, you know, I probably would have added my health and wellness and different things like that, but this is just an example for this exercise. So that is my priority. So go ahead and write that down. All right. Now that you have written that down, what I want you to do is create a circle. And I want you to really look at that circle. And I want you to identify how much time do you really spend with your first thing on your list. So for example, for me, looking back at my life prior to COVID-19, I would have included God as my priority. But when I really think about it, how much time did I really spend with God? You know, I prayed for my food. I attended church periodically. I didn't really serve. I didn't really take time to speak to God on an intimate level. It was just, you know, going through the motions. So when I really evaluate the amount of time based on my life, I only spent like 5% of my time really committed to this relationship with God, or my spiritual relationship with God. Then when I think about the time I spent with my husband, I spent a lot of time with him, more so because he made me. It wasn't because I wanted to, but he was always on me, just making me get up and making me do things. And it's like, you know, but it wasn't quality time, because the time that I was with him, I was thinking about something else I had to do, specifically my business. So when I really think about my life and the time that I spent quality time with my husband, I say about 15%. Now my children are a little older, they're adults, but they're very important to me based on my priorities. But I really didn't spend too much time with them. I would text them every once in a while, which has made it easier for me because I really didn't need a long conversation, because I didn't really have time to talk to them, or I didn't make time to talk to them. I prayed for them, so that's some of the things that I did. But really, as far as them being my top 5 priorities, I only spend about 10% of my time committed to my children. Now, I come from a very close-knit family. My mother, I have sisters and brothers, I have sister-in-laws and brother-in-laws. And so both my husband and I, we have humongous families. So they're very important to me. But prior to COVID-19, I want to say about 10% of my life I spent with my family, mostly when I was guilted into family dinners or make a few calls here or there. Not really quality time, just sort of checking the list. That was my attitude. But my business, I was in 100%. Every opportunity that I had to work on my business, I took. So about 60% of my time was spent on my business. So by looking at this diagram, and based on the way that I ordered my priorities, I was out of balance. I was definitely out of balance. I did not give the same amount of time to the priorities in my life, which made my life out of order. I was very tired all the time. I was very stressed out all the time. And I just always felt guilty for not being around my family. And that was not a good thing. And also, I didn't take care of myself. No self-care, no dealing with me personally. I didn't take care of myself. My weight was fluctuating all the time. I didn't feel well. I was always in pain. So all of that work, pouring all of this time into this business, I felt like I was not moving. Although I was making some money here and there, but definitely not enjoying it. Every time I took a step forward, something was happening with my health, or something was happening that was preventing me from really enjoying fruits of my labor. What I want you to do is really just take a minute and look at the things that you say are your priorities. Are they really your priorities based on this list? So I challenge you to look at your list. Do you see some things that you need to address? And I know it's so difficult to do, especially if you're working full time, or if you're going to school, or if you're starting a business. It's really easy to get sucked into the things that you feel like you have to do. So how do you do this? How do you get your life back balanced? One of the things that I had an opportunity to really explore is Stephen Covey's time management system. It really allowed me to open my eyes to switching the way that I plan my day. And it is an intentional switch. So for example, he explains it like this: our time is very limited. Everybody gets the same 24 hours a day. We have to be very intentional about how we manage our time. Because, if you think about it, just think about your day to day, all the things that you had planned to do, or all the things that you want to do. I always wanted to learn how to speak another language. And for years and years and years, and then I look at that and it's like, how many years have I been wanting to speak Spanish? At least 20 years. Time just flies. 20 years later, I've been thinking about doing this. And time just kept moving. And I still have not conquered or attempted to speak another language. So think about things that you have been wanting to do. Maybe it's to spend time with your loved ones. Maybe it's to plan a party. Maybe it's to travel. A lot of times we have desires of things that we want, but life is just so busy that we don't make time to do the things that we want to do. So for example, to kind of stay on the same path of we're talking about setting your priorities, think about my priorities, your priorities. Everybody has the same amount of time. And so I'm going to give you this example of how Stephen Covey explains it. The jar represents your time. Okay, and everybody has a certain amount of time every day. We have to be mindful of our choices. What we choose to do with our time is very important. So, for example, if we don't strategize and plan our time accordingly, we get very bogged down with things like phone calls and emails. And so in this example, the sand represents all of the things that we get bogged down with. Constant pings from our social media apps, driving people from our children from here and there, folding clothes, washing. We get so busy with busy things that we have to do, definitely. But sometimes we get so busy with them, we can't do anything else. So that's what the sand represents. It keeps us distracted because we have all these little things that we have to get done in order for us to live our life. The pebbles represent tasks, which will have slight but manageable consequences if we don't get them done. So for example, doctor appointments, meetings, trainings, any type of volunteerism that we provide, those things that we want to do to kind of add to our life, but we can manipulate them based on our schedule. So we throw those in because when we're not intentional about planning our life, life just happens. The big rocks represent the things that you say are important to you. So look at that list. Those things like God, if you have a relationship with the Lord, those things like your children, your health, your family, those things that you say are very important to you. But as you see here in this example, when you fill your days with all of those little things or those things that you have to do, you don't really have time for the big rocks. You don't have time for those things that are important to you. So they don't make it to your time box. They don't make it in your jar. So they just sit to the side, and weeks and weeks and weeks pass, and you get further and further and further from those things that you say are extremely important. Mr. Covey came up with a brilliant solution for this, and he indicates that as plan your big rocks first. When you plan your big rocks first, you're able to fit everything in. So I'm scheduling time to spend with my mom. I'm scheduling time to spend with the Lord. I'm scheduling time to spend with my husband. I'm making sure the things that are important to me, that I schedule them first. I make sure that I get my workout in. I make sure that I spend time on self-care. When you are very intentional about the things that you want to do, everything else will fit. When you're not intentional with your time, you waste it on TV, social media, games, sleep. You miss out on important things like your family and your personal health and your relationships with God. The last thing I want to talk to you about is the importance of asking for help. Recognizing that when your life is out of order, you're out of order. It's very difficult for you to be productive when you are stressed out, when you are overwhelmed. So how do you know when your life is out of order? Because sometimes you can, for sometimes you just don't know. You going and going and going, and it's like, okay, I'm getting things done, but then you recognize that you're struggling. So these are some of the things that you may notice that will let you know that you're overworking yourself. If you feel lost, if you doubt yourself, and always questioning your decisions that you make. You have a vision, but you're not clear on what you want. You want to change your profession, but you have no idea the process you need to take in order to do it. You need to improve your health. You recognize that you don't eat right, that you're overweight or you're underweight and you're not feeling well. You tend to forget things, and that's a normal aging thing. I'm not saying, sometimes I'm on the phone and I'm looking for my phone, right? Because I'm just doing too much. When you're so busy doing all of these different things, you don't always follow through. You're a procrastinator. You say you want to do things and you wait until the very last minute to get them done. Always feel like you're rushing from here to here to here, but not really being productive. You need to make more money, and you know that, but you have no idea how you need to do it or what you need to do in order to accomplish it. You are stressed out to the point where you're feeling, if something doesn't change, I don't know what I'm going to do. You lack self-confidence, and you feel like, I want to do this, I want to take these steps, but I just can't do it. If you're experiencing any of these things, then it's time to ask for help. One of the things that I struggled with the most prior to COVID is asking for help. I felt like I could do anything. And that was true. I could do anything. But I had to recognize that I didn't have to. It's okay to ask people to help. And when I was able to truly ask for help and really just put down my pride and seek coaching in different areas of my life, that's when I was able to really see some changes. And that's why I say I don't want to go back to normal. I'm loving this new normal. So if you want to love your new normal and you need to talk to someone just to balance it out, just to figure out what you need to do, develop those next steps, then text new normal to 734-992-7211. My name is Terry Brinston, and I'm a life transition expert. I help you glance back so you can move forward. I would love an opportunity to work with you. God bless.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sabrina Dean, DBA, MSA, BSN, RN. I have my Doctorate of Business in Administration with a concentration in Healthcare Administration, my Master of Science in Administration with a concentration in Healthcare Administration, and my Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. I am a registered nurse. Today, I am going to speak with you about the MARP method. This method is a systematic system that I have developed over years of working in quality and helping to solve problems for healthcare organizations. However, this method can also be applied outside of healthcare. And today I will speak to you about 4 steps to solving your personal problem, because you are a comeback champion and you can solve your personal problem. Just to tell you a little bit about myself. Again, I am Dr. Sabrina Dean, and I have been in healthcare for 30 plus years. I first started in healthcare as a candy striper at a local hospital. With being a candy striper, I would go in and help the volunteers load up the basket filled with magazines, treats, flowers, and take those into the patient's rooms where they could purchase those to help the patients feel a little bit better while they were recuperating in the hospital. This is what first tweaked my interest in healthcare, because as the candy striper, I was able to help the patients if they had to move or they needed help standing up. And I really liked that, helping the patients move, etc. I went on to become a certified nursing assistant for the state of Ohio, and then I became a state-tested nursing assistant. And also I became a home health aide and a patient care technician while I was going through nursing school. When I graduated from nursing school, I received my Bachelor's of Science in Nursing, went on to take my NCLEX, which is the licensing exam to actually become a registered nurse. This year, I will be celebrating 27 years as being a registered nurse. I have worked in several areas. As being a registered nurse, I've worked in home care. I worked inside of a hospital, several hospitals, and I started working with heart patients and helping them to overcome different ailments that were preventing their heart from beating effectively. So would help those patients. And I went on to go into quality management, risk management, infection control, case management, social work, and also operations. I have worked at different levels
in healthcare as a bedside registered nurse, as a manager for nursing, as a director for nursing, a vice president, and also a chief clinical officer. However, I would have to say my most rewarding has been being on the front line as a registered nurse, most recently in New York City and Texas, helping to fight COVID. In those cities that I went to, the nursing staff was extremely short-staffed. So there were a lot of hours that I worked on the front line helping to fight COVID-19. And I am glad that I had the opportunity to go and help those nurses, because I would have wanted nurses to come and help me if I was short-staffed. Next, I am the CEO of Dr. Sabrina's Healthcare Consulting. And with my current business, I go into hospitals which are struggling with their quality measures and help them get in the black. Hence, my tagline is Healthcare Consultant in the Black, because we all know once you go black, you can't go back. So by going black, the organizations will not go back to the red, they will continue to stay in the black. And I help them improve their quality measures by incorporating my systematic system, the MARC method. Additionally, I am an Amazon best-selling author. What exactly is the MARC method? The MARC method is a trademark program, and it's a systematic system designed to eliminate problems. And these problems can be in organizations, they can be your personal problems, they can be a problem in your household, they can be a problem with your family. Any type of problem is designed to get to the core of the problem to eliminate the problem. A book has been designed in addition to my systematic system. So let's talk about the MARC method. What does the M stand for? The M stands for the master plan, because we all know that it's not that people plan to fail, people fail to plan. So the first step is to have a master plan, and that is the essential essence of being a comeback champion, having that master plan. The first thing with a master plan is to develop an end statement. So what exactly is an end statement? The end is, where do you want to end after solving your personal problem? What problem are you trying to solve? Really define that problem that you are trying to solve, because only you know what the true problem is. And the reason why the end statement is important is because you will refer to that where you're trying to solve, okay? What does success look like? Does that look like you have solved your problem? Does it look like you're continuing to work on your problem, or you're going to leave the problem as is? But you have to define what success looks like. The next step of the master plan is to mind create. And this is one of my favorite steps, where you carefully deliberate upon all of your options. Just let the ideals flow. Just think of everything. Nothing is off limits with this mind create. And you just think of everything you can do to solve the problem. Is it talking with someone? Is it calling someone? Is it getting help from the doctor? Is it throwing things in the air? Is it running fast? Whatever it is, just let your ideals flow. And that is the mind create stage. The next step of the master plan is to establish the trouble statement. So what is giving your problem trouble? Drill the problem down to the simplest form so that you know exactly concrete what the problem is in the simplest form, and you know what you are trying to solve. The next step is A, or accomplish. With accomplish, you want to work the master plan. You want to break the actions down into steps and move through the steps systematically. So for example, if one of your actions is to wash dishes, then you need to have steps under that, which will describe how you're going to wash the dishes. For example, are you going to turn on the water? And then next thing, test the water with your finger to make sure that it is an adequate temperature. And then from there, are you going to fill the water with sink? So that's what I mean as far as steps. Be very concrete and be very deliberate with the steps that you are going to do to achieve the action, and move through those steps systematically. The reason why you're moving through the steps systematically is that if you eliminate one of those steps, then you may be back with your problem again. The next thing is to analyze your results. What worked? What didn't work? And it's okay if things didn't work, because that's the reason to analyze your results, to see what works and what didn't work. And the last step of the accomplish is always be revising and moving forward. Again, always be revising and moving forward. Always be revising and moving forward. Always be revising and moving forward, because you are the comeback champion. We don't go backwards, we go forward. And that's why I keep iterating that. Is revise and move forward, revise and move forward, revise and move forward. The next part of the MARK method is the R, and the R stands for research. During this research step, you want to take an honest look at your results. Again, as I said, what worked? What didn't work? What could you do better? What do you need to incorporate into your plan to make it even more of a better master plan, or I call it a mind-blowing master plan? Because you are in control of your problems, and you can solve your problems with this systematic system. Next thing is, did the master plan inspire a movement? Did it inspire a movement of success? Did it inspire a movement of failure? Or did it inspire a movement of status quo? When you answer those questions, then you will know what you need to do as to achieve your personal problem. If it succeeded or it inspired a movement of success, then you want to continue to do what? Revise and move what? Forward. Revise and move forward. Revise and move forward. Okay? Were there any unforeseen outcomes? So that you come across something that you didn't even think about in a mind create stage or plan ahead for. Because creating your master plan, you have to create things that might be unforeseen, because you may want to do one thing, but then something else happens. And you have to be prepared for the unforeseen outcomes. The last step is P, which is perform. After 60 days, you want to return to your master plan and determine if the results can improve. So after 60 days of working your master plan, and you're taking notes along the way, determine if the results can improve. Why? Because as I said earlier, we're revising and moving forward, revising and moving forward, revising and moving forward. By doing that, you can have the mind-blowing master plan. If it's improved, if the master plan can improve in any way, again, reevaluate and identify those areas for improvement. And the reason why you're identifying that is because you're constantly revising and moving forward, revising and moving forward, revising and moving forward. And these steps will help you to become the comeback champion that you are and that you desire to be, because we all are comeback champions. Let's talk about the MARP in action. So again, the M is for master plan. And as I talked about, end statement is very, very crucial. In this example here, the end statement is, I desire to lose weight and keep it off. The trouble statement is, I continue to keep gaining weight and my health is suffering. So during the A, or accomplished step, what you have decided to do in this example is implement a weight report to track weight loss. And the research is the goal of losing weight is met. So during that phase, during the research phase, the goal is your losing weight is met. But if you do not lose weight, then again, you want to revise and move forward, revise and move forward, revise and move forward. You do not want to get stuck in that research phase because you're gaining weight or you're not losing weight. You want to revise and move forward. And the P, which is perform, is to standardize that weight report and reevaluate in 60 days. If still losing weight, continue the weight report. If not losing weight, return to the weight report and repeat the process. So the MARP method is continuously in action. It can be tweaked over and over and over and over. Hence, revise and move forward, revise and move forward, revise and move forward, and become the comeback champion that you are. Again, today I have talked to you about the MARP method, my systematic system, which is designed to help solve problems. I am Dr. Sabrina Dean, DBA, RN. I can be reached at my website, www.drsabrinashealthcareconsulting.com, or feel free to email me at sabrina@drsabrinashealthcareconsulting.com. And I and you can work together to help you become the comeback champion that you are, because you can do it. I believe in you, and we all are comeback champions. Thank you.
Hi, ladies, Dee here. So I struggled with whether or not to post this. Let's start there. So that's a win in and of itself. But I got on here to share a personal win, and I was going to wait and share it on Tuesday. But then I thought, nah, because I know me and I wouldn't remember to share it on Tuesday. So I wanted to share a win. And then I thought I needed to share it because I just feel like it will bless somebody else. So first, y'all, I'm so emotional right now because I am just overwhelmed by God's favor right now. And that is, that's real vulnerable. And that was hard for me to say because I've struggled with that for a long time. I've been angry with God for so long for losing my mom. I've been so mad. And so right now I'm just overwhelmed by God's favor. And So my personal win, I got off track. My personal win. My wife and I, we are finally fully vaccinated. And my mother-in-law is fully vaccinated, and my sister-in-law is fully vaccinated. And we, hey Denise, we were excited to finally be fully vaccinated and just be able to spend some time together. And one of our favorite things to do is to go to the casino. So we had planned this trip, and like we were excited to go down here and lose our money. But we planned this trip, and I don't know how many of you have seen the post that I put in the group that said you can control your distractions, or your distractions can control you and separate you from your journey. And so I said to my wife, how disappointed would you be if I don't go to the casino? I said, I really feel like I need to focus on this coaching program. And so she said, I knew you were going to do that. And she was like, but I understand. So, you know, if you want to stay and work, and that's fine. First of all, I don't get a whole lot of alone time. So I'm over here doing jumping jacks just for that alone. But anyway, so I'm home alone, y'all. I'm so excited. But so what I want to share with you guys, ladies, that I think will help somebody else is I was struggling as far as content for my program. I didn't know what I was going to coach ladies on. And that's been the struggle from the beginning, even in deciding what my coaching program would be on. And so I had it backwards. In my mind, I thought I'll get the ideas and then I'll be still and I'll sit down and write them, right? And so what I want to share, ladies, is be still. When my wife left today, I said, I don't know what I plan to do today for this coaching program. I said, I have no idea. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I said, I'm just hoping that if I'm still enough, God will show it to me and I'll have a breakthrough. And she said, no, what you meant to say is you can't wait to call me and tell me that you had a breakthrough. And I said, you know what? You're right. I'm going to have a breakthrough. And so I got still and I put on the modules and I just started listening to the modules. And all of a sudden, God revealed to me, just like Dr. Sonia keeps telling us to stop trying to write down and write this book, stop trying to sit down and write out this program. So I started recording it, and it just started flowing effortlessly, ladies. And I am so overwhelmed by God's favor right now. I have absolutely no doubt that this is what God has for me. And I read some stuff online about Dr. Sonia and people feeling like they weren't getting their money's worth. And it's on my heart to share this. We signed up for Dr. Sonia to teach us how to build a coaching program. That's what she's doing. Dr. Sonia didn't promise us content. That's going to come from us. That's going to come from our experiences. That's going to come from us being still and allowing God to show you the favor that he has for you. Because ladies, if you know without a doubt and you know 100% that this is what God has for you, just be still. And I promise you, you'll get it. Thank y'all for watching. I love this group. Ladies, women are so dope. The support that I've gotten from my group, the support that I've gotten from other ladies that are in this program right now that I've never even had a conversation with. Like, thank you, ladies, so much. The queen in me sees the queen in each and every one of you. I will see y'all at the top. And as Jazz says, make $1 million choices. Bye.